TN, guys, just to let you know, I won't be translating the verbal tics. I would try to remember to inform you if a character was using one, but I won't budge on this. Please don't complain in the comments. Another one, Busan ends things with a dea. It's a kind of dialect from a certain city in Japan, but I have no idea where. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 093, Kalia Senpai. 093, Kalia Senpai. Posted on April 4, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Thanks to the secret tunnel that led all the way back to the academy, I managed to avoid breaking curfew. I was not that bold and shameless as to break the school rules just after resolving to abide by them yesterday. So you did go with father, didn't you? Kalia Senpai said as he hummed happily. But that sentence. Ah, seems so. I am actually quite flustered when I heard that you knew about it. Ha 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 ha, it was kind of fun seeing you flustered. I said, while sighing as I tried to complain to Kalia Senpai, who was in a good mood, but to think it raised his good mood further up. What was with this person? Being with him was tiring. Or rather, to go ha 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 with that emotionless face was kinda scary. Within this short period, I finally caught glimpse of why Yuria Senpai was so afraid of him. Saying that, I thought, he must have received a secret mission from the king. When I saw father leaving the house happily and right after, I heard that you play truant. Considering your personality, you don't look like someone who does that, so when I start thinking of reasons that prevents a duke's son from speaking out, I came to the conclusion that the two of you must be on a secret mission or something. Zerko-san. How can you? You were seen through easily by your son despite not saying anything. All information were totally leaked. What happened to being the leader of the intelligence corp? I hit my forehead unintentionally and Kalia Senpai smiled wryly, looking at my grim face. One of the weaknesses my father, as an intelligence corp, has was that his emotions showed on his face too easily. True. At first, I was awed by how ninja-like Zerko-san was with his emotionless face to prevent his feelings from being read, but as I got to know him more, somehow, even with his emotionless face, I knew what he was feeling. Maybe it was the aura around him. Anyhow, I could read his emotions. Kalia Senpai was nodding every other second beside me. Ha ha ha. I was tired. Somehow I was super tired. I sighed, as I jumped from a wall to another. By the way, I was in the ceiling right now. I climbed up using the stone wall and the place I arrived at was the ceiling. Or inside of it. Was it above? The conversation we had was as we moved in the ceiling, soundlessly, and by concealing our voices. We were so ninja-like. I think it was above the route from the classroom to our dormitory. Headmaster should know this. He did, didn't he? Ah, if he did, I wish he could keep it like this. Since this secret tunnel looked to be created intentionally, it must have been the first founder who did it. How cool. I was pretty sure it would not become his black history when he grew older. No matter. It was a man's dream. Not dim. Dream. Tien, in Japanese, romance, Roman, chestnut, marin, romance, Roman, ... To have a secret tunnel within the academy's ceiling. What a nice dreamlike ring it has to it. I pray this will survive to the end of time. Come to think of it, does Senpai use this route often? I asked casually and Kalia Senpai tilted his head, thinking about it. I wonder which you meant. I do use this when it's the school from home, I guess? About once per week. Because that house was filled with traps, so it's impossible for mother to clean it. Sounds tiring. It's quite a big house, isn't it? Did it mean that Kalia Senpai cleaned the entire house by himself? That was really something. Senpai was only lower academic 3, in previous world terms, he was only a grade 6 student when he had to clean an entire mansion. As expected of a ninja. You understand? Thanks to that, I am troubled that my wind magic and my cleaning skills got really good. Having skills without relying on magic is not a bad thing though. I see. He had magic to help him. But, using magic to clean, wouldn't he cause a flood if he got too into it or something? Walking broom sounded like what a certain mouse would do. No. Tien, I had more of a HP vibe than though. Skills being raised, could this be a hidden training routine to train the grasshoppers of Ninja House? It was scary how it sounded plausible. As I laughed at my imagination, something nudged at me. What did Kalia Senpai say just now? I wonder which you meant. He said that, didn't he? Which meant, apart from using it to travel between his house and the academy, he was using it to travel to other places as well, wasn't it? Timidly, I turned to Kalia-senpai and tilted my head. Which, you said? Ah. Yes, that's because my hobby is observation. Eh? Ah, don't worry, I don't have any weird sexual desires, so of course I will not enter the rooms or any private spaces. Just the classrooms, corridors, lobbies, and the back of the teacher's office. Ah, but I saw how you got lost around the school when you first enrolled in foo. Dot. Wait, what was this person saying? Even if he was using that cute face of his to smile at me, I couldn't smile. What forte was that? Training for the Intelligence Corp? Did he say anything regarding that? Ah, it's just training for my future. But still, the number one reason is because it's fun. Kaya. Don't say that with an emotionless face. It's scary. Wait a minute. Did he say that he saw how I was lost? Lost? I asked, slightly panicking, and this time, Kalia-senpai showed a complacent smile. Yep. Observation sure is fun. Ah, Yuria-senpai, I am really sorry. This Oni-san just understood your feelings. I was finally here. Ha! Descending onto the lobby of our dormitory, my shoulders slumped as I gave a deep sigh. Kalia-senpai, who gracefully jumped down, looked at me and smiled. Are you okay? No way I am. I was tired from this and that, plus the shocking truth about Kalia-senpai. Especially my mental strength. Well, I couldn't really say all of that, so I hesitated a little. And Kalia-senpai mistook that as some information I could not reveal as a weird aura leaked out from him. I want to get into the Intelligence Corp soon too. Will is so lucky. Oh, it turned into that. I panicked a little in front of the downhearted Kalia-senpai. I looked low academic 1 and Kalia-senpai low academic 3, but my inner age was around 30. I should not let a younger child get depressed just because I was tired from some useless matter. This was bad. Panicking, I tried to correct Kalia-senpai as I opened my mouth. No, it is not like I can't speak about it, it's that. It's nothing, but the words got stuck in my throat once again and my meaning got mistaken. Again. Ah, I understand. Then, why don't you come to my room? Senpai will listen to your troubles. At this time, Kiro will most likely be in the cafeteria, so there is no one in now. Yup. Kalia-senpai's hair swished as he started walking ahead happily. Yep. This is William Beryl, who is currently in Kalia-senpai's room to discuss about my troubles yet had none, William Beryl. I could not lie, as it would most likely come back to me. The setup in Kalia-senpai's room was the same as ours, the only difference was the bookshelf at one side of the room was totally empty. I stared at the empty bookshelf involuntarily and Kalia-senpai smiled wryly, pulling up a chair. It is as you thought, that's Kiro's side. He did not betray my expectations. As the chair was pulled out for me, I had to take a seat. After doing that, Kalia-senpai took a seat opposite of me. And? What's up? What should I do? Being stared by Kalia-senpai, I tried to keep a poker face as cold sweat dripped down my back. I had nothing, what should I do? Let's just dig something up. The things I was troubled with lately. Ah, that's it. This might be perfect. Looking straight at Kalia-senpai, I swallowed, before opening my mouth. That Zen was behaving weirdly when I came back. I don't remember doing anything wrong and Zen himself said it was nothing when I asked, but his attitude was obviously different from before. I was truly troubled over this matter. This was not the reason I hesitated previously, but it was still a trouble. Plus, I could hit two birds with one stone by cheering up Kalia-senpai and discussing it with someone at the same time. It was not like I was expecting an advice, just by listening to it was enough. Although, for an adult to be discussing his troubles with a child, don't mind. Wait, no. No matter who will only see me as an 8-year-old child. Safe. And, when I was not expecting an answer, something surprising happened. Ah, I see. That's why you wanted to discuss with me. He looked happy as he nodded at me. Minus the fact that I still didn't really know him well enough to discuss it with him, why did he think that? You must have asked because you knew I was observing, right? Ah, that's why. Putting aside the fact if that was legal or not, he did have an advantage to offer. I gave a tiny nod and Kalia-senpai turned serious. If it's that, I do have an idea. You do? The retort I had reflexively was swallowed down. As expected of the next head in line of the ninja house. I cannot make light of the information he has. He had an increasingly sullen face as he visited the library every day. I guess he must have problems with his studies? Maybe he felt a sense of crisis when he found out that he couldn't solve the problems by himself when Will was not around, I think. Everyone, we had a genius detective here, like a certain someone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 094, The Magic Tool Shop and Dylan. 094, The Magic Tool Shop and Dylan. Posted on April 8, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. TN, I'm late for a day. Sorry, the internet was not working yesterday and I gave up tinkling with it. Enjoy. Magic tools. Throughout history, it was known as the miracle that could make impossible into possible. After engraving the detailed magic circle onto it and setting a mana stone, you could blow life into it. It was a dreamlike existence. As long as you keep the mana stones going, one could even overcome the wall of being bound by your attribute. Well then, let's ignore that last paragraph, which advertised the excellence of magic tools. You noticed the word magic in front. Of course, that meant that normal tools apart from magic tools exist too. If only magic tools exist in this world, then they would simply be called tools instead. Well, let me apply the example of the tools we had on Earth. Those that obey the laws of physics. Cars that ran on gas were called normally as cars, but when the new breed which uses electric instead appeared, they were branded as electric cars. If cars were being called as cars that follow the laws of physics, you could think if there were any other kind. Like what? Telekinesis cars? Which was why that kind of naming would cause confusion. In the first place, just about 200 years ago, magic was deemed to be something only doable by nobles. For the commoners, they would hardly be able to live without any sorts of tools. Of course, those that can be used without magic. Presently, most of the commoners in Hatuo spend much of their lives without even encountering magic. To them, the only tools they know were of the non-magical kinds. Dylan Magical Tool Shop. It was a building made out of stone, and had a thick-set wooden door. If not without the signboard stating its name, you wouldn't even notice it was a shop. For it looked just like any other house. In the first place, it was not situated in a place for business. In other words, this was a residential area. If they really wanted to do business, they would have never chose this kind of place. By the looks of how their goods were arranged haphazardly, it just gave off a feeling of not wanting to do business. Anyway, the only person working was the owner, who was deep inside the shop, working on his craftsmanship. That might be the reason why he do not felt like serving customers. And this Dylan Magical Tool Shop was at the west of Elsmu, just next to the Isa River, at a street governed by Sosianov House. It was as though fate was playing a trick, as the next head would be me, but the owner, who was working silently, raised his head up. I wonder what's happening with Zen. Yes, this magic tool shop was Zen's house. No-san. Bruno-san. Having heard a voice, the owner snapped his head up. It was already evening. He then stood up redundantly, for it was a voice he was familiar with. Brushing aside the pieces of metal piling up all around him, he finally made his way to the counter. Oh, so it's Ruby. What? Oh. How many times do you think I called you? At least be slightly embarrassed about it. Raising her slanted eyes at him, was dark-skinned white fluffy ears catbeast man. It was a girl at the peak of her youth, around 20. Ah, I am very sorry. Why did you say that as though you're reading lines? And badly to dash. She said that as her tail and ears stood up straight, her entire body trembling as she retorted before biting her own tongue. She stood there quietly, embarrassed, her entire face red. And, without minding Rudy, Bruno opened his mouth. And, what's up? Ruby looked at him, amazed. You really did forget about it. I give up. Although I had lots to say to you, if I did the day is really going to end. She said, but it was just an excuse in case she bit her tongue or stumbled over her words again. Today's the collection date for the goods, which is why I'm here. Really? No matter how I called, you just won't come out. Ha ha ha, really? Ah, sorry, I forgot. Ruby clenched her fist, trying to endure how Bruno said that without a shred of remorse. That's Nyan, you should be Nyan harassed about it. And, as expected, she still stumbled over it. When I returned to my room, Zen was still sitting at his table with a gloomy face. It looked quite bad as not even one book was opened on his desk. He did not seem to notice me, who entered the room quietly. What should I do? Will father be okay? He looked at the ceiling with an unreadable face. His father, was it? Whom? According to Kalias-senpai, Zen seemed to be worrying over not being able to catch up with his studies. Could it be that there was some troubles with his family, which was why he wanted to skip grades so he could return home soon? I can't see it from his usual attitude, but he was bearing some pretty heavy stuff, wasn't he? When it come to this situation, I had no idea what to do. You might be asking, what am I talking about as a 25-year-old, but really, I had never met this kind of situation before. Saying that, I felt slightly depressed. Ha ha ha, that's because I had always been alone. Zen was my first friend since coming into this world too. What was this? Why was I becoming sadder? I did had someone I could call a friend when I went into high school, but that guy was someone who don't worry over things. Ah, that might be just an excuse. No matter, until now, Zen did not tell me anything. I don't want to think that I was not being relied on, but it was the truth. He do trust and rely on me to a certain extent, but in this case, even if he did tell me, I doubt I could do anything, and it might not be as something that can be told to others. Then, what should I do? Stuck in my thoughts, I stood there in a daze in front of the door, a behavior very unbecoming of my age. And it was when I was troubled over how I should raise this topic up with Zen. Goo. Ah. Welcome home, Will. Taking his disappointing owner's place, his stomach growled loudly. Of course, I went red. Suppressing my embarrassment as much as I could, I lifted my head up and looked at Zen. My growling stomach had given me a great chance. I can't let this chance slip away. I will never lose to my embarrassment. Clenching my fists, I opened my mouth. Zen? Are you okay? Wha? You said something about your father just now. Sorry, I overheard. I explained to the confused Zen. As it sounded like I was eavesdropping, I apologized just in case. At my answer, Zen laughed awkwardly. It's nothing big though? And so, Zen began talking. So the main point is that Zen's father is bad in everything else other than making magic tools? I'm really worried how long the shop can last. Zen sighed as his shoulders slumped. In the end, the only thing I could do was to pat him on the back. And, I've kept you waiting. My test was finished today, so I wrote this up in a breath. Come quick, summer holiday. And so, this is Zen's Troubles chapter. Zen's Troubles isn't anything big. Sorry for making you anticipate about it. No one is anticipating it? Haha, sure there is. Zen, I have started to worry about the way the author treated me. Will, give up, it's futile. Zen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 095, as expected of you, Zen. 095, as expected of you, Zen. Posted on April 12, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN guys, too many comments on the 30 years old thing. Maybe I didn't made it clear in the translation, but the author meant going to 30. Maybe she's tired of writing going to, since everyone knew the age, she simply refer it to 30. And sometimes she uses erasa, which meant going to 30, around 30. Hopes this cleared it up. It was evening. I kicked the worm in my stomach, who was growling with all its might due to its loss of today's dinner, far away as Zen and me sat in front of the table. Sitting opposite of each other, I was looking at Zen in all seriousness, and at this exact moment, the worm raised its head and did its best growl as I ignored it. It was just a worm. I'm sorry. As my heart grew colder, Zen opened his mouth. I had always thought I am good at studying. I had always thought that, different from Selphy who was receiving your teachings, I did most of my studies myself with just a few bits of advice from you. I imagined Selphy shouting how rude at his comment, but I would just let it slide. I mean, this guy was a natural airhead, which contributed to the bad part of his personality. He was a guy who could say unpleasant stuff like "you are too small, chibi," straight to my face. If I were to retort to each and very little thing he said, I wouldn't last. I had a feeling there was another guy like this around me, but, no. That guy, Shiro, he was doing it on purpose. No wait, wasn't this fatal? Zen was worried about how his father was handling everything else half-heartedly, but wasn't a magic tool shop a place frequented by nobles? Wasn't it dangerous if he was to accidentally be rude to one? According to this flow, was this a place I was supposed to retort? No, the important thing right now was listening to Zen's troubles. I kept the serious look on my face as I made some agreeable response. But then when I tried to study on my own, I found that I can't understand anything. And that will have been helping me all along. I can't even get past page 10. Zen's shoulders drooped as he said that. I had no idea how to respond. Certainly, it sounded like I had been giving Zen support without even realizing it. Zen, who realized it on his own, was awesome too though. Or rather, the studies we were doing right now were rather ahead, and leaving aside my reincarnation sheet, frankly, Zen can be considered a genius. But, he had a shock when he found out he couldn't do it on his own. At a loss at how to respond, to the me who remained silent, Zen sighed and went as I thought. Sorry. Was this where I should deny it? How foolish. To be 30 and yet showed this kind of face to a 10-year-old who was worried. But this was truly the first time, including my previous life, to have someone consult and discuss his worries with me. Since I had only made a close friend only when I entered high school in my previous life. Even so, this was completely my fault. I had closed myself up when I was in primary school and did not talk with anyone. All because I was idiotically studying hard and trying my best with household chores just to get my mother's approval. But maybe thanks to that, in this life, that experience in turn could help Busan's business. Of course, at that time, the me who was doing all of those had no spare time to make any friends. Due to my grades, I had high praises from the teachers, and since my middle school was linked with my primary one, the only time I could escape the chains was in high school. And well, even that was beautifully severed by a vase. Thinking back, I grew slightly depressed. Let's stop. Leaving aside my previous life, in this life I was having fun every day. If I were a normal kid, I would definitely spend each day without even realizing it. That such normal life was something so wonderful. That was why, to allow me to realize that there was a meaning to bring my memories sheet over. Yep. Even if it does not help in some areas. Like this. And when I was thinking about these useless stuff, Zen's drooping shoulders drooped even more. And then, he began mumbling. I mean, yes, I am depressed over not being able to do it on my own, but the skipping of grades exam. There is only 1 month left. It would be hopeless if no one is going to teach me. With an aura that looked like mushrooms were going to sprout from his head, Zen continued mumbling to himself. And to tell the truth, it was quite an eerie sight, but I did catch some important stuff from it. The skipping of grades exam. Yep. He. Zen. This is really difficult for me to say, but I tried to hold down the trembling of my voice as I continued. What? As I thought, even Will can't do it. He meant teaching him. Zen, who lifted up his head, had slightly wet, glistering eyes. When our eyes met, my body drew back. No, you see, the book we are doing right now is already the last from the lower academic 3. I had a cramp on my face after forcing myself to smile. I know. The mouth opposite of me was opening and closing over and over again. Holy cow. It can't be, I had put others through the thing I had been put through. Cool. This was that, wasn't it? The one where the student was influenced by the weird habit of the teacher. No, that wasn't it. I am really sorry. John-sensei. At Zen, who was still opening and closing his mouth, I was doing a very beautiful dajiza in my heart. I didn't inform you, did I? Sorry. He. I had said that instinctively in a small voice, but there was no other choice, was it? Say stop it, I know, so please stop throwing stones at me. Zen, who finally recovered, moved quickly. In a speed faster than the eyes could follow, he pulled out a book from the drawer. I was really sorry to the Zen, who was in a dazed state, staring at the book as I glanced at it. No matter what, it would be the best to confirm the book Zen was currently studying. Oi. Wait, I say, Zen. Without thinking, I took the book from Zen. And, pushing it in front of him, I pointed at the title. Please look at this. Understanding with diagrams. The How of Mathematics, 5. With a question mark floating on top of his head when I pointed it to him, Zen slowly read the title out loud. Number. Zen froze. I nodded. 5. Zen yelled as he stood up. I will explain. This understanding with diagrams. The How of Mathematics was an exercise book intended for the lower acads. It was like a reference book that had both explanations and practice questions, and was a book recommended by me if one were to undergo the skipping of grades exams. And yes, as with exercise books, each number of the book corresponds with the academy levels. Which meant, book 1 for lower academic 1 and so forth. Well then, everyone, you understood by now, don't you? Zen, you went and skipped a grade. Of course he couldn't do any questionses. I yelled in my heart, forgetting my fault from earlier. Really, as expected of Zen. Yep, it was screwed on loosely. Ah no, it was totally undone. Which meant, when I left for the secret mission, we finished lower academic, number 3. And Zen had borrowed, number 5, from the library. Sorry to the Zen who was yelling with tears in his eyes, but I couldn't help but to hit him. Zen. The reason for Zen wanting to skip grades was because he wanted to finish his compulsory education as soon as he can and return home, but it was not as easy as he thought. For a magic tool shop, no, a magic tool engineer, qualifications were needed. Although the strength of magic tools were determined by the magic circles carved, as there were dangerous objects such as sharp blades, special knowledge on how to handle it was needed. And the minimum for that was the completion of higher academy. So, if one were to follow the flow, it would take about 9 years. Normally, kids who wanted to become a magic tool engineer were usually from family who owned a magic tool shop. They would usually have the money to slowly learn, for the sake of research as well as their future. Zen, in any case, was worried for his family. As for me, I would like to do something I couldn't do in my previous life. Filial piety. There was also my fault that our territory increased. Anyway, I would really like to lessen the burden on father if I could. This was really embarrassing. This will definitely not ever coming out of my mouth. Yep. I would like to think that it was my imagination that mother sent me off with warm gazes. And so, since I wanted to get through this as fast as I could, I entered the capital's academy, which had the system to skip grades. The boarding system also served as a way to build my self-reliance. Or rather, I had a feeling I was going to be a useless person if I continued to stay in that house, playing with chiffon and allowing Mary-san to pamper over me. Definitely useless. I do want to become a splendid man. In reputation too. I cannot pay attention to the fact that I was already around 30 plus for my inner age. That's because I am William Beryl, 8 years old. Anyone would agree with me. I won't mind it. Don't mind it, me. All the studying also played a part for skipping grades. This was a long-awaited chance for me to enjoy school life while messing around with friends, so I would not deny that I was wasting that time away. Anyway, let's put that aside. I lay on the bed, exhausted, thinking hard about one more person. Selphy. I wonder what she's skipping grades is for. I mumbled, glaring at the ceiling. All in all, Zen and I both had a clear reason for skipping grades, and it was the main reason we came to this academy. But that was not so for Selphy. The thing about school life was that it unexpectedly has a large influence on the future, and skipping grades will directly affect the employment opportunities, speeding it ahead. I wonder if it was alright to accept that she was doing it because she did not want to be left out from the group. Unusually for me, I started considering about these kind of things. Sorry for being late with this chapter. The homework was overwhelming me. I would continue to try my best to upload every 3 days, but if I can't handle it, I might delay the releases. But relax, I am not giving up on this series. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 096, Return My Feelings. 096, Return My Feelings. Posted on April 15, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Hearing the chirping from the birds, I knew it was morning. My eyes opened at the same moment I was thinking that as my consciousness awakened. Morning chirps. I mumbled as I rubbed my eyes. That's wrong. The meaning was slightly different. Yep, I knew that. Unfortunately, regardless of the previous life or this, it was something I had not experienced before. Explanation time. Ross or choo-choo from the birds. Morning chew, Ross's Asa chew, means a morning kiss after sharing the night. Rising up slowly, I stretched my arms, warming up my body. Since this body was still young, there was no stiffness whatsoever. It was just that I was used to doing it. By doing this, I felt like my head too was clearing up from the muddiness from sleeping, not just my body. I suddenly thought of something as I was climbing down from the upper bunk without making a sound. Here, the White Wind Dormitory. Or rather, dormitories inside Phillis Academy were situated right in the center. And in this academy, magic was being taught. Which meant, the academy was soundproof. Explosions that could not be simply covered by thick walls, as well as the previous incident where my summoned beast destroyed the classroom, the noises were all prevented from leaking outside. This was, of course, something to be expected since the academy was inside the capital. See, strange, right? Why could the soft chirping of the birds be heard? How particular. Well, then. While I was thinking all that, I had finished changing as well as washing my face. I then slowly tiptoed, before taking a deep breath. Wake up! I yelled, right into Zen's ear. You, A loud bang was then heard, as Zen crouched down, hugging his head. Glancing at him, I nodded, satisfied. Mission complete. This way he would be fully awake. What, I mean? Although stones were about to be thrown at me for not using a gentler method, this was the gentlest method. You see, this guy, Zen, he just can't wake up. Just to mention, he wouldn't wake up even if you kicked him. It was that bad. No, it was not that I kicked him before or something. I won't ever do such a horrible thing, I will never do such a horrible thing such as kicking him to see if he could wake up or not, Plus, he would be late and missing breakfast if not for me. The way to solve the dilemma was this method. Yep, can you feel my love for going through all this instead of just leaving him? I was really quite reluctant to use my strength and voice too. Ouch, Will, please stop waking me up this way. Even though there was a creature with tears in his eyes and looking up at me, I felt no guilt whatsoever. Oi, you. Why were you sitting there like a girl as you massaged your head while trembling? It made me look as if I was the bad guy. I won't apologize. Maybe I went a little too far. Maybe. Since there was no helping it, I pointed to the clock hanging on the wall without changing my expression. Crap. It's already this time? It had only been a few seconds since Zen lay eyes on the time, but he had already stood up and stripped naked. Oh. What just happened? Zen just stripped in a speed even my eyes cannot catch up. Not to mention his movement were a blur, like it was drawn in a gag manga? Even that third-generation thief would be surprised at that speed. Zerko-san would even cry. Zen, when exactly did you learn this skill? TN, that reference was Lupin the Third. Phew. Thank God. I made it. As I indulged in retorting, Zen had already finished changing. Although his hair was artistically sticking up everywhere, I ignored it. Good. Let's rush over to the cafeteria. Swallowing my retorts that were almost flying out, I said only that. Oh, good morning. Once we reached the cafeteria, Selphy, who was already there, greeted us with a dazzling smile. Good morning. Morning. As though infected, both of us returned the greeting with bright smiles. Although Zen had some drool coming out of his. As always. And as usual, Zen sat beside Selphy as I sat opposite them as we began eating. It was a simple meal of bread and soup, but since this was breakfast, it was just right. After blowing to cool the soup and drinking it, Selphy opened her mouth. Oh yes, Maria and I was talking about it yesterday, about how there's only a month to the tournament. I snapped my head up at this. Thanks to that, Selphy and I were staring at each other for a while. Tournament? I was pulled back into reality by Zen's voice. Here it came. The standard development for the other world dash. Well, let me stop my inner cheering at this. Tournament, after everything from the secret mission to Hatuo to Zen acting weird, I had forgotten that this academy had the standard development of a tournament. And the rare thing was that I knew about it. That was because when I was still at home, Father had bragged about it. At our generation, the winning team was your mother's, She was really beautiful up there. Father had said that many times in delight, as Mother smiled gently as she blushed, as beautiful as ever. Though it was a scene enough for anyone to vomit sugar. Or rather, since young Father had been a Raiju, didn't he? Just explode. But Mother's team managed to win despite Father, being strongly suspected of having a cheat, was there, made me felt that Mother was stronger than she looked. And, let us stop this topic right here. Anyway, when I knew about this event, I was very excited about it, but... Right before the skipping of grades exam. That means it's around mid-July. At Selphy's frown, I too, had a troubled look on my face. At our sentences, Zen tilted his head in confusion. What kind of tournament is it? He asked timidly. Selphy and I looked at each other and laughed. Swimming tournament. Really, what was the first founder thinking? Since an academy from the other world was holding a tournament, why was it not a martial tournament but a swimming one? How puzzling. My expectations were totally betrayed. Until now, he had left so many standard events, so why a swimming tournament? Had he wanted to relive his younger days when he grew older? Or was it his youthful indiscretion? I see, it must be. Ah, you should understand by now. Anyway, there was only 1 month to the swimming tournament. As the name implied, a giant pool would be set up in the school and students would be separated into teams and undergo a 1-kilometer swimming relay. But, this was after all a different world. It was not just a simple swimming relay. Yep, I'm glad I was not betrayed in this aspect. I can't swim. A sad cry was heard as we walked down the corridor. It went without saying, the owner of that voice was Zen. Well, lessons will begin from now then. Yes. It will be okay as long as I practice. Selphy and I smiled wryly at the depressed Zen before throwing him a bone. That's right. The continent Elsmu was in, Rina, was extremely big. In other words, different from Japan, which was an island country, there was no place near that could allow one to swim. You could think of it as an inland without any pools or river. Another thing was that Elsmu was a wasteland until 200 years ago. There was nowhere for one to swim leisurely. There only existed a river which would eat you up the moment you entered it. Therefore, there was hardly any students who knew how to swim. That was why it was really a mystery why Phillis Academy, situated in Elsmu, would hold a swimming tournament. I was starting to feel that it was just to betray my expectations. I mean, think about it. It could only be a martial one when one mentioned tournament in another world, wasn't it? Right? As I moaned in my heart, Zen started moaning. But why can the two of you swim? Since I live in the forest, we have a spring I can swim in. Selphy said proudly, sticking her chest out. So there's a spring you can swim in inside the forest. When I said that aloud, Selphy looked slightly troubled. Ah, you see, there's the fairies. I get it. Although not much was known about the ecology of fairies, but most of them could be found at places where a beautiful spring gushed out. They might have unconsciously created the spring with their magic when they yearned to play in the water. John Sensei had said something fantasy-like when he said that fairies loved pure water, but he certainly did not sound like he believed it. My eyes were shining when he said that, so he stopped whatever he was about to say further on. Thinking back now, I shuddered to think what he wanted to say. But, things like elves and fairies were fantasy-like to begin with, so I could accept that explanation. And, why is Will able to? I just realized it when I was asked about why I could swim. I mean, I had worked part-time as an instructor in my previous life, but ever since I was reborn here, I had never ever swum. It was really difficult to answer why I could swim. Haha, I wonder why. As I tried to pull one over by smiling wryly, my help appeared. Yes, we reached the classroom. And so, as I gave a not really an answer, we sat down on our seats as lessons started. Now, I had to think of an explanation. Anyone interested in translating the POVs of other characters? Or, as they call it, the digest chapters? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 097, the swimming tournament and the something that float away. 097, the swimming tournament and the something that float away. Posted on April 22, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Thanks for waiting, guys. I finally went out and found a place with better Wi-Fi. I have bad news. I might not be able to meet the schedule of one update every 3 days. It might be once per week. Sorry. Entering the classroom, I buried my head in studying for trying to avoid answering that question. My aim right now was trying to master every single details about the geography and the climate of Elsmu. Be it the preparation for managing the territory or following in my father's footsteps of being an adventurer first, geography was a must. Plus, knowing the detailed information about various places was needed to properly manage a territory. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive. For harmony, victory or defeat, information was valuable and extremely important. Although I was not thinking of completing now. No matter, there was no disadvantage to learning. I was thinking of taking out the book from the table that John Sensei passed me if I ever felt like learning about climate or geography. Zen, sitting next to me, peeked over, and when he saw me opening the first page, he gave a deep sigh and started his self-study. Would this be that thing, the common knowledge that every lower academic knew about Elsmu? I had no common knowledge. I was quite self-aware that my knowledge was quite one-sided. The friends I had till now was limited to John Sensei or Chiffon. Let's stop. I don't want to think about it. By the way, as for Selphy, she made a face as if she stepped on a bug and left the moment she saw me taking out the book. After staying like that for a while, the front of the classroom started getting noisy. It would be weird for them to be this noisy if it was only Zelda Sensei appearing. Could it be, he finally got rid of the unfitting suit he always wore? I lifted my head up as I thought about those rude stuff. But, still, I could see nothing. But those guys in front of them were looking down at the floor, pointing at it. Is there a snake there or something? At the same moment I mumbled to myself, it jumped onto the teacher's desk. Everyone from the first-year white team, are you all here? Today, I have an announcement from my master. Please head over to the gymnasium. Saying that, he bowed and left the classroom smartly as he left the rest there, mouth agape. Wasn't he Alcumede-san? It appeared that Alcumede-san had informed the rest of the classes as well as when we were out into the corridor, discussion about a walking eyeball could be heard. Part of them were excitedly discussing about the topic about my master while the rest were walking as if they were in a daze. I wondered what would happen if they knew that the master was referring to the king. Apart from getting curious and really looking forward to any amusing reaction, and also since there was no way to escape, I obediently headed towards the gym. Will, what do you think about this? Zen asked. I wonder. I would be exposed if I were to give a weird answer, so I simply tilted my head. Ah, so you don't know anything too, yeah? I wonder when Zelda-sensei changed into that. Huh? What did he say just now? Zelda-sensei. Although I did not pay attention to the first half, why did the conversation suddenly change direction? Why did it suddenly bounce over to the Zelda-sensei? No, I really don't think that's it. I think I accidentally revealed something just now, but without minding it, I simply gave my all into retorting. I was surprised. Oni-san was really surprised, you know. People from other worlds really had some weird ideas. So the alternate world was a place where a normal teacher can turn into a talking eyeball. Oni-chan just experienced cultural shock. Both Zen and Selphy tilted their head at my retort and looked at me, puzzled. Ah, my head hurt. Yep. No, you see, even if Zelda-sensei has that kind of magic, is there even a need to change his voice as well? Right. Halfway through my rather reasonable explanation, my tone started to press them into agreeing. And then. Besides, that eyeball-sen said my master, didn't he? I am more concerned about that. I skillfully diverted the question and even led them into the direction I wanted. Yep, since everyone had their own interpretation, it was not that important to correct them. Retorting just about this level would be enough, wouldn't it? And really, it was impossible to not retort since that comment was practically asking for it. Hearing someone shouted the master for eyeball is most definitely the brain. I sighed deeply. The gymnasium was the place where the entrance ceremony was held. Once there, seats were prepared and it was almost full. It appeared that, the same as the entrance ceremony, everyone here was from the first year of Lower Academy. Come to think of it, it had only been 2 months since I entered school. It felt a lot longer to me, maybe because of how densely packed each day was. But, even if it was only 2 months, it still meant a lot. Especially for children of my age. To boys and girls 10 years of age, 2 months would feel long. Not only the mind, but everyone's body had grown, their weight increased and even their faces grew sharper and more adult-like. But now, with their faces bathed in curiosity with what little information they had, they looked like innocent children. Me? Yep. I looked down. The height till the floor remained unchanged. Anyway, I was still only 8. Father's tall as I definitely still have that future. As I looked around me, someone tugged at my sleeve. Will, are you sitting? Oh, it was the rare upturned eye look from Selphy. The best position was born when Selphy took a seat. Ha ha. At this moment, I was the taller one. Let's stop this. It would only made me feel empty. Yes. As all of that ran through my mind, I quietly took a seat. It was the moment when our chat about B-grade food turned to fried dragon meat. The noisy gymnasium quietened down as all the students raised their faces. Everyone, you did well in assembling. In the quiet gymnasium, a deep baritone voice resounded, causing ripples in the air. And then, one by one, everyone who raised their head had their jaws dropped open. Plus, there were some who had their eyes wide, even some who lay slumped in their seats. But of course. Since the face from the pictures and magazines they had seen since young was right in front of them. And the one who smiled, satisfied at the reaction, was our King Kesemu. I did feel his charisma when I was conversing with him in his private room, but seeing him here, in all his glory, made me truly felt that he was the king. And when I realized it, there were mana drifting all around King Kesemu. Only, there was no malice in it, and was simply sparkling. And it was as though time stopped, as the gymnasium was wrapped in silence, drunk in his aura. Then, in an instant, he suppressed his manner and smiled gently. Eh? I somehow had a feeling that our eyes met, but it couldn't be, right? If he possessed my cheat-enhanced vision, then I could understand, but this had to be a joke, right? And him grinning after seeing I was surprised by our eyes meeting was also a joke, right? And it was as if my wishes were heard by the heavens. I come over regarding about the swimming tournament. And, before that. King Kesemu paused and a smile floated up onto his face as though he remembered something about our meeting before glancing at me. Naturally, everyone's line of sight changed their direction to me. What was this? A punishment game, Why did I feel like the student representative of the entire school body when they were doing the radio calisthenics? My face was all red due to embarrassment and misery. Kesemu-san. My height would stand out if I was looked at this much. I would be looked down upon. I would be totally looked down upon. As if having heard the scream of the bottom of my heart, King Kesemu finally shifted his line of sight away from me. And with slow motions, he looked at the headmaster. Idus, I borrowed one of your student a while back. I have caused him trouble, regarding homework as well, do take care of him. Oi. I mumbled in a low voice. Headmaster once again glanced at me before snapping his glance back, with such a force that a sound effect could be heard. My mouth could only twitch with a wry smile. Since it was a national secret, I had even tried my utmost to keep it under wraps. Because of that, I even withstood Selphy's smile and Verino-sensei freezing attacks. What was the reason for me doing that? The swimming tournament is not simply a swimming race. Magic, strategy, strength, the aim of this tournament is to use your imagination and creativity to win. Everyone, you are most probably aiming to be an adventurer. An adventurer is often working alongside of danger. Thanks to that, it is not a job that only requires you to only use your strong point. You would need to have the techniques to face danger head-on. And that, swimming. There is almost no one in Elsma who knows how to swim. But, that is where creativity shines. And what is the reason why our first founder, King Elsmu, founded this tournament? And that, I want all of you to deliberate about how you are to enter the tournament. When I covered my face with my hands when I was unable to withstand the gazes from everyone, King Kesemu began to talk about the swimming tournament. He said a lot about the origin and stuff, but in the end, as expected, it was the first founder's decision. Which meant, this was really just a way for him to relieve his youth. What? It was not that? Did you really believe that? Having learned about all the stuff he did before, wasn't it obvious that I was telling the truth? And right now, only one verse was taking all the place in my heart. Return me my consideration nen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 098, we need to talk. 098, we need to talk. Posted on April 23, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, hey guys. Since I only have the time and internet to do this on the weekends, I said I could only update once a week. However, I don't really like to keep you guys waiting, and once a week is gonna make me rusty. So, I decided on 2 posts in a row every weekend. I would try to continue this, and at times where I couldn't, I would inform you. I do have a life. So I do want to go out sometime during the weekend. He. A pumpkin had to eat. Yes, of course there would be a trial waiting for me after the ceremony/announcement. It's named, being in the center of a storm from everyone's gazes. I was being pierced by arrows everywhere. If my situation was to be drawn in a manga, I would be lying in a pool of blood right now. By the way, King Kesemu met my eyes again when he was leaving. Yes, he snickered. Seeing that expression, I had a feeling he was aiming to expose this in the first place, but since it was already done, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Anyway, it had already been exposed to a Muggle student, Kalia-senpai via Zurko-san. Come to think of it, hadn't I been exposed many times already? As this all ran through my mind, I walked cheerfully down the corridor, driven out by all the gazes directed at me. At least the only relief was there were hardly any malice in the gazes. Zen and Selphy's gazes were exceptionally sharp and pierced right through my back, but sorry, I would not look back. As long as I reached the classroom, I would be saved. A savior, God, was waiting for me. A savior, God, given by John Sensei. I was not planning to stay silent, but this was not a suitable place to talk. At least wait till we were in the dorm. Like that, with a slightly quicker pace, we reached the classroom. And there, I was dealt with another shock. Zelda-sensei. I shouted, unintentionally. Because the person standing there was Ha 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 ha, dot. Grinning while revealing his rows of white shiny teeth, he was showing off his muscle with just a single pair of briefs on. The unfortunate trio that arrived at the classroom looked at each other. Within the huge classroom, we were unforgivingly assaulted by the swirling chaos. With us frozen in position of looking at each other, we began talking with our eyes. When Selphy and I looked at Zen, his eyes swam about as he gave a small shake of his head. And when Zen, who looked like he was about to cry, looked at Selphy, she shook her head, her face stunned. If you were to forcefully dub this. Zen, you go. I'm impossible. Help, Selphy. What are you saying? I don't want to. Was what happened. In the end, their gazes were directed at me. Oi. Was today direct your gazes at me day? Oh, I. No helping it, I gave an inaudible sigh as I took a step forward. What are you doing, Zelda-sensei? Please forgive me for stammering. It was that The intensity of that sight close-up was stronger than I thought. What was this brown luster coming from his muscles? When did you get this tan, Zelda-sensei? Elsmu does not have a beach, Nor a tanning salon. You meant you did it on the streets? Or the park? At my question that was overflowing with doubts and bewilderment, Zelda-sensei directed a matter-of-fact refreshing smile at me. That is, of course, the explanation for the swimming tournament. Ah. You see, I know why you were wearing swimwear to explain, I know, but... Here. Is. The. Classroom. The classroom. Indoor. After a while, the classroom was filled with noise. That much was of course. A muscular gory, Zelda-sensei was standing at the front of the classroom with just a pair of swimwear on. But since most of them hadn't swum before, they might not know that it was a swimwear. Which meant, there was a man clad in just a pair of briefs standing right in front of their eyes. In that case he was just a pervert. Plus it was their homeroom teacher whom they, had respect for. Of course they would be making noise. And in the midst of it, that one man was currently doing various muscle-showing poses. What the heck was he doing? I totally could not understand. But thanks to that, the storm of the gazes were not directed at me now. Can it be that Zelda-sensei was aiming for that? Wondering, I directed my gaze filled with respect at Zelda-sensei. No, never. The respect died down. Yep, look at his skin. To get it this tanned would take about a week. Since he couldn't have known that this would happen, there was no way he was doing it on purpose to help. Sitting by my side, Zen whispered to me with a stunned look. Will, is that a swimwear? I think so. He asked timidly, and at my answer, his shoulders drooped. His reaction was too honest. Although I was the same as him. But as expected of children, to show their dislike straight to the person's face. No, as expected of Zen. Selphy, who was also standing next to me, started shaking at my answer. Naturally, 3 of our gazes went to where Zelda-sensei's swimwear was. Kaya. A distressed scream came out of Selphy's mouth. Yes, Zelda-sensei's swimwear had a distinct shape of a T. Which meant, Zelda-sensei was wearing a T-back with his glistening brown muscles in various poses, as per bodybuilder. And that T-back had a pattern painstakingly printed on it. A green background with black stripes running down, just like a watermelon, giving off a strong summer feel. I was not happy at seeing that at all, plus summer was just suffering hot. I sighed. No, I don't think our swimwear will be in that shape. From my small mumble, the 2 of them looked at me. Really? Selphy cried happily, grabbing hold of me as I was taken aback at her sudden movement. No, there was no way girls can wear that. Which means, that is for us. This time, it was Zen who went pale. With a wry smile, I was about to explain before Zelda-sensei's voice boomed throughout the classroom. Well then, since everyone is here, the explanation for the swimming tournament will begin. Firstly, I am sure you are interested at this clothing. This is called swimwear. As Zelda-sensei showed off his white teeth, distressed cries from the girls resounded throughout the class. As the class calmed down, Zelda-sensei laughed. Although all of you are so happy about this, unfortunately, this is not the swimwear for girls. As for the reason why, I am pretty sure you guys know. Plus there is another reason. At Zelda-sensei's words, half of the class, girls, got excited. Beautiful smiles decorated their faces while the rest of the class were as pale as Zen as they waited for Zelda-sensei to continue. Would it be that it was not for them too? They believed there was hope in the world. Full of smile, Zelda-sensei headed towards his desk and rummaged around in it. Everyone's gazes followed his every action, afraid in missing out anything. Then, finally having found it, Zelda-sensei took it out. My jaw dropped open. The thing held in Zelda-sensei's hands was a school swimsuit. School suit. It was a deep shiny blue color. At the chest area, a piece of white cloth was sewed on, with the words "Ist years, White Team" written on carefully. With a proud expression, Zelda-sensei held it out. This is the swimwear that the first founder had suggested. Although there are many other variations, this is the one everybody prefer. What I wanted to say is, this is the product from the wonderful first founder. Pausing, Zelda-sensei looked around the classroom. Basically, this could be said to be one of Phillis Academy's uniforms. As this is a place where everyone, from commoners to nobles, attends, uniforms are created by the first founder to bring equality. And then this swimwear. Plus, it is designed to be the best shape for one to move in the water. Isn't this swimwear wonderful? As he got heated up, Zelda-sensei clenched his fists, and his eyes were shining as though he could shoot laser out from them. Oh hoo! The class raised their voices. Zelda-sensei nodded satisfied, before taking a piece of chalk and began writing down the explanation for the tournament on the blackboard. As for me, feeling were swirling around like a storm inside. First founder. You did this. TN, another short chapter. Perfect for me to ease my way back into translating. Will, you were always so good at Tsukomi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 099, Separating Teams. 099, Separating Teams. Posted on April 29, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. TN, now the problem is Will gonna be wearing a watermelon speedo or is he gonna be wearing a school gasp swimsuit? One more to go, guys. The rules to the swimming tournament was simple. Apart from attacking other teams, any magic or methods can be used to get to the goal within the shortest time. Because of this rule, people who won by purely just swimming were few and far in between, and it was not a tournament that relied on one's body build or reflexes. Therefore, if all went well, even the first years had a chance to win the third years. Everyone's expressions in the class changed as Zelda-sensei explained the rules proudly. Seeing this, I felt that Zelda-sensei was not a sensei just for show. Although he was as hot-blooded as a certain tennis player. And that he was currently only wearing a teaback. Anyway, as he managed to stir the fire within everyone, they stayed silent, waiting for his next words. Well then, the first team is Maria and... Yes, he began to announce the members of the different teams. Of course, since this was still a school tournament, there was still an underlying objective to it. To sum it up, cultivating the character as well as to improve the communication between students. Because you couldn't win just by using magic. So, this was not just about one's swimming skills or magic techniques, but creativity as well. And the main point of the entire tournament is the team. Teamwork, tactics, making use of each other's skills. To improve the communication within the class, there was no need to clump people within the same cliques together, which was why we didn't get to choose the teams, rather, the teachers did that. There might also be that they wouldn't want people with ability to team up together, upsetting the balance. I was really thankful for this. It was really a system filled with consideration. Yep. Because in my previous world, it was horrible. As it had to be a mixed team of boys and girls, there was a rock-paper-scissors war going on. They were so desperate not to get roped into the same team as me. Can I cry? Somehow the scenery in front of me was getting blurrier. Then, the last team, the fourth team. Me, Selphy, Zen and Will. Okay. Get into your teams and start your discussion. As this me was crying like a kid in my inner heart, my name was called. Zelda-sensei said new connection within the class would form, right? Yep. It was all a lie. It turned out this way. Somehow is this still the same group as we have in class? After gathering, Zen completed my sentence. Me and Selphy were nodding in agreement happily. Well, although there were no new relationships, at least they were all people I knew I would have fun with. A grin played on my mouth as I gestured the three to come closer. So, the only one who can't swim is Zen. The two besides Zen nodded at my words. I knew Selphy learned how to swim in the forest spring, but me was a surprise. It seemed like the head of Socianov declared, out of nowhere, that all men needed to know how to swim, and me took swimming lessons as per his father's orders. Oi. He definitely knew about this, me's father. He's an old boy here, wasn't he? Stop trying to give your son special privileges. And I left all my tsukomis in my heart. I was not someone who could not read the atmosphere by looking down on me's father here. Me? I just gave a vague answer. Since I was from a duke's family, I would do anything. This was those kind of situation where I should flaunt my family's power. Hooray for power. You there, stop your tsukomi that was not the correct way to use it. Because I knew that. Yep. Then, what is the strategy this time? Don't we need to train Zen in swimming first? Selphy opened her mouth and started the meeting. Next was me. I just nodded at their words. Although the tournament was that anything goes, there was still a rule that we would need to at least come in contact with the pool. Which meant, although anything goes, most of the action would be within the pool. For that, Ni's suggestion to first learn swimming was valid. Plus, although any magic was usable apart from attacking others, we were all just first years. The magic we could use were limited. Tien, guys, Will is trying to promote teamwork. Which means no. Not standing out too much. If he can. But guys. The one who started this tournament was that first founder. In both good and bad way, I fully believed in him. Would it really be just a simple tournament? Was it really just a tournament he made so he could admire some swimsuits? From what I had heard from Shiro, he did not seem like the type who went wild like this. That was to say, there was a reason for this tournament. But what? What was the most recent thing that happened in the academy? And when I reached that point of thinking, I lifted my head up and grinned. But then, there is something I want to do. To the us who hadn't learned much magic, any magic, was said. There was bound to be a hidden meaning to that. And at that moment, Zelda-sensei announced that today's lesson was over. But the meeting between us was not over that easily. And so, we moved our location to the academy's rear garden. The forest, said to be the garden, was as dense as ever, but still, I moved towards the empty plot of land I found earlier without hesitating. Zen was explaining to the me who had questions marks and exclamation marks floating above his head. And, the only difference from before was the fairies. I did gather mana around my ears before I entered the rear garden, but the moment I stepped into the forest, all chatting ceased immediately. I did give them a pretty strong warning. But it might be useless since Selphy had learned how to control her mana output. I did feel a little pity, but they were just getting their own deserts. If they were simply chatting it would be fine, but they purposely did it in a way just to make Selphy suffer. I was not a man of such noble character that I could let them go after that. Reflect on it as much as you can. Although I wouldn't know if they were doing it or not since I was not observing them all the time. And there will taught us mana perception. It looks someplace like a plaza. Zen said as he pointed. Unfortunately, that's the wrong direction, Zen. As I was smiling wryly, a voice entered my ears. Ho ho. So Wildano had already known how to handle mana before enrolling. Yeah. That's because I had a tutor. Me nodded at my words, satisfied with the explanation. That was because it was not an uncommon situation within the noble community. And when we reached the plaza, we gathered into a circle. Tien, Shoken, summon. As I wished that it would be a normal and bland entrance, I gathered mana as I shouted. Then, as if the destruction of when he was first summoned was a lie, Shiro simply appeared. A pop like how popcorn pop sound rang out as he appeared, his long white hair not even swaying. After looking around him, Shiro began walking towards me, smiling happily. Seeing that blissfully happy face made it really hard to be angry with him. No matter what he did, all would be forgiven. Or rather, he was really like a dog. Oh. Master. You are not Korsdray. Guap. I take it all back. After magically strengthening myself, I gave a flying kick right to Shiro's face. With a speed that you couldn't even see, I shut his mouth up. I'm that. I have a big heart. Even when he destroyed the classroom, I swept it all under the rug because there was no helping it. I was not small-minded like that. Yep. I knew that. But then. It was not like I could forgive everything. Shiro was immediately given an X when he started talking about that part of black history of my cross-dressing mission in Hatuo. Tien, Okuchi Batten, X the mouth. I imagined a white rabbit with an X for a mouth as I cast the magic chantlessly. Activating wind magic, I landed on the ground safely as Shiro touched his mouth, panicking. HM. Well, I ignored Shiro who was trying to say something behind me as I returned to the main topic. Clapping my hands, I got the three, who were in a daze, to look at me. Well then, there are a lot of attributes to magic. Like fireball or waterball. And according to each person's attribute, the techniques they use will be different. And since attribute magic was the first magic we learned, that's the magic we thought of when magic is mentioned. To confirm all three were listening to me, I raised my finger. Like how others raised their finger with a proud expression. It was important to check their concentration with such a subtle method. Please don't say that it was an excuse. That there. Think about it. Is magic just that? I think not. There is something else. Yes, summoning magic. With Shiro mumbling as my BGM, I stood with an extremely proud expression. The three of them went oh! And gave me applause, their eyes shining with pure admiration for me. How embarrassing. This was embarrassing. To be looked at with those kind of eyes as I stood here with a proud face. I really yearned for some tsukomi. I want someone to tsukomi me. My heart was in anguish. In my house, there was John Sensei, and on my travel, there was Busan, so I completely forgot about it, but yes, this was this kind of place. This was a place where I was the only tsukomi around. It was a lapse of memory. My failure. My shoulders slumped as I reluctantly cast. Tien, Kaijo, release. I released the lock I had on Shiro's mouth. It's not that I need Shiro's help. Let's stop, this was getting sad. Tien, I know I had always used retorts, but that had always sat uncomfortably with me. So from now on, it's going to tsukomi, since you guys understood the meaning anyway. Tee-hee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 100 Disparity. 100 Disparity. Posted on April 30th, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Editor, poor_hero. Tien, I finally reached my third milestone, 100 chapters. Whistles, pop crackers. Wipe tears away. Shiro, who had been mumbling all this while, let out a breath before leaning onto me. He's heavy. Oi Shiro. What are you doing? My voice came out dangerously low, but Shiro looked like it did not concern him at all. No, I was not unhappy about this difference in height at all, nope. Oi, why was I not even touching his waist? Or rather, your legs were too long, baka. Lack of oxygen. Saying that, Shiro then proceeded to leave his entire weight onto my head. If I was just a normal 8-year-old kid, I was pretty sure my neck would be bending at an odd angle by now. Which summoned beast would harm his owner's body like this? No, if it was Shiro, he most definitely knew what I was capable of before doing it. What bad taste. But, thanks to Shiro's action, the sparkling eyes filled with pure admiration that was causing me to itch all over the place soon died down. If this was what Shiro was aiming for, then my valuation of him had to change. Him who was humming a song while shaking his butt. No, not possible. After clearing my head of those thoughts, I returned to the topic, ignoring Shiro. And that's why, how about doing a collaboration with our summoned beast? Sounds good. I agree. Wonderful. At my suggestion, the three of them agreed happily. Then looking at each other with a happy grin on their faces, they took some distance from each other. After getting into their position as if they were surrounding me, they nodded, satisfied, before facing outside, taking something out. They then proceeded to gather mana, and when they had gathered enough, they shouted. Tien, Shoken, summon. Cute pop-like sounds sounded before the magic X3 began to activate at the same time. It seemed like the thing that they took out just now were magic circles drawn on a sheet of paper to help aid them in summoning their beasts. Looking at the unruly head of red hair, he pounced straight towards a dog that appeared while looking like it was swimming in the air, crashing into the ground. Zen. I know you miss him, I do. Really, you don't feel embarrassed at all, do you? An unusual sense of admiration came over me. That was because I did not possess that ability. Since it was dangerous for his head, I used wind magic to absorb the shock. Like a certain princess in a certain castle, Zen floated in the air for a bit before floating down, gently. As for his dog. His summoned beast, dog, was licking his face all over as its tails wagged hard, like rotating blades. I turned to the others. Well then, if I remembered correctly, Selphy's summoned beast was a bird species beast, Asuka. No, the reason why I did not see it the first time was not because I found it tiresome. It's that, you know. I have to control my beast. Yep. A gust of wind blew and a beautiful greenish bird appeared. Selphy's beautiful green hair was dancing in the wind. The little bird flew high into the sky, before turning around immediately and landed on Selphy's shoulder. Grow. The bird chirped happily as they looked each other in the eye. Selphy, as though embarrassed to be looked in the eye, smiled bashfully. Yep, how cute. Too cute, damn it. I have to say again, I am not a lullicon. An elf with her green hair dancing in the wind while smiling at her pet bird, a beautiful elf, surrounded by the forest. Only beautiful and cute could describe it. Those that don't feel it must have something wrong. They need a doctor. Cough. I coughed and tore my eyes away to another spot. To me. I knew about Zen and Selphy's beasts, but I left for the secret mission before I even found out what Me's was. I wondered what he summoned. As I looked over with anticipation, Me was already greetings with his summoned beast. They both bowed to each other before shaking hands. I will be relying on you. Jijigigi. Me said, to which his beast answered him. Oh, so Me's summoned beast is a monkey. I said, and the both of them turned towards me. Monkey, as its name suggested, was a monkey-like beast. But the color of their fur was not the same as Earth, they possessed all sorts of colors. Ike the monkey, Me said, introducing his beast proudly. And Ike, sitting on Me's shoulder, puffed its chest out and looked proud. Ike had a deep blue coat and his short fur made him look really cute. I wondered if his fur felt like velour. Maybe it's still young, it was really quite small in size, just like a lemur, and very cute. I felt like stroking it. To ruffle its fur. And as I was thinking of it, our eyes met and it quickly hid behind Me's back. Maybe my enthusiasm was too strong and it scared him. It looked to be a wild monkey, so maybe they were sensitive to these kind of feelings. I need to control myself. As I reflected upon it, I waited for the next chance. If I can hide my feelings well enough, I might be able to stroke it the moment it let its guard down. Why was I not quitting? There was no way I could. How could I, after seeing that soft fur? The dog that would make all Mafu believers swoon, the cute dog was licking Zen's face. The natural beauty that was everlasting, Selphy and her bird, were looking at each other. The soft and velvety fur of the cute monkey with its proud face and Me who was enjoying its presence. And then, there was the Me, who was being leaned on by my summoned beast. Oi, wait a minute. Instantly, I darted out from under Shiro and pointed at him. There was a lot about our tactics I need to discuss about, but I had to deal with this first. Shiro. Your cuteness level is hideously low. Soothing and healing therapy. Give me some soothing and healing therapy. My soul was crying out loud. I was not wrong for wanting to be healed. I was totally not happy about having an Eichmann leaning on me at all. I don't have that kind of hobby. At my words, Shiro looked like he realized something and clapped his hands together. I got it. That must be an order from Master to Crossstray. No. I gave my all in shutting Shiro's mouth, which was saying something weird again. When will this cross-dressing gag ever end? My head hurt. I then let out a deep sigh, before lifting my head up. Since our summoned beasts are all here, let's us start our strategy meeting. I could only give up on my healing. Yep, but once I go home, my Mafu-sama would be waiting for me. I still have Chiffon. She would definitely allow me to hug her while smiling sweetly. As my heart sobbed, I put out a smiling face. I won't lose. Not for the tournament, and not for everything else either. Yep. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 101, Ivan's New Life, First. 101, Ivan's New Life, First. Posted on May 6, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Edited by Poor Hero. In the dark and humid weather that even flattery cannot save it for what it was, a man was glaring at the sky with a complicated expression. He was not planning to glare, but his face just made it seem like so. And at that moment, he was trying to give up on feeling sad. However, simply the sight of him was screaming with a tragic aura. A man used his aura to speak. My Willia-chan does not exist. The man, who spoke like tears were going to spring from his eyes any moment, was none other than Ivan. The man whom Will had mistaken to be filled with justice and truth, the former thug-like Hatuo soldier, Ivan. And at the moment where Ivan was glaring at the sky, Will was in Phillis Academy having a meeting for the swimming tournament. How empty. The angel, Willia-chan, who saved him from the sluggish life was a sham. This loss had sunk Ivan's heart to the very bottom. Even though moving south from the freezing Hatuo had warmed his body, the surprising situation had not been warm to his heart. He had lost one of the most important things in his life. Ivan lifted his downcast eyes up towards the sky again, glaring at it. The important thing in his life had slipped out from under his fingers while he was not paying attention. We are reaching the barrel's territory. Yeah. The person driving the carriage spoke to Ivan. Towards Bew, Ivan gave an empty response, as if life was draining out of him. As Ivan was looking at the sky, all that can be seen was the white of his eyes. Scary. Luckily, no one was around to see this expression of his, otherwise he would lose another important part of his life. Barrel's territory. Ivan's lifeless brain was turning. If he remembered correctly, Willia's real appearance, Will, had said that he was someone from the Barrels family. So even Willia was a fake name. In the end, he was tricked into allowing her/him to enter Hatuo illegally. But even so, Ivan was not angry at that. Only sadness as it swirled around in his heart. She was so cute. Even when he quit cross-dressing and cut his hair short, he was still cute. Damn it. Thinking till this point, Ivan fell onto his back. His trail of thoughts went all over the place. Although really remarkable and Duke flashed in his brain for an instant, but before he knew it, it became the problem of how cute Will was. And now, he was like the last time when he was rotting in despair. He had to change before he met up with his angel the next time. Although now, he was rotting in another way. He can't. Ivan's guts that hardly ever worked was warning him. Plus, to chase after Will as the fake Willia's shadow was rude to Will. And Ivan reached a conclusion. Every crisis was a chance. He was fortunate to be given a chance to change. Was what Ivan thought, but it was rather difficult to change his thinking after thinking about his angel, Willia-chan. It can't be helped. Laying in the carriage, Ivan closed his eyes. Clip and clop and the horse carriage stopped. Ivan, who was nodding off to that sound, woke up. Shaking his head lightly, he stretched his body. Yuga. Of course, the one who said that was Ivan. It seemed like he had slept in an awkward position and his neck was locked in a weird position. Bew, who saw Ivan, was stunned. Was he going to be all right? Although he was feeling unease, in a certain sense, ignorance was the strongest of them all. Even if they were on their way to meet the only Duke in Elsmu, he can't see any nervousness from Ivan, and he was even groaning from the pain in his neck. Plus, all those who received training from the Barrels house, no matter how rowdy or incompetent they would emerge quite usable to others. Although the reason was unknown. Luckily, Bew-san was very usable from the start, so he did not have to undergo training, but that was 1 year ago. A brat, with his rude attitude that ought to be locked up in jail, had attended the examination to become Barrel's family vessel serving directly under Guion. The word brat was said, but he was quite old. That violent guy who went what strongest knight in the country. He must have bribed his way in anyway. In 2 years, this would be under my control. As he went around yelling, was speaking politely while smiling refreshingly as a newbie knight just after 1 month when Bew-san went back to discuss business with the Barrels. It is to be feared. Bew had said his thoughts out aloud. Ivan was, as usual, happy-go-lucky, worrying about his neck instead. Ma, I'll just leave it to fate. Bew was only thinking of escaping from this situation as soon as he could. Bew, walking unusually fast, was followed by Ivan, who was looking around restlessly. He was wondering about it when the carriage was stopped at the gate, but the scene in front of Ivan made him understood. There were stalls lining up on the left and the right of the street, merchants were calling out as they tried to attract customers. Multicolored items lined on the shelves, and they were all items Ivan had never seen before. And on this street that they were walking on, children were holding hands with each other when they ran about, laughing, and wives were standing around as they gossiped. There were a lot of people walking to and fro. Ivan, who had his mouth wide opened as his eyes darted around, was looking just like a country bumpkin who had visited a city for the first time. At times, voices shouting welcome to him could be heard from the stalls. Ivan jumped when it happened. No one seemed bothered about him, who was always seen as a thug, with his face. When he was in Flowason, everyone would hide the moment his eyes met theirs. But... Oh, oi, Bew-san. Ivan called out to Bew without thinking. HM? What's up, dot? As the slow response that dragged out every word came, Ivan panicky pointed to a place. That is a menu, right? And the thing underneath is the price, I think. On the counter of a food stall, several notes were seen. It was the money paid by children for the order they made, but the owner did not seem like he was giving any change back. Such young brats can already read and calculate? Of course. Although he had expected it, but when Bew said that answer, Ivan was overcome with astonishment. Shit. I can't even win against brats. The small mumble by Ivan, who was looking at the sky again, was left seemingly unheard by Bew. With a smile, Bew continued talking. It's not only reading and math. Almost everyone here knows how to use magic. Another critical hit. Ivan's shoulders slumped as his soul was left half floating out of his mouth. Thanks to that additional damage by Bu, they had reached a door before he realized it. This here is the Barrel's residence. Without hearing everything, Ivan's jaw dropped open. What was this place? What was this? Wasn't this bigger than the border gates of Flowason? There was already no more space in Ivan's head for new information. A huge amount of WTF was taking up the space there. Today, Ivan Dano would be working here under Wildano's recommendation, so we will be meeting Gion-sama for your greetings first. That was why Bu's words were all in the left and out the other. As Ivan was totally overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the 3 stories high gate, Bu started walking. Reaching the side, Bu was saying something to the gatekeeper. Immediately, a side door opened. Ivan, who was in a trance, was half dragged by Bu through the gate as the gatekeeper saluted them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 102, Ivan's New Life, Last. 102, Ivan's New Life, Last. Posted on May 6, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Edited by Poor_Hero. TN, here's another one. I've fulfilled 2 chapters per week. Phew. Off to bed. Thank you for coming all the way here, Bu-sama, Ivan-sama. A beautiful aunt. Lady was standing in front of the door. As there was quite a distance from the gate till the front door of the mansion, Ivan had enough time to regain his footing. When he thought to himself that he would not be surprised by anything anymore, a beautiful lady such as her, standing in front of him, was shaking his resolve. Or rather, it was within his expectation. It was not possible for the place where the very cute Willia-chan lived in to not have any beautiful people inside. A very ridiculous way of reasoning, but luckily, it was not wrong. Mary Dano, I have brought Ivan Dano along. Yes, thank you very much, Bu-sama. I have heard it from Master. It seems to be a personal recommendation from Will-sama. I was ordered by Master to lead Ivan-sama to his office when he arrives, but... Does Bu-sama have any arrangements after this? The lady's name seemed to be Mary. Bu, asked politely and gracefully by Mary, shook his head. People from the company will start to look for me, so I would most likely be heading back. I understand. Once again, I thank you for today. We have troubled you to come all the way here. As Ivan's head was filled wondering what the word office meant, Bu was seen off by Mary with a graceful bow. It was too late when he finally realized it. When Ivan snapped his head up, only a smiling Mary and him were left. Well, Ivan-sama, please come in. Mary opened the door with a smile for the dazed Ivan. Ye. Yes, dot. Producing a weird sound at how Sama was attached to his name, he somehow had goosebumps appearing all over when he saw Mary's beautiful smile and immediately gave a response that he thought he had to do. And on the other side of the door, laid the softest carpet Ivan had ever saw in his life. As his heartbeat broke the highest record, Ivan stepped timidly inside. Squish. His shoes sank in. Ivan swallowed the weird sound he was about to make into his stomach. He was suddenly very self-conscious about the dirt on his shoes. The sound of a door closing behind him was heard. Ivan thought that was a roar of a magical beast. But, the smiling Mary had rapidly proceeded ahead. He could only give it up. Mustering his courage, Ivan took a step forward. Paintings were hung on the walls of the long corridor. Every few meters, there would be a hole in the wall where plates and flowers were decorated. How much do all these cost? That thought flashed past Ivan's brain, but his instinct told him it was something he should never think about. He then tried his best to only stare at Mary's back as they advanced forward. After following Mary for a while, she stopped. It was just about a minute or so, but to Ivan, hours had passed. He felt like he had sweated quite a bit. When he looked up, he saw Mary knocking on a door in front of them. Master, I have brought Ivan-sama. Enter. From the thick, black, solid wooden door, a refreshing voice was heard. Ivan's shoulders jumped. When he looked at Mary, asking for what he should do, she opened the door without any hesitation and stood outside. When a small voice was leaked out by Ivan, Mary spread her arm through the door. Was she telling him to enter by himself? The world sure was heartless. Till now, Ivan had somehow maintained his calmness by only focusing on Mary's back. But he could only obey. With a face that could burst into tears any moment, Ivan passed through the door. The first thing Ivan saw after he entered the room was the tall mountains made of papers. Or rather, it was filled with the mountains of papers. No, although when he calmed down, he could see the red carpet and the flat table, but the main thing was still the papers. Question marks started appearing in a row on top of Ivan's head. Please stand just there. When he entered when Mary told him to, he slowly and carefully walked forward, resisting the urge to kick the mountains of papers. A voice then called out to him beyond the mountains. Yes. Although it was a youthful and gentle voice, Ivan felt like he needed to obey the voice, as he spurted out a response. Let's just think the stuttering to be the respect for the voice. Ivan, who panicky stopped moving, suddenly recalled the conversation between Bu and Mary. I was ordered by Master to lead Ivan-sama to his office when he arrives. Was what Mary said. So it meant that the master of the house was in here somewhere. It was the master of this wonderful mansion. It must be a very distinguished person. Ivan corrected his posture hurriedly. And then, the voice just now. It was from beyond the mountains of papers. It had directed him to this spot where he was standing at this very moment. Yes. In a smooth and fluid movement, he prostrated himself. He was sure the voice from beyond the mountains of papers was the one and only Master. Unfortunately, Ivan, who came from a country that discriminated beastman, had not even considered the personality of Master and had already deemed him to be a very bigwig. That was the aura he felt the moment he entered the room. An aura even the vulgar Ivan would feel. All these went through Ivan's mind as he lay there, forehead touching the ground. Ha! In this chaos, Guillaume's troubled voice would be heard. Ha. Guillaume wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes as he hugged his stomach. He laughed too hard. The lack of oxygen had caused his fingers to shake a little. On the other hand, standing in front of the laughing Guillaume, was Ivan, with his head hanging down, face totally red. I thought this was what you need to do here. Hearing the words Ivan mumbled, Guillaume's shoulders shook even harder. Unable to stand it, Ivan covered his face with his hands. Ivan, who was beginning his new life in Barrel's territory, looked like it was going to be smooth sailing ahead. I typed mountains of papers 5 times. Could it more if I haven't controlled it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 103, the tournament is starting. 103, the tournament is starting. Posted on May 14, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Edited by Poor_Hero. The bright and unrelenting sun. The glittering water. And that dazzling dark blue swimsuit that reflected in my eyes. No, I'm kidding. I did not see it. I saw nothing. So stop throwing stones at me. The ones who were wearing the school swimsuits around me were all my classmates from the first year's white team. It was all my classmates. I am not a lolicon. I had no reason to be looking at kids, 10-year-old kids. Yes, these eyes were eyes as if a mother was looking upon her own children. It was pure. Very pure. I was just admiring them for how cute they looked. Stop that Tsukomi about how you were right that I was looking. Because you lose the moment you Tsukomi. No, not that Selphy, who was sitting right in the middle of my view, had blinding white long legs, was making me stare at them hard. I was only admiring at how great youth was. That's all. Let's stop. As the tsundere comments rolled around in my mind, they came to a stop when I spotted Zen. The only thing left was a bittersweet and slightly empty feeling. Yo! You are quite late, Zen. Hearing me, Selphy, who was dangling her legs in front of me, looked back. At the same time, her left leg was left hanging in midair, and that scene just went and struck me in the face, causing me to let out a noise. And that made everyone turned and looked at me. I smiled, trying to gloss it over as I returned my attention to the both of them. Why are you even later than me? She said, lightly glaring at Zen as she twisted around to look at him. Zen took a step back at her response, but then, as if he recalled something, a smile floated up onto his face. No, the reason was... He stopped speaking. Or rather, he was stopped. Why? You ahaya. Someone standing at the edge of the pool had fallen in, causing a splash. The droplets of water falling glittered in the sun, making me stare in wonder of the beauty summer can give. Did you not say you will never say it? Snapping my head back, a flushing red me was standing there. His tightly clenched fists were trembling slightly. He was really frantic. Without thinking, Selphy and I looked at each other before breaking into grins. He, so that's how it was. I tried my best to resist the urge to grin. Me stood there, looking as if he was considering to confess or not. Grabbing hold of the edge, I lifted myself out of the pool before standing behind me in an instant. At the same time, Selphy stood up and placed a hand on me's shoulder, glancing at him. What happened, me? Saying that, the corners of Selphy's mouth rose, as she glanced at me, grinning widely. I think my expression was most likely the same as hers. Looking between the two of us, a noise got stuck in his throat as his face paled. Zen, at this moment, was waving his limbs about. And he was somehow saying something weird like glub glub glop glop. Heck, he was drowning. Panicking, I dived into the pool. Catch and release. No, that was slightly wrong. Standing at the stage erected next to the pool was the headmaster. And then, mana started accumulating at his throat. Without the headmaster even saying anything, everyone quietened down. Why? Because everyone was anticipating his arrival, and so, all eyes were on him. Taking a deep breath, the headmaster's voice reverberated throughout the area. And now, the Phillis Academy swimming tournament will commence. A loud bang sounded the moment headmaster finished speaking. Yes. And thus, it had started. The swimming tournament. Although there wasn't much time between saving Zen and preparing, our team managed to safely stand at the starting point. Thank God. Because if I can't bring myself to have the widely anticipated swimming tournament suspended because of our team. I am really thankful for how unperturbed this other world was. If this was highly aware of the issue Japan, if a kid was to drown before the start of the tournament, this entire event would be suspended due to the teacher's negligence. But anyway, I was acting as the guardian of the group. Although I had always known that Zen can't swim, I still gave in to curiosity and focused on me instead. I have to reflect on that. Looking around, I saw everyone up with burning with a fighting aura. The ones near us were mostly consisted of first years, but looking towards end of the pool, I could see the senpais there. They were only 1 to 2 years older, but just that and I could see a difference in body build. Especially their muscles. If this was purely a test of strength, we would be completely defeated. But too bad, this was another world. The main point was that magic existed here. Even I cannot imagine what kind of tournament this would be. Well then. I took my time observing the pool, as I would not be able to once the tournament started. Letting out a breath, I focused on everyone in front of me. Firstly, Selphy. I saw her standing behind the diving board. And if I was to squint, I would see the tiny figures of Zen and me standing at the opposite side of the pool. Yeah, they were full of cheating spirit. Selphy. I raised my voice as I yelled. It did not attract any attention as it was slightly covered by the surrounding chattering. Yes? But Selphy heard it. She tilted her head as she turned around to look at me. And on that face, no trace of nervousness could be seen. Yash, if that was the case, everything was going to be alright. I grinned, and gave her a thumbs up. Try your best. Was what I was trying to convey, and Selphy nodded, grinning as she turned back to face the front. Every team seemed to be doing the same thing. Looking satisfyingly around, the headmaster had a smile on his face. Then, he lifted his hand up in a snap. Start. With that, water magic were shot straight up in the sky, as the tournament started. I just want to say sorry. There was supposed to be a post yesterday, but I went to Universal Studios Japan instead. Really, leaving the next 2 chapters for next week would be better as they are connected, first and second part. Really? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 104, the day of the tournament, first. 104, the day of the tournament, first. Posted on May 20th, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Edited by Poor_Hero. Splashes of water could be heard immediately after the headmaster's words. Everyone at the opposite end of the pool dived in vigorously and started swimming. The intensity of this scene was, instead of watching the swimming segment of the Olympics, it was more like watching the starting of a horse race. And as expected, the senpais seemed to be using magic. The speed they showed at the start had a remarkable difference. And right now, in the center of the field of my vision was Selphy's back. No. I was not looking at her. No, I was not. I mean, Zen was trying his darnest in swimming over right now. And when the rest of the competitors were swimming ferociously, Zen had raised his hand and shouted. At another place as he fell into the water and gulp for a while before his summoned beast, Dog, finally appeared and started swimming as it pulled Zen along by his swimming trunks. And Zen right now was struggling to keep his face above water as he floundered around, being pulled along by Dog. Yep, what a magnificent doggy paddle. Yes, Zen was not the one swimming though. Try your best, Dog. Zen. But let's just cheered him alone. Will, who was looking out for Zen's pride, had given up explaining. Let's just stop at informing everyone that Dog was pulling Zen along by his trunks. As for the rest, well everyone, it was up to your imagination. Phew. I didn't know if he, who was still struggling in the water, read what I was thinking, but I put on a don't blame me look as I continued to cheer for him. Thanks to Dog's effort, there was only about 3M to the end and they were head to head with the other competitors. Seeing that, Selphy raised her hand up vigorously. Mana gathered around her fingertips rapidly as her hair danced in the wind. TN, summon. She shouted, as the magic activated above her head. Looking at how her hair was dancing about, I knew the wind was swirling around her. As I stared, feathers started appearing, swirling in the wind, before her summoned beast appeared. Selphy's summoned beast was Lillisuchan of the Asuka species. After confirming that Zen's hand had touched the wall, Selphy dived in. Lillisuchan then landed on the head of the swimming Selphy and started fluttering its wings, as it jetted air out and propelled Selphy forward. She kept advancing. And what was left was a large amount of bubble/froth, looking like water jetpack just went by. Yes, our strategy this time round was a collaboration between our summoned beasts. Well, for Zen, there wasn't enough time to practice. Oh well. You did your best, Zen. As for Selphy, she was instructed to use the power of the Asuka species to the fullest. And during the practice before the tournament, she had achieved perfecting the coordination between the both of them. The first thing we had to practice was how to summon our beasts smoothly. The practice of the gathering of mana, the pronunciation of the chant, etc. Yep. For me, it was the Japanese I was already very familiar with, but for foreigners whose language had a completely different set of intonation, it was rather difficult. And it seemed like a clear and precise pronunciation will highly improve the rate of the magic activating. Which was why we practiced chanting multiple times as I corrected them. Next, was the cooperation between the beasts. If they were given instructions beforehand and had perfect cooperation with their owners, the loss of time would be greatly reduced. And, thanks to all these, we were very prepared when we entered this tournament. Try your best, Selphy. Lillisuchan. I shouted. Not mentioning the help given by Lillisuchan by reducing the water resistance via wind magic, Selphy was too, giving her all and moving her legs. I was impatient at how I can't do anything to help, but the only thing I could do now was to believe in them, and to cheer them on. Oh, and I forgot to mention, but the pool was about 25 m long. If this was created by the first founder, it was to be expected. Because the pools in school were all around this size. And Selphy had about 5 m more before the wall. Fieget! I shouted after taking a deep breath, cheering them on with my all. Because somehow, I was very fired up at the moment. Because anyone would get excited when it was a competition. But, it seemed like I was a tad too excited. Having forgotten that my body was strengthened with my super cheat abilities, every student around jumped and covered their ears at my shout and directed their gazes at me all at once. Sorry. I would try to control myself a bit more as I get fired up over this tournament. So please stop Tsukomi ing me. As these thoughts were filling my brain, Selphy was speeding towards the wall. Another 1 m. 30 centimeters. My cheat eyes were allowing me to view it in detail. I gulped as I stared and finally, Selphy's fingers touched the wall. And the next person who dived in immediately was no other than Misama. Well then, I wondered what was going to happen next. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 105, day of the tournament, last. 105, day of the tournament, last. Posted on May 21, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Edited by Poor_Hero. Selphy's fingers touched the wall of the swimming pool. And at that exact moment, the one who dived into the pool was no other than our Misama. Yosh! I did a tiny pump of my fist. It wouldn't be good to be a bother to others. I was a man who learned, a gentleman who would not commit the same mistake second time. And I shall ignore that Tsukomi about how a gentleman would not even make that first mistake in the first place. I can't hear anything. Ike the monkey immediately dived in after me and started running at the bottom of the pool. After passing me, Ike held onto me's hands, like baton touching. The scene and the timing of that was like a primary school relay baton touching race. Although I did not get to participate in that the last time. Because there would always be a fight about who was being the one to grab the baton from me, so I was removed from the race by a visibly troubled sensei. And after that, it was impossible for me to participate in any relay. Because I was a good kid. I would never do anything to trouble my sensei. I would certainly pull myself out of it with a smile. It was not like I was hated so much that no one wanted to be in a relay with me, you know. Ha ha. I tried using a tsundere tone to convince myself, but I ended up only feeling quite empty. Anyway, let's put this aside. Aiki, holding onto Mi's hand, ran through the water without any resistance. Seeing this scene once again reminded me that I was in an alternate world. By the way, this strange phenomenon of being able to move in water as if on land was a special trait of the water attributive monkey, who lived near the river in the forest. This little tidbit was new to me too. As I thought about all these random stuff, Mi was getting closer and closer to me. Fast. Because it had only been 4 seconds since he dived in. And the difference was very obvious as the rest of the opponents had only advanced about 2-3 ahead. Mi was securely in the first place. Though it didn't mean that we would come out first in the tournament. Why? Because this was the Phillis Academy, located in the heart of the capital. Naturally, the population was, of course, highest in the capital, and nobles that came from other territory, like me, were few and far in between. Many people chose this academy because of their grade skipping system like I did, although this being the place where my parents met each other as well as the alma mater of John Sensei factored in as well. Another main point was to increase my connections within the noble society. There were many who sent their children into this academy for them to try to get into the royalty's good side. Thanks to that, Phillis Academy became the school that had the highest amount of nobles attending, which in turn attracted other nobles as well as merchant family enrolling in for the connections. Leaving aside the history, what I was trying to say was that there was a large number of students currently enrolled in this academy. If everyone was to enter into this tournament at the same time, the pool would have to be as big as the Tokyo Dome. So the tournament was separated into blocks, and even that took some time. Which meant, time was of the essence. I finally see what you were planning, First Founder. Did you want to hold a swimming tournament that badly, First Founder? To the extent of even creating a magic tool that record time. Mi touched the wall as that all was going through my mind. Wah! Yes, I was the last leg. The important anchor. I wanted to give a perfect performance as a tribute to my last life of being unable to participate in any relays. Anchor was a heavy responsibility. You were cold? How strange. Right now it was the middle of summer. Tien, Shoken. Summon. Because it was a festival today, I shall allow some flashy moves, Shiro. Thinking of that as I chanted, water splashed around me as Shiro appeared in the air. Of course, the form was of a dragon. Sunlight bounced off the scales of its huge form, and even though that was awesomely cool, I kept that comment to myself as I dived into the pool. Yes, I dived all the way into the pool. I knew others were making noise. I also knew I had a grin on my face. And then, I landed at the bottom of the pool. I was pretty sure some of you had guessed it by now. My strategy was Moses. Or maybe some would like to call it Red Sea. Shiro then separated the water of the lane I was at. Water began to split into left and right as I sprinted forward. How exhilarating. And how very fun. Grinning, I ran. In this case, the most appropriate lines would be awesome. And the water is making way for him. The feeling I felt was like a young child running through a cornfield to pass something to his mother. That's not Moses? It's of the same feeling. Who else were you thinking? Yasha. I gave a roar as I touched the wall of the pool. Of course, the roar was because we were totally in the first place. Because, thanks to excitement, I left everything to my cheat ability of my legs and sprinted, spending a total of 2 seconds. The speed was about 45 kilometers per second. The same speed as a beginner riding a bicycle. That example might not be correct. But, if it was a 100m run, I would take only 8 seconds. It would be the world record for an 8-year-old. Someone like a referee would be running too, pale in the face if that ever happened. But since this world had magic, this much was common. Selphy then came over and we high-touched. After everyone had finished recording their timings, Headmaster gave the orders for us to return to our respective dormitories. Students then began to leave the noisy grounds as per orders. Looking at each other, Selphy and I gave each other a wry smile. And somehow, our first tournament came to a close. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 106, Gion's Boyhood. 106, Gion's Boyhood. Posted on May 27, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Edited by Poor_Hero. Yep, we won. Ooh. You are indeed a son of lilies and mine. I did think that you would win, but really. By a lower academic first year. Guillaume stood up as his excitement levels rose. He had paid a close attention to the time and knew that the tournament would be just about ending, and when the phone rang, he rushed to pick it up. The better result than expected made it hard for him to hide his joy. He continued to talk in high spirits with Will through the phone, chuckling throughout. It was all thanks to everyone's summoned beasts. Well, it might look that way, but it was the idea that won. You deserved the praise. As he continued praising his humble son, he began to reminisce about his boyhood. Oh, I. Stop right there. Today was another day of escaping. At the escaping side, Guillaume looked at his partner in crime's face and the both of them grinned. Then, at the forked end of the passage, they cleanly split up, one going to the left, while the other to the right. The black-haired boy who was chasing them stopped as he wavered about which way to go. But that moment of waver cost him the both of them. Damn it! The two, who looked down at the frustrated boy with his slicked-back hair, looked at each other and grinned once again. Guillaume Barrel. He was the eldest son of the distinguished Barrel family of the current 12-year-old Elsmo country. But the real him was... He. It went swimmingly well, Guillaume. Ah, my crime partner Kesamu. Everything's easy with this Damascus ring. Foo ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly. Yes, the son from the highest-ranking family was a Chinibio scamp. Moreover, he loved playing tricks. Yeah. The face of Verino when he got Kancho Ed was the best. Kesamo laughed, his eyes a pair of slits. Yes, the one running around playing tricks on people with Guillaume was none other than the next king in line, Kesamu Terra Oi Elsmu. The two scamps often played pranks on their teachers as often as they played truant. But even so, they scored high marks when it came to their exams, so it was frustrating. The black-haired boy just now, Verino, had stopped their pranks on the teachers the moment he became the dorm leader, but that was because most pranks headed his way instead. This had earned him praises from the headmaster and from the teachers as they were free from the pranks, but was it really a good thing for Verino? The poor Verino, who had his but assaulted with that Kancho from Guillaume, held it with his hand as he went back to the classroom, eyes watering. The two, who had waited for that, descended down from the ceiling. Guillaume even posed when he landed on the floor. Ah, the painfulness of Chunibyo. What shall we do next? Guillaume laughed fearlessly. Many ideas started appearing in his head. It wouldn't be hard if we are to repeat our pranks. Guillaume flipped his soft silver hair as he grinned. The pranks from the two of them had quite a wide range. Like inserting the blackboard eraser between the doors, which was opened by Verino a second just before the teacher, or to steal his favorite food during lunch, or to ask about Liliana, who Verino seemed to have a crush on. There was one time where they used the organs of magical beasts which gave off such a putrid smell that they felt like they were really betting their lives with that one. And after that, the 3 years white class had a stinking classroom for a week. And the two vowed never to touch that one again. Anyhow, pranks were the reason for living to the both of them. The both of them had spent their childhood as good kids, but from the moment they met at the Phillis Academy entrance ceremony, they had surprisingly turned into a pair of troublemakers. But even so, their personality was still very likable, and coupled with their looks, the pranking aspects of their personality was deemed as cute by the girls. Serious boys like Verino was not as well liked as them. Kesamu snapped his head up. Talking about scheming, Guillaume. What? The swimming tournament is around the corner, isn't it? Ah. That's right. Guillaume remembered the time during the May festival where the both of them cross-dressed as they escaped. That was fun. Time sure flies. It is time for them to see why, trickers, us, reputation is so high. Of course, there was no one throughout the academy who called them that. This, guys, was a perfect example of what Shinibyo was. But, Kesamu, who was inflicted with the same illness, nodded happily. And then, it was finally the day of the tournament. It was the day the both of them had been looking forward to. The two of them randomly chose a speedy beastman and an elf and had practiced hard for this. They were prepared. Guillaume looked at Kesamu, who was at the other end of the pool. Just nice, Kesamu was looking over as well. Their eyes met. Grins appeared on their faces, and others, who were standing near them, shrank back when they saw it. Those two were well known for playing pranks, and they were trying not to get involved with whatever these two were planning to do. Not sure if he had known about their plans, the headmaster gave the staring call. The first leg was Guillaume. He gathered his mana, which was way higher than anyone else, and activated his magic. Tien, Hidama, Fireball. As he posed with his right hand, a fireball was shot out from it. Guillaume was one of the rare ones who possessed double attributes, fire and wind. Everyone knew fire would be extinguished when it came into contact with water, so they were expecting wind magic. But, wasn't he cool when he used the unexpected fire magic? Guillaume then proceeded to dive all the way to the bottom of the pool. With his overwhelming mana, the fireball had evaporated the water from the pool. And Guillaume began giving his all and running to the other end of the pool. Without taking much time, his hand touched the wall of the pool. Next was Casimou. He was also a rare one, who possessed all attributes. Tien, such a cave, earth wall. Walls were built to prevent water from rushing back, and Casimou ran as fast as he could. When other teams had only completed 2 rounds, they had completed 3. In the end, their team were disqualified for foul play. It was a tragedy induced by forgetting about the rule which one part of their body had to touch water. They had completely forgotten all about it. Thanks to that, Verino won, and he was a part of Liliana's team. Liliana had frozen the water as they took turns in running down the pool. Guillaume and Casimou were defeated with this one clever scheme. Come to think of it, that was the time I took an interest in Lily. Thinking back to his dark boyhood, Guillaume's face flushed red from embarrassment as he coughed. Since that tournament, Guillaume's pranks stopped. He began observing Lily, who devised that clever scheme, and had fallen in love. And he became Verino's rival in love as they fight it out in the open? For Lily's love. Of course, Guillaume won. Liliana, Lily, was the mother of his 1-year-old child, Will. Her looks were beautiful as ever. Guillaume felt blessed to have his wife and a son he could boast about. I wondered if that guy, Verino, is well. Guillaume, who was thinking of boasting to Verino the next time he headed towards the capital, was the same old Guillaume. Tien, I guess Will was not disqualified because his body touched water when he dived in. Guillaume's team was, because Casimou did not touch the water at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 107, Grandfather's Words. 107, Grandfather's Words. Posted on May 28, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Edited by Poor_Hero. Zen and Selphy were chatting in the lounge when Selphy slapped her knees all of a sudden as she raised her voice. I had Lilith-chan bring a letter to my village stating that I am going for the skipping of grades exam. And you know what happened? Grandpa said this is the biggest disaster I had ever saw since I was born. How scary. Can you believe it? Really? What exactly is his image of me? Although it seemed a little rude to Selphy, who was raging, we would only smile wryly at that. Zen and I then looked at each other. Well, the Selphy that used to live her village was slightly weird. No, it was just that she tended to say some funny things. Yep. Even now she sprouted some funny stuff sometimes. As for Zen, it was not his speech nor his knowledge but his actions. His nature was not bad, but it was just that he was really quite an airhead. But Selphy had been plagued with constant chatting from the fairies the entire time she was living in the village, so there was no helping that her grandfather had that image of her. That must be it. Since he was born. Selphy, is your grandfather an elf too? I had a faraway look in my eyes before I noticed it. And when Selphy looked at me with weird eyes, I changed the topic with a question in haste. Yes. He should be around 200 years old right now. I had no idea if she knew my intention for asking that question, but she answered it while tilting her head, tapping her finger against her chin. 200 years. If we were talking about age, there seemed to be one too many zeros. As expected of elves. They did not betray the fantasy image I had of them. 200 years old? There I was, accepting that fact when in reality, anyone would be choked at that number as not many had an understanding of elves. Zen's voice did a funny little dance as he jumped. Fly out of his chair. Oi. What was that exaggerated movement? What was that gag manga-like movement? Didn't he just ignore the laws of physics? My dear Zen-kun. Oh yes, magic existed in this world, wasn't it? The laws of physics can say sayonara goodbye. When stuff like a fireball appeared, I wondered why they appeared from. The image of the law of conservation of mass was dashing away while sobbing came to mind. Ah, wait a minute. Did it mean that Zen activated magic just to do that? There was no sign of magic being cast whatsoever. Being able to activate magic without knowing did make him some kind of genius. Although it was super meaningless. Zen was way too unpredictable. This was definitely a problem one can't think too hard about. As I got dragged into the endless mess of thoughts that always happened whenever I started looking for answers to Zen's unpredictable actions, the direction of the talk had steered towards grandfathers. My grandfather was a magic tool crafter as well, although he retired. He said, my jaw and teeth are getting weaker as I grow older, so recently, he would seclude himself in the workshop for a week working on building a pair of magic dentures that could auto-chew food. Ha ha. What happened then? They were chatting really happily and Selphy was really into the conversation. Even me, who entered into the conversation midway, was very interested in the ending. Grandpa. What a strange reason to build magic tool for. Weren't magic tools expensive? To think you would want to make dentures. To put it in previous world terms, it would be like the latest powered-up AI technology was placed into a set of full dentures. Imagine looking at a smile full of white mechanical teeth smiling at you. Then, he came out of the workshop, happily saying that he finally created it and put it into his mouth. But it failed, turning into a defective tool which continuously opens and closes. But then Grandpa said this have its uses too through his chattering teeth. What is that about? Selphy Academy Zen. Well, what was going to happen to Zen's grandfather's teeth and jaw? Yeah. In the end, he said it's like training my jaw muscles. And after removing the dentures, he could eat anything he wanted. Gramps. Wasn't that just a jaw training tool? What did you make exactly? Thanks to that, I laughed till I thought my jaw was going to fall. Hey, jaw again. Yes, I'm sorry. I was lying. It was only to the extent where my cheeks cramped up a little. Grandfather. I finally began to think about my case. Ever since I reincarnated, I had never once met my grandfather before. No one had even spoken about him. Can it be that he was not around anymore? If that was the case, I understood, but still, I was the one who did not ask about him. When I realized it, I felt a deep sense of regret. My grandfather took really great care of me in my previous world and I died before I could pay him back, so I thought that I would love the grandfather in this world instead, but to think. I did not even ask about him. I took great pains to retain my previous memories, but I often used them poorly. Really, I really am a bastard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 108 shows Grandpa. 108 shows Grandpa. Posted on June 4, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Edited by Poor_Hero. What are you doing? An old man who was about 60 said, looking stunned. The youth, who was spoken to suddenly, jumped. He then turned around slowly and timidly. Ah, no. I'm, The youth's eyes wandered as he was about to explain, but then his wandering eyes met the old man's stunned ones and his voice went lower and lower until it sounded like he was muttering to himself. During this entire time, the youth's eyes were wandering around, as if tracking a fly which only he would see. But unluckily, no one noticed. Why? Because that youth was. You look very suspicious, with that sunglasses and mask covering your face. I won't be helping if you are reported to the police. The old man's shoulders slumped, as he gave a long deep sigh. Yes, the youth carrying a satchel coming back from school. His own grandson had his face covered with a large pair of sunglasses and a mask. He couldn't even get angry at him. As for that, the old man knew the reason for the youth's action. He took on the responsibility to help the youth, and yet this told him that his help was still not enough, thus the shoulders slumping. But the biggest problem was the youth's way of thinking. Don't worry, Katsuo-san. I look at most 4th grade, so people would think that I am just playing around. The old man. Katsuo sighed again. The timid youth had replied with a very rational answer. To make matters worse, he had both of his thumbs up in a good pose. All this from a 3rd grade boy. Katsuo felt like sobbing. He had no idea where his idiot son had gone to, but if his son was to ever appear in front of him, he had the confidence to punch him till his arms stretched. Until he can't even raise a white flag. Since his son was a weak man who might even faint once from that. As Katsuo kept on cursing his idiot son in his heart, it also allowed him to feel blessed to have at least his grandson by his side. Are you planning on doing that even when you go on to the 5th grade? Ah. Katsuo asked, his voice mixing with a sigh, and his grandson, Sho, exclaimed softly. It seemed like Sho hadn't thought that far ahead yet. Katsuo was relieved that he was still childlike in this aspect. Thinking about everything in front of him was how a child acted. Thinking about what the future was how an adult acted. When Katsuo was around Sho's age, he was playing tricks on everyone, causing a lot of troubles. He did get scared when he was pointed at with a gun when he ventured over a foreigner's fence. Anyway, children should be playing around, pulling pranks and running around with their snot hanging from their noses. At least that was what Katsuo thought. And Why did you cover yourself up like this? He asked, as they walked down a corridor. Sho, with his sunglasses and mask still on, followed behind Katsuo. To prevent getting sick. After a long while, Sho answered with a trembling voice. Katsuo can't see Sho's face as he was walking behind him, but Katsuo knew he was pulling quite a bitter face. This seems to be quite serious, Katsuo said to himself. After Sho's mother passed away, he was brought to a rundown one-room apartment where a man, his grandfather, lived in. As Sho was still stunned, many stuff happened, and before he realized it, he was living with that man. It seemed like his name was Katsuo. Even since he was born, he had never once met any family from his father's side, so he had thought that they had all passed away. The man, who appeared suddenly, felt more like a distant relative than his grandfather. At first, he felt very uneasy. But even though Katsuo had a sharp mouth, each sentence was about being worried for him. Plus, he never once gave Sho a despised or reluctant look like how his mother always had. Katsuo was a very kind man. Sho knew all of this. But some things he still cannot control. He had decided to live strongly without his looks, but no matter how he struggled, his face was attached to his head and irremovable from his body. He can't turn his face into a smooth and flawless egg. He wanted people to see his achievements instead of focusing on his looks, but the first thing people see would always be his face. What was why, having no other way, he tried hiding his face, but Katsuo had looked at him, stunned. True, with this, before people could look at his achievements, he would be seen as a suspicious person. He only noticed it when Katsuo pointed it out. Sho removed his mask, his face flushed red. Although Katsuo, who was walking in front, had directed stunned looks at him, it was not one that looked down on him, and Sho was glad that at least he was not indifferent to him, be it anger or stunned. So this was how it felt when someone cared about him, Sho thought happily as he adjusted his sunglasses, a smile tugging at his lips. Reaching the end of the corridor, Katsuo opened the door on the right. In there was a kotatsu on top of a tatami flooring, a very typical Japanese-style living room. Please ask Google Sensei if you had no idea what those are. And on top of the kotatsu was a bowl of mandarin oranges, and facing it was the TV. To Sho, who had spent his days either doing housework or studying, it was his first time knowing the thing called amusement. Kotatsu and mandarin oranges was the world's best combo. Watching the TV on weekends as he lazed around felt better than he thought. And it seemed that some people had called mandarin oranges as TV oranges. TV oranges was written in English. Besides, there was also novels and games left behind by Sho's father. There once were Sho had forgotten the time as he read the novels, causing him to almost miss the time to prepare for dinner. He had never thought that that would ever happen to him. Him doing housework was something brought up by Sho himself. He wanted to do it as thanks to Katsuo, for all the things Katsuo had done for him. And when Sho persuaded Katsuo with that above point, Katsuo had a weird look on his face. And after that, he had always praised Sho's cooking. And again, Sho was happy. As all these went through his mind, he had stopped in front of the door and was looked at weirdly by Katsuo. Nothing. Sho smiled wryly as he headed inside. Leaving his bag inside his room, he snuggled inside the kotatsu immediately. Next to the living room was a 5.6 square meter room, and it was given to him as his room. Katsuo had furnished it with a writing desk and a bookcase. Every time Sho came back home, he would bounce towards his desk. Since he had always done his homework in advance, the most he could do with the desk was to read novels there. He had always felt sorry for not putting the desk into more use. Today, it seemed that Katsuo had come back earlier than usual. Usually, he would only come back around evening, as it seemed like he was being relied on a lot at work. Once, Katsuo had brought Sho to his working place and was told by the people there, "Katsuo-san is really good." That man looked like he respected Katsuo a lot, and Sho felt proud to be his grandson. He then set his life goal to become someone who would also earn respect. Since Katsuo came back early today, Sho was secretly happy inside. The two of them snuggled within the kotatsu as they watched TV, before Katsuo spoke all of a sudden. Sho. Yes? You, that, no. I was told off by a subordinate's daughter today that please go home early once in a while. It wouldn't be good if you wreck your health. It was quite tiring when I used to stay back in the company till wee hours. But somehow, I hardly do that anymore. And when I thought about it, I realize it was because you are here. Katsuo seemed like he wanted to talk about something else at first, but by now, Sho had no interest in what it was. He gripped his fists, trembling under the table, deeply moved. Because you are here. Katsuo's words sounded over and over again in his head. Sho was happy that he was of help, that he had come to live here. He realized that yes, hard work did have results. So thanks. Oi. Are you okay, Sho? Sho was so moved that he can't control his tears from falling. Katsuo, who noticed big drops of tears falling from Sho's face, moved about, flustered. Not knowing what to do, he awkwardly patted Sho's back, but the more he patted, the harder the tears fell. He was needed. Sho was really happy, but it had been some time since he last cried, so losing control, he just can't stop crying. He had no idea when and why he cried, but he just kept crying. And Sho kept crying till he fell asleep, and Katsuo, who was at first flustered, turned calm halfway though and kept patting Sho, who in turn cried even harder. And that day marked the first time Sho cried till he fell asleep. Tien, I managed to get connected after trying a weird way. It's Sho this time. He badly needs a hug. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 109, a messed up face. 109, a messed up face. Posted on June 10, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Edited by Poor_Hero. When Sho came to, he found himself sleeping on his futon in his room. And outside the window he could hear birds chirping. This freezing coldness felt just like the early morning weather. As he lay there, dazing for a bit as his brain began clearing up, he began to recall what happened last night. And then, Sho's face went pale. Like how the floor beneath him just gave way. He cried himself to sleep. Even though he had finally proved himself to be of help to this house. Katsuo was surely bound to be stunned at his behavior. Sho felt like crying again, but he gritted his teeth and resisted it. It seemed like his eyelids were swollen due to overcrying yesterday, looking like it had soaked in all of his tears yesterday. Ignoring it, he got out of his futon and began washing up. The water flowing out of the tap was freezing cold, but that temperature was just right for him right now. Sho then headed towards the kitchen. Katsuo might not have thought much of it when he gave Sho his room, but the kitchen was right next to his room. He wanted to make miso soup and grilled fish for breakfast, but he realized that rice hadn't been prepared. It was because he had cried himself to sleep yesterday. He had always prepared the rice for the next morning before he slept. No choice. Sho mumbled to himself before changing his clothes, and after which he left the house. It would be bread for breakfast today. Sho. Where had you been, idiot? Once Sho entered the house, he was shouted at before getting wrapped in a hug by Katsuo. Katsuo-san, . Sho was troubled. He must have done something wrong. What was it that he did? Thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that it was because he hadn't made breakfast for today. His face paled as he apologized reflexively. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Katsuo released Sho from his arms as he asked Sho seriously. Seeing his face, Sho felt even more uneasy. If this was to continue, I would be abandoned. I did not prepare today's breakfast. As Sho said with a trembling voice, Katsuo's face changed. Come here. Holding onto Sho's hand, which had turned cold from going outside, Katsuo forcefully pulled him into the house. Where did you go? After pulling Sho into the living room, Katsuo began asking. I went to the bakery to get bread for breakfast. I see. Sorry for suddenly shouting at you. But please, don't go out without saying anything the next time. But he thought Sho had run away and died outside or something like that. Since yesterday that happened. His inside really went cold when he couldn't find Sho. After waking up, he went to Sho's room only to find him missing. To Katsuo, even though he had no idea why Sho was crying yesterday, he knew that it seemed like happy tears. Sho had never ever been willful, and on the contrary, he had tried to be of use to Katsuo ever since he was here. Katsuo had always thought that it was wrong. It looked to him that Sho was afraid of being abandoned if he ever did anything wrong. Sho might think that he would be hated by him, Katsuo, for losing himself like that yesterday. Children should be willful and cause troubles to adults. And adults would forgive those behavior and slowly guide and raise them up. This was what that was normal to Katsuo, but he finally realized, today, that Sho might not be thinking about the same thing as him. No wonder Sho had always been showing consideration inappropriate of his age. To read and pay attention to others without others noticing he was doing it was what adults usually did. Katsuo felt stupid for not noticing Sho's behavior earlier. But above all, the reason for not having a heart-to-heart talk with Sho was because of his pride. He thought that since he had raised a kid before, Sho's father, he would be able to do it again. Tien, look how your son turns out. He had once thought that it would be better to not mention Sho's mother since she just passed away, but was that a good thing? Finally realizing the problem, Katsuo felt like his heart was going to burst. What had he been doing as his guardian? Sho. The left side of the kotatsu had completely become Sho's place. Sho seemed to like that seat because it was the closest to his room. After sitting Sho down at his seat, Katsuo looked straight at him, calling his name. Sho, sitting in the just started so it was only slightly warm kotatsu, jumped a bit when he heard Katsuo said his name. Katsuo then sat down opposite of him. As expected, Sho, looking like he was scared of something, glanced at Katsuo. Sho? Maybe his shout from earlier affected Sho more than he thought. Katsuo tried again, using a gentler tone. Yi? Yes. The tiny voice was trembling. With the urge to click his tongue, Katsuo managed to squeeze his words out. Wanting to ask how he had lived with his mother. And what made him act like this? To live while being in fear of being hated by others. And Sho, if he ever had anything he wanted to do. Sho? How are you planning on living from now on? From now on, me? Sho managed to squeeze some voice out as he looked like he was about to cry. Sho must have thought he was throwing him away. No matter, there was no way I could throw my cute grandson away, is there? Katsuo felt like yelling that out as he hugged Sho in his arms, but he knew that he can't do that. Katsuo knew. If he were to use words in theory to explain, nothing would change. Sho would doubt his words immediately and think that it would not be applicable to him. And his not letting people hate way of living would continue on. Sho still had a long way to go. And so, Katsuo did not want just a short period of comforting. In that case, he would need to pry open Sho's mouth. He wanted to know why Sho had become this way. If he did, then Katsuo had the confidence to help this little kid who tended to pile and do everything himself. Can I know how you lived before? To Katsuo, who asked timidly, Sho had answered with silence. Sho sat there as he tried to make himself smaller, his face slightly pale. As Katsuo thought, Sho's mother had not been doing a good job in raising this kid. He also knew he was forcing Sho to think back to a dark part of his life. Katsuo did not urge Sho, he simply sat there, and after a while, Sho raised his head. And then Sho began to speak, stuttering and stumbling over his words. How, from the day he could think, his father was already not around. How his mother, in order to raise him, worked throughout the day. How, in order to help lessen his mother's burden, and to make her happy, he would do all the housework as he gave his all in studying. But Sho's mother remained apathetic to him. No matter how he gave his all, he was never praised. It was vexing. Heartbroken. Lonely. Sho's tiny body began trembling, and from the way he stopped time and time again to take a deep breath, Katsuo knew he was trying not to cry. He almost couldn't stand listening till the end. Mum had hated me. I finally realized it. When I asked why, Mum said that it was because she hated my face. My face, she hated it. Before he realized it, Katsuo had tears flowing down his face. Stupid. Idiot. Katsuo hugged Sho tightly. There is no child who would be okay after knowing their own mother hated them. And above being apathetic, she had rejected everything Sho had ever did just because of his face. Sho had always been carrying this by himself. He must be hurting. It must have affected in how he believed in people. And even so, he was always smiling, and while covering his face, he was always moving in a way to avoid people hating him. Normal kids would be broken by now. This kid was really strong, Katsuo once again thought. So that's why you wanted to cover your face? Because. Isn't my face disgusting? Katsuo's face must look awful right now. From a normal perspective, Katsuo's face was definitely the more disgusting one. But, he knew that it wouldn't have any meaning in saying that. How so? Isn't it cute? As tears flowed down his face, Katsuo roughly rubbed Sho's head. Sho, isn't face simply one part of you? For example, if I am to undergo plastic surgery, I would still be me. No matter how I dress myself up, I am still me. Do you understand? Sho gave a tiny nod. Then, let's say there is a beautiful one Ichan. She might hate the dressed up and after surgery me because she thinks that it doesn't suit me. Another might like me because she thinks I might be rich because I have the money to do all that. And another might like me for me. Katsuo took a breather. But, I am still me. Nothing changed. I might be trying to make some people like me, but I am still me. In the end, it's simply one factor. There is still a lot more. So, you are right. You can live on without your face. Sho's eyes trembled a bit. No, wait. Tears started spilling out of those eyes. It gathered under his eyes and not long, flowed down his face. Sho suddenly moved. I tried my best. I know weaknesses can become a strong point for some people. Like how some comedians are great at making faces. But I'm scared. I can't do anything. That's why. I am scared of being hated. Katsuo smiled, his face wrinkling. Stupid, I am here, aren't I? I don't judge by face. Any grandson of mine is cute. That doesn't make sense. You are not making any sense, Grandpa. Saying that, Sho still had big fat tears falling down his cheeks, but at the same time, the corners of his mouth rose and he laughed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 110, Trigger. 110, Trigger. Posted on June 11, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Edited by Poor_Hero. Few fun. Well, the swimming tournament was over and what was left waiting for us before our summer vacation was the skipping of grades exam. Although I completed that easily. There wasn't even anything special to mention about it. Apart from a slight incident where Selphy, who received notice that she passed, went on a small rampage and destroyed all the chairs in her room. What blissful normal, ordinary, regular, everyday life. And after that, we got wrapped up in talking about our grandpas again. I had no idea if my grandfather in this world was still around, but no matter how I thought back, there was no mention of him at all, not to talk about meeting him. But they were the parents of both of my idiot parents. Not telling anything about their own parents meant, leaving aside if they were hiding it from me on purpose or not, something must have happened. If that was the case, asking about this over the phone. Communication tool would be kinda rude. Oh well, since I would be returning home for the summer holidays, I would just make use of that chance to ask about it then. So right now, I was currently using the dormitory cafeteria. Nope, I won't be entertaining any Tsukomi asking why the heck I was in there. Adding whipped cream into the milk, then put the sugar and egg yolk in before mixing it well. Humming a song under my breath, I began violently mixing it together. And as I mixed, I covered the bowl with manna. Of course, the chant would be, I love you love me at all, you bastard. Tien, Ray 2, freeze. By the way, the original lyrics are, Chin Pui Pui, Chin Pui. I chanted a freezing spell. Well then, you guys should know what I was making by now. Yes, I was making a vanilla ice cream at the moment. But unfortunately, since I did not have any vanilla beans on hand, this was going to be simply a milk ice cream, but since that sounded horrible, I would still call it as vanilla ice cream. No matter what anyone said, this was vanilla ice cream. Don't you find that once the name was written in katakana, it became so much cooler? But if one used it too much, one would develop chunibyo. Japanese sure was difficult. Tien, too much to explain, read the footnote. Yash, it hardens nicely. I had borrowed the cafeteria during the time around 2 hours past lunch, where the sun was the brightest, yet before dinner. And well, since I was borrowing it free of charge, I allowed all the lunch ladies who were working in there to stay behind and have a look. It could be considered cheap if the cost for renting the cafeteria was only to endure all the gaze piercing my back. I am a generous gentleman. Well, in normal circumstances, an 8-year-old boy who cooked while humming would definitely attract attention. If it was me, I would too. Observe if a boy walked in while hugging all the ingredients, asking if he could borrow the cafeteria with bright sparkling eyes. As these random thoughts went through my brain, the ice cream was done. The cooking song I was singing in my head finished at the same time as well. Well, then. I turned back and smiled. I should probably first satisfy all the onlookers, lunch ladies' curiosity. Also to thank them for renting the place out. Dear madams, would you like to have a taste? I activated the skill I learned when I was 3 in order to deal with my father wolf in sheep clothing. As the perfect young master's smile hung on my face, the lunch ladies began getting closer. Spinel, muttered the only person left behind in the Hatuo's king throne room. And silence answered him. It remained the same no matter how many times he tried. Surprised, the man frowned. The man who always appeared whenever he called out to him was not responding. It meant that the mission he gave Spinel failed. The mission to remove the son of Duke, William Beryl. In order for the man's plans to move along smoothly, he had planned to kidnap Gion's, the strongest knight in Elsmu, son, in order to use him for his plans, but when he realized that the son himself was an obstacle, he had planned to nip in the bud, but to think he hadn't made it in time. Moreover, he even lost an important pawn like Spinel. Will I make it in time? He mumbled to himself, as his body wobbled when he began walking. Tien, katakana is one of the alphabets of Japanese. They are usually used to spell out anything that did not originate in Japan, such as hamburger, or the foreign spelling of a word. For example, school, in Japanese kanji would be gaku, while katakana would be sukuru. Yay for Japanese English. I would be having a huge exam on WED that determined if I could advance or not, so please sacrifice yourself to feed me so I can grow even crazier and rampage around on Wednesday. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 111. The Feelings Over the Years. 111. The Feelings Over the Years. Posted on June 18, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Will, thank you. The lunch lady said, patting my head happily. The vanilla ice cream was popular as expected and was gobbled up by them in no time. It seemed like the rule that women will go crazy over sweets still hold its grounds even in an alternate world. Just one tiny fact. Ice cream could be said to be the devil of sweets as, like its appearance, its calories was mind-blowing. But, as the concept of calories were not known in this world, so there was no way for me to explain it to them. Well, looking at their physique, it should not make any difference, but... Cough, cough. This was something that shouldn't be said. Even in this other world, discussing about a woman's weight was taboo. I seldom get the chance to eat any sweets, but this is delicious. Yes, yes. I love that jelly. That wobbly texture coupled with the sweetness of fruits are really difficult to resist. And, as I was pondering about the issue in my head, the lunch ladies were chatting among themselves, the topic being desserts, of course. By the way, I was sure you guys must have thought that I was the one behind jelly. I would not had you misunderstood me. Yep. This jelly was created even before I was born, by the first founder. The first founder had spread all sorts of Japan culture throughout Elsmu, but it seemed like he was not really good at cooking, as one of the few foods he left behind was this jelly. Since he must be someone from modern Japan, so it was not weird that he cannot really cook. Unexpectedly, he might even be like me, a high schooler. Guys who make desserts like cakes and ice cream were very rare in high school. Although I was one of the rare ones. That was because of all the part-time work I did that gave me the experience. This was life, you never know what it was going to teach you. And jelly was a simple dessert that was made by hardening the mixture mixed with gelatin. Even if the first founder had never made jelly before, as long as he had the knowledge about gelatin, it was something that could be done easily. Lard. Even though piggies do not exist in this world, we had a creature called orcs. Piggies that walked on two legs. I had read many accounts of orcs from all sorts of medium in my previous life, but in this life, orcs were simply normal pigs walking on two legs. Omnivorous and loves cleanliness, surprisingly. They squealed and oink and, unlike all the fantasy novels on Earth, they do not have the knowledge in carrying weapons. Well, they were tentatively being categorized as magical beasts, but they were still livestock. As they attacked humans whenever they see one, the person that raised them were said to be quite strong. He was said to be a former adventurer. The farm? Although to call it a farm was rather weird, and I had not asked about it directly, but the owner of the farm I met once when I was helping Busan to set up his B-grade gourmet within the merchant guild, was a gorilla-like person whose arms were as thick as someone else's legs. He seemed to be a former adventurer who raised to B rank. B rank was deemed as somewhat an expert, and would be well known within his hometown. And yes, adventurer's rank was as orthodox as they came. I got excited and went near the owner and began asking questions, but even though his face was flushing red from anger, the uncle still patiently explained everything. Yep. Thinking back, he was a really nice guy. Because he answered all of my questions while his arm trembled as he patted my head. Even though I did not reveal my identity of a duke's son, he still accommodated my willfulness. Or rather, please be a little more stable, me. Thinking back, I was really embarrassed at my actions. Okay, at least I did not waste the chance and got to know a lot about adventurers. Firstly, adventurers' rank were a guild for their strength. The lowest was E, with SS being the highest. If I were to use a word to describe SS rank, it would be the level of calamity. He could crush a mountain by his strength alone was what a SS meant. And that person was my father. Earthquake, thunderstrike, fire, father. He really brought what meant to be a disaster father to fruition. By the way, E rank were people who could complete requests from the town. Although you probably had no interest in the ranking. And yes, many of you would be wondering about how the ranks were given. That would be, of course, God. As expected of another world. When the Adventurer Guild was created, it was said that the magic tool of creating the guild card simply appeared in the guild. And yes, the rank would be written on the guild card that was produced. Which meant, it was all judged with the god as the basis. That bearded old Gramps sure had done a great job. After registering the basics of their strength, it would also record down the mana level of the magical beasts that were defeated and upgrade accordingly. Apart from rank, a person's attribute, MP, HP, and even in titles, would be recorded on the card. How very gamish. What can I say? In this world, all chants were in Japanese, the systems looked like a RPG, especially a Japan RPG. I kind of felt like this was being really soft on reincarnators like me. I wonder if I was thinking too much. It had been some time since I thought about that god. He should have shaved his beard by now. I do felt a tiny sense of gratitude if he had thought about me before sending me to this world. In the first place, if not for his beard which snagged a pot which then caused me to lose my life, I would be having the time of my high school life. Definitely. Definitely. Please let it be so. By the way, when I was still in my home, I had asked to see Father's guild card, but he had only shown me his rank, MP, HP, and the mana amount of all the magical beasts he defeated. That father only showed me what he wanted to show me, that father. He might have thought I knew nothing about the Yi titles, which was why he hid it from me. But that made me all the more curious. I then conducted my own investigations. This was when all the spying activities I did when I was young came into use. And I succeeded in getting it from Mary-san. Father's title was Gion-sama. Wah! No wonder he wanted to hide it. You can't blame me for laughing till my side split. What was Gion-sama? Was that a title? Wasn't it just a name? A tidbit, my mother, the dear Lily-sama, had the title of the beautiful ice princess. That was a lot more title-ish. Though very Chunibyo-ish as well. If that was the case, it would be better not to say titles out loud. But of course, at that time, I simply, very innocently, with sparkles in my eyes, shouted, "Mum is so cool." I wondered what title would I be given if I registered. I was looking forward to it but at the same time, fearing it. I don't want to be laugh, what should I do? Will, can you teach me this recipe? As my thoughts gone way off rails, the lunch lady's voice pulled me back to reality. Recipe. It was not that I don't want it being spread around, but I do want to earn a little from it first. Thus. It's a trade secret, can I get permission first? Making the best of my age, I looked up at them pitifully. Immediately, sounds as though air had been knocked out of them were heard and the lunch ladies started trembling. Do I really look that bad? I must had. For an average face to do something like that. It's okay, it's okay. Since I managed to diverted their attention. The lunch ladies, while trembling, kept glancing at me as they pushed me back into the kitchen. The ice cream was all gone. Since I still had a lot of ingredients, I shall make more. And I need to remember to jot down the recipe for this and bring it over to Nyaru-san. Nyaru-san come over to the capital quite often. Nyaru is the nickname Will gave to Bibinyaru. Yes, what I need to do now was the adjustment of this recipe. Don't say the adjustment for my face. Oni-san will cry. Will. Where did you go? When I went over to the dormitory lounge, I saw both Zen and Selphy there. Selphy, who first saw me, immediately called out to me the moment I stepped into the lounge. As the studying session was stopped since the skipping of grades exams were over, Selphy was in a good mood. I just borrowed the kitchen from the cafeteria for a while. You were cooking? A simple question, yet Selphy had a panicking look on her face. Yep, I am quite good at it. Well, I can't really answer if they asked me why. Not understanding why Selphy was panicking, I answered her as I tilted my head and Selphy hung her head down. That's great. I would have to make something up if she asked why. Are you okay, Selphy? It's nothing, why can you not only sew and even cook? What about my position? Selphy started muttering to herself. Normally, no one could hear what she was muttering, but I can hear everything thanks to my cheat hearing. And Zen, who was sitting right next to her, heard everything too. A weird aura drifted among the three of us. It was that, wasn't it? She was worried for her girl power. Well, I helped out around the guild. And from there I learned a lot of stuff. I said, trying to throw some sort of excuse. That's right. We are usually not allowed near the kitchen as it would be dangerous for us at our age. Understanding what I was doing, Zen hurriedly added on. Great. I'll grab this chance. Rather, could you help me try this? From the pendant-shaped fourth dimension of my pocket. Space magical tool, I took the ice cream that I had created, out. I used too much force and the bowl landed with a bang on the table, but all's well, all's well. What's this? Something like a sweet dessert. It's cold, so don't gulp it down all at once. Phew, easy. Selphy caught on to the sweet smell the moment I took the ice cream out and now, Her eyes were glittering. Gripping the spoon in my hand, I passed it to Selphy. Yes, this was the so-called bait. I gave a spoon to Zen too, thanking him for his help. Delicious. Selphy, who dug in immediately, pressed her cheeks as she moaned. Mission accomplished. The danger was over. Glancing at the Selphy, who was back in a good mood, I changed the topic. Oh yes, do you guys have any plans for the summer holidays? Nothing for me. Me too. Great, both of them were free. Taking in a small breath, I opened my mouth to fulfill the dream of mine. Then, would you like to come over to my house to play? Yes, I want to achieve my dream of asking friends over to my house to play. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 112 Summer Holidays. 112 Summer Holidays. Posted on June 18, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. TN, it's almost the same as the interlude. Ha ha. The author's lazy. My masters, that was small. What's that? That was that. His age and height. But other than that, everything else was huge. His heart was big, his strength was strong, his kindness, and his angel-like cuteness. My master, the one who saved the me who was a shadow Wilsama, was 8 years old. Even though he was the next duke in line, he still treated the beastmen me equally. But that's not all. He removed the collar of slavery on me and saved me from the fate where I can't do untying. When I first got here, I wanted to die. Instead of comforting me, Wilsama scolded me instead. But his scolding was kind and gentle. Ah! Just thinking about it made my heart beat. Because I was hugged and stroked. He cutely stroked my useless beast ears. Tail too. Anyway. Wilsama was amazing. At 4 years old, he was perfect, and was even stronger than the former Shadow Me. He also knew many things that others didn't. As expected of Gion-sama. Old Master's son. Not really. Somehow, Wilsama was too out of the norm that Old Master just didn't seem all that special anymore. It's Wilsama, so it's inevitable. I had decided that no matter what happened, I wouldn't be surprised anymore. Because if I don't think my heart can hold up. Because it's Wilsama. Even so, I still really like Wilsama. My gratitude for being saved was included as well, but it's not just that. After being taught by Wilsama and playing with him, I came to realize it. Wilsama was really strong and kind. Not his strength, but something like his heart. I am older by 9 years old, but he knew a lot more than me, was a lot more mature than me. It's an irony to know that I was the one being taken care of instead. I don't think I am committing a crime. Others would think the taste I had was quite dangerous, but no, Wilsama is not a child. He was really an amazing person. What was he, really? And by the time I noticed, I came to like him a lot. My heart pounded whenever he looked at me with his kind and gentle eyes. I like him? No, I really like him. Or maybe I even love him. Or rather, that smile of his was foul play. Yes. That's why, I am only under the pretext of returning the favor. I'll become his attendant and stay by his side always. That's my dream. When I told Wilsama that, he had a happy yet troubled expression. Tilting his head, he looked straight at me and said, "Chiffon is free, you know? You don't have to worry about repaying and stuff like that." He was too kind. Wilsama will always be Wilsama. Or rather, Wilsama was too clever. There were times I had even forgotten the fact that he was a child. But you see, he was too thick-head. I came to know that even if he was normally a genius, he was cursed with being really thick-head in terms of feelings. Wilsama discussed with Old Master and my days of learning started. Mary-san was really strict. But she did not discriminate against me just because I am of beastmen race and always looked upon me warmly. Besides, Wilsama was in charge of all my studies. I had fun every day. But fun only lasted for a short while. The cursed time, compulsory education, finally came. Wilsama had skipped ahead and entered school. As expected of Wilsama. I can't be willful, but I really want the time we spend together to last longer. But it seemed like he could skip grades, and it would only take 3 years before he completed high academy. Was this good or bad? Either way, it's amazing. Which brought us to now, right in the mid of summer. The summer holidays that I had been waiting for had finally come. La 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 la. Chiffon, in an extremely good mood, waved her dust cloth about. If the window pane that she was cleaning had emotions, it would be in fear of when it would break under Chiffon's force. Usually, this was where Mary San would lay her iron fist down, but as she knew about the circumstances, she just looked on with a wry smile. Just to say, Mary San was as happy as Chiffon that she could hardly hide it as well. La la la. The reason why Chiffon was happily humming to herself was known to everyone in the mansion. Or rather, everyone was behaving the same way. Today's the day Wilsama is. Yes, today's the day Will was coming back for the summer holiday. The owner of this house, Guillaume, got information about it through the communication tool about a week ago. He was in high spirits after hearing about it that he missed a step down the stairs, did a turn in the air and landed beautifully on the ground. He was so unusually clumsy than usual that you knew immediately how happy he was. Will would also bring along 2 of his friends from school along. Which was why Will's personal maid, Chiffon, was tasked with preparing the head maid's room. While she could not deny the bad feeling she had when she heard Will's friends, the truth was that Will was coming home. The tail behind her swished furiously. Leaving the absent-minded Chiffon aside, Mary, as expected of a veteran, had already finished preparing the second room. Of course, veteran means having worked as a maid for a long period of time and had gained the experience throughout working. The next was something that could never be said. Talking about the age was a taboo for a maiden. All the housework were done by all the maids who gave their all, and all that remained was waiting. After being chided by Mary, Chiffon finally took her position. Her tail wagged ferociously as she started thinking of the topics she wanted to chat with Will. Her thinking was seen though immediately, as exposed by the wagging of her tail. Looking at her, Mary smiled. It took 5 hours on the rocking carriage. Although it was said to be a 4 hours trip if they hurried, but as it was not urgent, they took their time traveling, putting breaks in between and had fun along the way. Selphy and Zen, who boarded the Barrel's personal carriage, was nervous at first, but slowly got used to it and had fun looking at the scenery outside and chatting within themselves. It was then. As the streets that could rival the ones in the capital slowly came into view, Selphy and Zen cheered. Amazing! I heard rumors, but this is amazing. At their words, Will smiled. He won't deny it. Hearing them praised his father made him as happy as though he was the one being praised. As the carriage cannot run through the streets, it went into a side road as it continued on. And in front, a small grassy hill could be seen. A building stood on top of it. Zen and Selphy looked at each other. Could it be? Selphy looked at Will, who grinned and nodded. Yep. That's my house. Welcome home, Wilsama. Once the carriage that Will, Zen and Selphy was in came into the grounds and started heading towards the mansion, everyone came out and gathered at the entryway. As it had been 4 months since he had last met them, Will's face broke into a smile. Welcome home, Will. Guillaume ran over to Will happily. Having a bad feeling, Will tried to run but failed. The captured Will got his usual face rubbed by Guillaume. As for Zen and Selphy, they were frozen on the spot. By the size of the mansion, the number of maids. In a word, they were taken aback. To add on, the national hero, Guillaume-sama, appeared. They were bewildered by the attitude shown as Guillaume ran and caught Will happily as opposed to the image they knew of him. Sorry about that. I lost myself for a bit. Guillaume said, embarrassed as he looked at the both of them. The frozen two jumped a bit, surprised. Welcome, Zen, Selphy. Take your time and enjoy your stay here, Look at Guillaume's usual smiling face. Zen and Selphy somehow got their balance back. But somehow, Selphy thought as she tilted her head, she had been feeling a strong gaze for a while now. Especially from the entryway. Of course, the maids were all looking at Will's girlfriend. As they were escorted by Guillaume into the house, their luggage were carried by the maids as they felt sorry at troubling them. The luggage, which had a weight to them, was carried easily, single-handedly by the maids. Zen and Selphy were amazed by it. Everyone in the Barrel house seemed to be above average. Stepping into the house, their feet landed onto the soft carpet, which made them instantly recoiled it back. Zen and Selphy hesitated, wondering if it was okay to step on it, and then they saw Will walking normally ahead of them. They are Will's friends. They need to have guts. But once they entered into the guest room, they were wowed by Guillaume's dignified aura that they shrank back again. Will looked at Guillaume, who smiled. Well then, I still have some work left, so I will leave you kids to have fun. There won't be any nosy parents about, so there's no need to hold back. I'll excuse myself then. Guillaume said as he left, and all strength left both Zen and Selphy. He is definitely Will's father. Zen said, causing Chiffon and Mary to laugh. Not the national hero Guillaume-sama, but Will's father. It seemed like Will's out-of-the-norm status infliction stretched all the way to the academy as well. Leaving the one who was tilting his head, everyone in the room was strangely unified together. What? Will totally didn't understand, but as the conversation can't continue like this, he gave it up. Yes, I am not in the wrong here. He thought to himself, trying to accept it. These two are my friends, this is Zen, my roommate. This is Selphy, we are in the same class. Ah, same dorm too. At Will's words, Zen and Selphy hurriedly gave a bow. They had not expected to be introduced. I will be in your care. What a perfect harmony, Will thought as a weird smile appeared on Chiffon's face. As predicted. Reading through her, Mary gently smiled and nodded. And this is our head maid, Mary-san. I had used to change young master diapers. Mary said, grinning. Will froze in an instant and within minutes, he went red. Will was usually the one doing the teasing, so Selphy was very interested at this new reaction from Will that she hadn't seen before. Chiffon's bad feeling was a strike. This is Chiffon, my personal maid. She is also my friend, so I hope you all would get along well. At Will's introduction, Chiffon grinned. At 4, we slept together, at 4, hugged together, and was bound by a promise, as an attendant. Chiffon said, embarrassed. Wah! Selphy exclaimed, face reddening. Her head looked like it was about to boil. What Chiffon said was the truth. As for Will, he froze at the sudden attack. During this time, Chiffon continued. Will-sama had taught the useless me a lot of things. The reddened Selphy. The Zen who understood where this was going. And Will, who could only laugh at this already chaotic beginning of the summer holiday. And, as I wrote, something seems to be missing. John-sensei, I'm sorry. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 113, A Shocking Visit. 113, A Shocking Visit. Posted on June 25, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. That was really too much of a surprise attack by Chiffon. I entered my own room after being away for a while, and when I was finally alone, I took this chance to let out a deep sigh. I crashed onto the sofa and my body just sank into it. This room had been emptied for 4 months, but it had remained in a spotless condition as always. The maids had been properly cleaning this room, it seemed. But really. To think the attacks of words would kept coming. Chiffon had grown up, and as for Mary-san, I did expected her to say something. But I also came to recognize that Chiffon's actions were resembling a puppy fighting for its owner's affection. Not that it's an insult. Thanks to that, Selphy had misunderstood. Did you see that red face of hers? She most definitely thought that I had some weird fetish or something. I would have to ask Chiffon to retract her words. But it might backfire. On top of being thought to have a weird fetish, I would also look to them like I was using my authority to cover it up, and became the worst of the worst. I wouldn't want that. Why? Because Zen and Selphy were the first friends I made in this world. If it's not of the same age, it should be that person? Had you thought that the first friend I made was John-sensei? But he was 20 years older than me. But yes, I do think John-sensei is one of my closest friends. He was someone who knew my secrets, even more so than my parents, as well as my real personality, and was a person I would talk and consulted with. If it was not for John-sensei, my life would have most likely taken a different turn. I also wouldn't be calm if anything happened to him. He was that important that if John-sensei was captured and tortured, I wouldn't know what I would have done to the culprits. That really sounded like I was describing a lover. No, yep, I said nothing. He's a friend, yep. Please do not direct that weird gaze at me. Well then. Chased by some thoughts I don't want to, I stood up. Zen and Selphy should be unpacking their luggage right about now. Which meant I had the time to complete one of the mission I had set out to do here. I knocked twice. Come in. Immediately, approval to enter was given. The Barrel's office, which I had always found it huge when I was young, to the 8 years old me now. Yep, it's still huge. As thought, it was really huge. When I pushed open that thick, large, wooden door, Father, full of smiles, was waiting inside. What's huge? Father asked, as if he heard what I just mumbled. Luckily it wasn't something that couldn't be heard, I answered. Oh, the door. The door is huge. True. I had also once thought that everything in this room is excessively huge. Once. It felt just right now. Maybe it's because our ancestors and the older feudal lord had been large in size. and I was attacked mentally by a harmless conversation. Were you trying to tell me I was small? Hi. Yeah, must be. A non-committal response was given. As if reading my mind, Father continued while smiling. Because I was called a chibi when I was young too. Was he trying to say that I was a chibi now? Sniff. And anyway, leaving aside the jokes, it might meant that I too carry the genes of a late-stage bloomer in me as well. I still have a bright future. Come on, height. Even though my height right now was of me looking up to everyone, my future would be, like Father, looking down upon everyone. No matter, my neck muscles would be sore. So, what's the matter, Will? As my chest was swelling with anticipation of my future, Father brought up the main subject. He knew I had something I wanted from him since I looked for him this early when I just brought friends over. Father had never guessed the reason. I then opened my mouth. Would you know where grandfather would be? Yes. The mission was to investigate about my grandfather of this life. The internet connection had gotten worse again. I managed to get this up after a lot of trouble. I shall pop over to the hardware store to see if I could solve this to post another post later today, but no promises. Sorry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 114 114 Posted on June 25, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? When my question about grandfather came out, Father's face paled. As I thought, something happened. I had stepped on a landmine. All right. I knew it. Which was also why I chose to ask directly in person instead of via the communication tool. As for me, I was trembling. This was the so-called chills. It was chills from the anticipation of what was about to come. It was definitely not because I was afraid that Father would get angry or began to hate me. Everyone was talking about their grandfather in school. I somehow controlled the shaking of my voice and pretended to be calm. And then, Father hugged his head. No wonder you are asking. Grandfather. No, my father. You see. I met Father's eyes. Looking at his serious expression, I gulped. Yes, the atmosphere was very tense at the moment. This might be a huge secret. That's right. Our house was the highest Duke family in the country. Could it be? In exchange of Father, who, as a federal lord, was unable to leave his territory for a long period of time, grandfather went on a mission on his behalf? Having realized this, I lowered my head. I could understand if that was the reason why the truth was hidden from me. That, Father was, how do you say it? A traveler of sorts. When I was about to tell Father that it was okay not to tell me if it's about the country's secret, but then he went and upped one on me with a shocking revelation. A traveler? Was grandfather a professional traveler, Father? Now, a question. An occupation such as an adventurer could be connected to searching for new lands and above all, subject magical beasts and complete missions from everyone, and was an occupation recognized by God. Then, what's a traveler? What do he do? Wasn't traveling a pleasure? It can't be that grandfather, wearing a brown coat and a green hat, goes everywhere with a guitar, right? That was my image of a traveler though. In the end, multiples of questions marks floated above my head. Looking at my expression, Father gave a wily laugh and began explaining. You see, the heads of the Barrels house, from some reason, after passing the seat to their son, they would go on a journey. Sometimes, I did receive letters from him, but 4 years ago, his letters stated that he was heading towards a mountain in Hattazurl, but there had been nothing from him after that. I came to know how weird Barrel's family tradition was. It might be that they grew tired of managing the land after so long. Even so, every head had headed out on a journey was indeed very interesting. Maybe it was because of the weird expression on my face. Father stood up and walked towards a certain corner of the bookshelves. Take a look. Saying that, Father passed me a diagram of our family tree. I don't know about the first founder of Barrel, but our family line came from Hatuo. Even the one who founded Elsmu together with the first founder, see, here. Simon Barrel. Came back after his journey and died of old age. It seemed like the name smacked right in the middle of the diagram was the very first. The name at the bottom was written Guion. Right next to Simon's name, in small letters, was the way he died. And looking closely, almost everyone died the same way. Did he caught an illness when he came back from his travels? Like a bug or something? Finding it unusual, I asked father about it. He shook his head. It's not like that. Think back, have you ever caught a cold? No. That's it. All the barrels have tough bodies. Actually, my grandfather, your great-grandfather, came back from his journey looking sleepy. He did not look like he was sick or anything. I had thought it was only father who was cheat. Who knew the entire family was cheat? I peered at the diagram, looking so closely that my nose was almost touching the paper. The first name on the diagram was so faded that I could hardly see it, but for those that I could, it seemed like all of them went on a journey. Somehow, seeing this, made me felt like I had to go on a journey too. Maybe the heads above me went on a journey thinking the same way as I did. All of a sudden, a question came to me. Father, the barrels came from Hatuo. Ah yes. It was said that the first founder, together with Simon, set off from Hatuo. There was quite a dispute with Hatuo at that time too. But after that, they were well known for opening up the demon forest to set up a country here. The first founder was from Hatuo too? Shocking. First founder, whom I believed was my friend, suddenly had his roots revealed in front of me. I had no choice not to listen. Without thinking, I leaned my body forward. No, about that. On the contrary to my excitement, father began dragging his speech again. According to Simon, he said something incomprehensible like how the first founder simply appeared in the demon forest. He was definitely transferred over to this alternate world. Although the first founder was still a friend of mine, the genre seemed to be slightly different. I was reincarnation, his was a trip. But still, that made me confirm that he was a friend. A smile came up onto my face without me knowing. Father smiled and began patting my head. You are only at this age. That's right, I almost forgot, but you are only 8 years old. Father must have thought that I was simply a boy fascinated with the story of how Elsmo came about. No. I was smiling because I was happy about knowing I had a friend here. Though there was no way I could say that out loud. You. As I groaned while I was patted, I still felt loved. Although that grinning father was still annoying. My face must be flushed red at the moment. Yash. To you, yes, I'll lend you this. From the top of the shelves, father brought down a huge book. It was a very oldish-looking book, bound with something that felt like black leather, and its hay was about half of me. As it looked exactly like those spell books seen in movies, my eyes glittered at it. Damn it! I was reacting the way father wanted me to. I wanted to control back my expression, but it was already too late for that. Don't think about building your own country by digging up the demon forest. I heard that it was really tough back then. Father said, grinning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 115, the 2 at that time. 115, the 2 at that time. Posted on July 3, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. When you finished unpacking, please head towards the room next door. Yes. Sending off Mary-san and the other maids who left after bowing, Zen let out a breath. A feeling of admiration rose in his heart as he smiled wryly. It really is awesome. It looks like there are endless guest rooms, and to think that each room is fitted with a magical tool that lights up. And above all, how elegant. Having grown up in a magical tool shop, Zen knew. All the magical tools in this house were of the highest grade. The mana stone attached were huge too. Of course, it would cost some to get them in the first place, but they were also a testimony to how well the tools were being taken care of. And if you looked closely, each magical tool had been there for some time now. The Barrel family were part of the founding of Elsmo, and these tools might most possibly be of that period. When Zen's thought went into that direction, he started getting excited as his heart pounded. Above all, everyone in this house was so elegant. So different from those nobles who visited his shop while complaining all the while. Even Will called himself as Boku. TN, basically, 3 forms for the word I/me for guys. Watashi, Boku, and Oregon. Zen had thought he heard wrongly the first time. Will had spoken like all others when he was at school, and all of a sudden, Will, who usually spoke in a much ruder way, became very noble-like. As Zen was admiring how Will could change in an instant, he then thought about those nobles who visited his shop, and when compared, they did sounded like a lot lower in hierarchy, which depressed him. He was very troubled when those nobles visited his shop, but he had always thought that they were one of the highest rank, and it turned out that they were of the lowest. Sigh. Zen let out another sigh as he unpacked. Come to think of it, I wondered if father's okay. I'm really worried about him. But I had pretended to be cool in front of Ruby Neeson and said that I would not return until I graduate. Zen's eyes glazed over as he thought about his father in Sosyanov's land. Maybe he should have gone back during summer holidays. But he had spoken big words before he enrolled into the academy. As his childhood friend, a cat beast man, Ruby Neeson and his father were worrying about him, he had told them, "It's okay, I would have graduate before you even know it. And then I would come back with my cert." All men, boys, did this kind of stuff. Even for Zen, whose head floated in the clouds, had a silver of pride. Plus, even if it was still unknown to him, Zen liked Ruby. Because he had always treated Ruby as his older sister who looked after him since he was young, he did not realize that he liked her. Although Zen was airheaded, he was not thick. Unlike someone else. And that Ruby Neeson must be looking after his father on his behalf right now. If it was really the case, Zen felt sorry for troubling her. Will's father is really awesome. And so cool. Compared to his father. Zen's shoulders fell but his eyes sparkled. Guyon's sudden appearance and his unusual display of him rubbing Will's cheek was slightly weird, but it was really cool how Guyon would simply shifted back into a serious look. And to add on to that the title of being the #1 strongest in Elsmu, it was enough to make anyone admired him. Guyon was so cool that even Zen, who's a dude, would fell for him. He could finally understand everything Selphy and me had told him fervently about how awesome Guyon-sama was. But thinking back, Selphy seems to not been as shocked to see Guyon-sama as he expected. Zen wondered what happened. Had she grew tired of Guyon-sama? As various thoughts ran through his head, Zen finished unpacking and stretched. He had managed to do the unpacking himself after rejecting the maids by saying that it wasn't a lot. I just thought I could try that out. That was when Will-sama was around 4 years old. He. Under Chiffon guidance, Selphy headed towards the guest room meant for her. And on the way, Chiffon had been telling her all sorts of stuff with a teehee face and she was really surprised at what was said. When they reached the mansion, Selphy felt a gaze upon her. Elves, who lived in the forest, were beings that were very sensitive to any presence and gazes. And to add on, Will, who had turned from a ruffian to an elegant noble. The combination of those 2 points shook Selphy so badly that she did not even have the time to notice Guyon-sama, who she had been fervently praising on the way here. She had used up all of her effort in just pretending that she was calm. For a 10-year-old, that alone was worthy of praise. She wasn't Will's friend for nothing. And then in came that comment. What else could go red apart from the face? Eyes? Bunnies? But Will, who possessed a very cute-looking face coupled with a matured personality, had taken in the Beastman girl standing in front of Selphy as a pet? And even hugged her gently? And even muttered sweet nothings about a promise for the future. What? What was going on? Although Selphy did not know all the small details at her age, there were many fairies who spoke about these kind of stuff in great excitement when she was living in her village. Even senpais in school or staying in the dormitory would go kia over this topic. Although she still had no idea what that was, it must be something to let people go kia over it. And it was something that let people went red. The very first time Selphy had spoken to Will was on that night. She thought back to the smile Will gave her after saving her from the chattering fairies. Her head felt like bursting apart. Well then. We shall get started on unpacking once we reach the room. Would that be alright? Chiffon asked Selphy, who had sunk into her own thoughts the entire way there. Selphy, who was in a daze, caught the sight of Chiffon placing her luggage onto a knee-high table set perfectly in the middle of the room as her soft and bushy tail wagged to and fro. Then Chiffon, who was standing behind the sofa right next to the table, seemed to be beckoning Selphy towards the sofa. Sorry to be rude to the smiling Chiffon, but she looked like a villain in Selphy's eyes. Selphy sat on the sofa timidly, her heart beating wildly as she wondered if Chiffon was going to do anything to her. What is Will-sama like in school? Chiffon asked, as she took clothing out of Selphy's luggage. Selphy blanked out for a moment. Right, yes, very mature and kind, but funny as well. He even have a fan club. Ah. As I thought, he had one. Selphy was troubled over what to answer. After imagining Will doing that sort of stuff to Chiffon, she was afraid that she would say something weird if it was of her own opinion, so she chose the official answer from others in school. But Chiffon's reply, that she expected it, had revealed the time they spent together and also how close the both of them were. Dealing with the stifling feeling in her heart, Selphy continued saying things she don't really want to. And, I was saved by Will when I was about to be killed at a school festival. At that time, Will used an umbrella as a weapon, so he is being called the Prince of Umbrella in school recently. So Selfie-san too, by Will Sama. Chiffon's thoughts wandered away as her eyes glazed over. Seeing the happy look on her face, Selfie felt like she lost. It was quite ridiculous to be comparing. Selfie pulled herself up and treated this chance as way to get to know a Will she had never seen before. Was Chiffon-san saved by Will too? Ah. I knew nothing when I first came into this house. I was a failure as a maid and honestly, I had no confidence I could do this. And at that time, Will Sama was the one who supported me. Supported you? In what way? About that. When three women get together, something was bound to happen. When two women get together, there was a very high possibility that the very same thing would happen. The two of them then proceeded with their girls' talk about the tales of Will in high spirits, stuff that if Will was to overheard, his face would be flushed red in an instant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 116, why the sudden shocking truth now? 116, why the sudden shocking truth now? Posted on July 9, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Let's try reading it, shall we? After getting my head patted on by a grinning father, I quickly excused myself and went back to my room in great spirits, wanting to read the book as soon as possible. The thick leather-bound book was overflowing with the feel of history. As my chunibioness was overflowing at that book, I noticed the title. Was it, Foo 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 Foo? TN, explanation in the main text. Oops, I accidentally released a weird laughter. According to father, this seemed to be a fairly old spellbook handed down from the Barrels family, but because it was only half filled with magic circles formation, so it was left forgotten on the shelves. The norm for a spellbook was having the explanation and the chant of what the magic circle was for, written in this world's language. Because if one activated the magic circle without knowing what it was for, an extremely large amount of mana would be needed/wasted. Plus, this book was filled with incomplete and imperfect magic circles formations. I wondered why the magic didn't start up. Although research about magic circles were still in progress by the royal scholars, the magic circles from this book were unable to be copied, so they gave up and returned the book back to Barrel's house. But for me, finding out the reason to why the magic formations failed was an easy task. Because this was a diary. No one would jot down magic circle formation in their diary. If they did, it would be a glorious black history for them. It might be that guy who did this. I thought back to all the stuff that were left behind. That guy was an exemplary Chunibyo patient. A book that was passed down throughout the generations, moreover, it was written in Japanese. There was only one person that came to mind as to who wrote this diary. A wry smile hugged my lips as I opened the cover and froze. After a while, surprise came out from my mouth. Why? In this place. Tereo Azuma. Did any of you remember? I did. Very vividly. I hadn't heard that name for 8 years, but it was still imprinted in my memories. This was the name of my only friend on earth. Tereo is the first founder. Or it might simply be a person with the same name. Countless of excuses ran through my mind as I flipped through the diary. It is the time for dinner. Mary-san's voice snapped the me who was reading quietly in my room, out of my concentration. What the heck was I doing? This was the first time in my life that I invited friends over and I hid in my room the entire time. But I sat there, still, like all the strength had been taken from me, unable to move. I was sorry to make Mary-san worried, but I really can't move at this moment. I pulled out the ultimate skill I learned after dealing with Father, Wolf in sheep clothing, and smiled at Mary-san. I'm sorry, Mary-san. I was so focused on reading the book that I didn't notice that my body had gone numb. With that, I snapped the book shut. In my dumbfounded state, my heart was beating with complex feelings, but right now, Zen and Selphy were more important. The content in this book was very, very important to me, be it Show, or Will, or William's Barrel, a citizen of Elsmu. But time was limited and I had to place importance of those in order. And right now, the important thing was this big event of having my friend visited my house. That's how important it is. Looking outside the window, the sun had not completely gone yet, letting out a beautiful glow. Go summer. This was good. Although time were taken by this unforeseen matter, I still have plenty of time to play with Zen and Selphy. Because I had gathered together, even from my past life, all the things I wanted to do with my friends. There were a lot of things I wanted to do. Yash, let's go, Mary-san. Strength flowed into me as I jumped up. There was no time to lose. Wait for me, Zen, Selphy. Let's play. Ha 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 ha. What character was this? Let's stop, it's getting sad. This lonely tsundere demon king character was a bit hard for me. Yes, young master. Everyone is already there. Mary-san said, smiling gently at me. With a renewed vigor, I walked down the long corridor, heading towards the dining area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 117, The Diary of the First Founder, Azuma. 117, The Diary of the First Founder, Azuma. Posted on July 9, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Since I calmed down, I decided to start a diary. I had this habit back on Earth too, and doing this would help me in organizing the situation. Firstly, today's the second day I came here. Here refers to the also common alternate world. I too can't believed it, but I had seen magic right before my eyes, and plus, I can feel the flow of mana myself, so I had to believed it. Let's start from 2 days before. The first day. On that day, before I came over, it was morning back on Earth. I met Sho on the way to school, and after our usual bantering, a vase dropped directly onto Sho's head. And while I was still stunned, a truck headed my way. And when I thought I died, I was already in this world. All these made no sense. To appeared within a forest after seeing your best friend died and a truck running you over. Sho, I'm sorry. I did not even have the time to grieve over your death. You might be laughing at how orthodox this was to get reincarnated in an alternate world after being run down by a truck, but in my case, it's a trip instead. What was this, really? Although I'm okay with it being a trip, no I'm not, but let's just leave it at that. For me, who read all mangas, novels, web novels, I came to realize it's a trip to an alternate world pretty soon. But, to have a sparkling Eichmann who was like an assassin attacking you the moment you came over? Usually, people who came over would have time to organize their thoughts and calm themselves down, don't they? Plus, that silver-haired Onii-san looked exactly like Sho. When I thought that Sho had trip over as well, I called out to him only to have him come attacking me. And when I thought I was about to be beaten up, I could somehow repel him. I'm so glad for the almighty otherworlder, cheat. If all of this was not as orthodox, I would have died. And when I wanted to speak to Silver Sho, he muttered something incomprehensible and fainted away. Sho, who had fainted away, had a head of such beautiful silver hair that I thought this trip over had activated his Chunibyo-ness. In the end, Sho, who had woken up, stood guarded against me and kept me at a distance. It seemed like he wasn't Sho. And above all, I can't speak their language. For an otherworlder such as me, wasn't there supposed to be language, cheat? Then, Sho lookalike then finally introduced himself. It seemed like he was called Simon Barrel or something. If I was not wrong, I had an inkling that the name Simon usually had a nickname as Sho. That was why he was very surprised by me when I first called out to him using Sho. I just realized it now. But the difference in language was hindering me in obtaining any information whatsoever. On the second day, he was still on guard against me but had also started teaching me their language. Clothes were Doriarax, hand was Jikareth or something similar to that pronunciation. At the very least I was sure this language do not exist on Earth. Yes, there was way too many little sounds in there. I feel like eating potato chips. I'm sick of meat. In these few weeks, we had been hunting down monsters and eating it. It was really delicious at first. I mean, I was one of the rare carnivores men, you see. It was great that the trip had given me some cheat. My strength seemed like it had grown 4 times better than before. If not for that, I wouldn't be able to hunt any monsters down. Now, I could understand simple phrases of this world's language. And from Sho, I came to know that he was on the run from his country for having committed a crime. He's a criminal? But after getting along with him, I found him to be quite a good guy. Maybe something happened behind the scenes. A big discovery. Magic chants were in Japanese. My excitement was raised to the max. That meant that I had been shooting out random magic until I passed out. Now, it was time for my legend to begin. The reason Sho was hunted down was because he proposed to null the treatment against beastmen and angered the emperor. What a good guy. As he was being chased by assassins called shadows, he could only hide within this demon forest. In that case, let's create a country here. There was nothing impossible that I can't do. Because I was a living cheat. I shall create a place where furry-eared girls would live in peace. We started developing a part of land within the demon forest. I can't say it's a country yet, but it's a space where we could protect beastmen. Anyway, let's just create a space in the middle of the demon forest first. We had arranged tomorrow to be the day where we started cutting down trees. It will be alright as long as I cut it cleanly with an air knife. Esho had said that if we were to develop the demon forest, a calamity would befall us. But it was not like I am going to wipe the entire forest clean, just a tiny part should be okay. It's no use. I can't clean up the trees at all. I don't know if it's God's punishment or something, but monsters would start to gush out once I cut the trees. Let's just sleep for today. I met God. He was a grandpa with a really long beard. Anyway, developing the forest would result in a calamity was not false, it seemed. It was not that God had purposely done it, but it seemed like there was a fine balance between the positive and negative energies on this world, and all the bad energies was sealed within this forest. And if the trees were cut, the barrier sealing the energy would wavered and negative energy would gathered and created monsters. Come to think of it, God spoke in Japanese. Maybe he's former Japanese? Anyway, I felt a sense of closeness with him. Anyway, it was not only the energies being in trouble, even nature. Stuff like landslide, global warming, and when I said that I understood the importance of these issues, God had promised that he would somehow empty the space out for me. After returning to the forest from the vast white amusing space in the God realm, I had to explain to the worried Esho about where I had been since I suddenly disappeared. The face Esho made after I told him was hilarious. Today, I got my first summoned beast. It's a dream of everyone. A dragon. Super cool. Since there were nothing to do, out of boredom, I went over to Esho and he taught me summoning. Although he said that summoning was not dangerous at all, the dragon I summoned came attacking immediately. After somehow defeating it, we made a pact. It said that it would follow me because it looked at it was going to be fun. Since it wanted a name as well, I named him Shiro. It's a cute name. Just like a dog. A space had been emptied. Facing the empty land, I gave my thanks to God. After deciding that this place was going to be the capital, I joked to a smiling Esho that the name of this country would be Simon Country. Isn't it confirmed that this is to be called Elsmu? He said. Well, it was true that I went bargaining with God for this, but it was not like I did anything great. God was just being a kind old man. You're joking. It can't possibly be. Wasn't it supposed to be Esho, who was a former noble, to do this instead? As for Elsmu, it was because Azuma seemed to be really difficult for Esho to pronounce, and no matter how I corrected him, he could only call me Elsmu. But when I explained that Azuma meant north in my country's language, Esho started grinning. I had a bad feeling about this. I made a pact with yet another beast. It was a humanoid creature that was about 10 centimeters tall, but for some reason, its head was an eyeball. Its look was exactly like Eyeball Ojizen. I saved it from being attacked by other monsters out of curiosity and was told by it that it wanted to make a pact with me. The magical pact that I made between us. Let's stop. I'm a male. For this beast, it seemed like the price for the pact was to name it. I came out with a genius name, Alchemedes. Cool. Alchemedes was able to use space magic, something like creating another dimension, and was able to place stuff inside. Seeing that, I thought of something. I wondered if it's weird to go asking him to make tools for me just like a certain blue cat robot. I immediately used that magic. The higher one's mana was, the bigger the space was going to be. Mine was 53 million, so it was going to be big. I can put quite a lot of stuff in there. Space magic sure was awesome. This was what was missing. Well, tomorrow, we shall be heading towards Esho's country, Hatuo. The person who read this was most probably one of us. I don't know if you are a tripper or a reincarnated, but, please don't mind my black history. I'm regretting it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 118, let us eat dinner. Please? 118, let us eat dinner. Please? Posted on July 16, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. After reaching the dining room, Zen and Selphy were already waiting inside. Sorry for making you wait, I apologized immediately, but for some reason, Selphy's eyes were sparkling. No worries. You gave me time to unpack and even to chat with Chiffon-san about many things, foo. Selphy, who was laughing happily, was being really cute, but after spotting a slightly flushed Chiffon standing at the back, my face cramped. What did you guys talk about, Chiffon-san? I see. That's great. Are you okay too, Zen? If I were to Tsukomi badly at that, the scene from earlier would most likely played out again, so I changed the topic to Zen. Although he was looking nervous, his eyes were glittering like Selphy. I finished unpacking too. It's just that this house is too awesome that I am feeling nervous, but this house is really awesome. The magic tools used in this house look like it has been in use for a while, and the quality of it, as expected of a magical tool craftsman's son who was also aiming to be one. So he was being excited by all the tools we had in our house. But he might be right about that. I had been living here since forever, so I did not really notice it, but it was true that most tools in this house had an aged feeling to them. Not in the way of being worn out, but more like having a strong and sturdy kind of feeling. Especially the lighting and the air conditioning. To put it simply, it was like having bought a good product and had been using it for years without it breaking down. But having since read that diary, I can't help but had a nagging suspicion that these might just be magical tools back from the days when Elsma was founded. After all, an air conditioning magic tool was really unusual. It's most probably Tereo who made that. Somehow, thinking this way made it all quite amusing. From the curve of the ornament, it looks like it had been here for at least 100 years. My excitement seemed to be raising after seeing how heated Zen was about it. Might be. The paint used on it looked to be from Hadazerl, so it might really be from the founding year. Serious. Since I can't tell them about the diary, I simply randomly gave an excuse that sounded like I was joking. But to even know about the paint as well as the ornament. It was already quite tough with studying for the skipping of grades exam, but to even possess these kind of information. Zen was really quite smart. A kind of preservation or maintenance magic circle must be carved on the tools. As we got heated over the discussion, Father's voice was heard. Father. The air conditioning tool used is still currently moving right now, but never once had it been taken down for maintenance. A face, which peeked out from behind Father, was as beautiful as ever. Mother! You came! I exclaimed, feeling surprised. During these few days, Mother was busy going for tea parties doing some politics that only women could do, so she was hardly at home. She did came back by evening, but she would usually spend the time in her room, working. Which was why we usually had dinner at night. But since Zen and Selphy, 2 children, were here, dinner was pushed forward to during the evening, but to think Mother would appeared. I grinned without thinking, before feeling a strong gaze upon me. Father looked lonely. Father too? Although I don't know the reason, from the fact that this person was an idiot parent, I guess his face fell from me not caring. Since my past life was like that, I was really treating this family as something really important to me. I do love the both of them deeply, but for some reason, I was willing to let Mother see it but not Father. I mean, wasn't it embarrassing? Will. But more than anything, annoying. It was like the same scene replayed from when I first came back home. I was hugged by Father, whom then rubbed his cheek against mine. Stop. Your beard hurts. This time, although Zen and Selphy were surprised, they were looking on with smiles on their faces. How can I stand this? Oni-san is seriously going to cry. Why was I being watched with warm gazes from children younger than me? I'm already 25. Although I looked 8. Oh no, please don't say I don't even looked 8. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 119, The Tempest of Wrong Words. 119, The Tempest of Wrong Words. Posted on July 17, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Somehow I managed to got out. You would think that all thanks to the cheat I possessed, I wouldn't be panting that hard, but it's Father, you know. My mental strength was depleted along with my physical one. Why, for all things, that I had to be rubbed on the face by a man with an average face that was exactly like the one I had. But did he did it on purpose to make me hate him? Did he? If I was to be rubbed, I would really rather it be chiffon. No, I said nothing. If I did that, then I would simply be a pervert. Seriously. Since I can felt his love for me, it was even worse. Rubbing my slightly reddened face, I hurried over to my seat. I might get attacked by Father again if I don't hurry. Will is so easily embarrassed. I glared at Father, who was sprouting off his mouth. Please stop. Please stop providing Selphy with topics she could use against me. You foo-foo. You are like always. Well then, I am sorry for letting you wait. Let us start our dinner. Mother said, smiling gently. That's right. It was a cruel thing to let 10 years old in the midst of growing to wait with food right in front of them. It was like placing a dish of dog food in front of your dog and not allowing it to eat. Goo! A sound was heard. Oh, how timely. Whose stomach rumbled, I wondered. And then, the person whose face reddened was none other than Selphy. "Oh, so it's you." I had thought that it would be Zen since it looked like something he would do. I did not realize that I was looking at her with a grin on my face. Selphy shrunk even smaller as she hanged her head down. Will and Gion-sama are really alike. Just how alike were our grinning average face? Or rather, Zen, you were really looking down on my sheet, hearing if you thought I could not hear what you mumbled under your breath. He. Oh my, let us start. That's right. Well then, itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. At Mother's rushing, everyone raised their voices and started the meal. Ha, you all must be disappointed. The event where explaining what itadakimasu to everyone after you accidentally said it couldn't be done. Why? The reason was, of course, the first founder, Tereo-kun's work. He had snapped that flag into two. Because when he first founded Elsmu, he had spread the use of itadakimasu to everyone. Which meant, Tereo, that guy, had experienced that explaining what itadakimasu to everyone after you accidentally said it event. Don't think I'm feeling envious because you did it. Delicious. As useless thoughts ran through me mind, Zen, who was eating hearty, muttered, trembling slightly. He seemed to be shaking from the deliciousness of the food. Oh, right. The maids and cooks in my house were awesome, weren't they? Before heading towards the academy, I was really quite bored at home. So I sneaked into the kitchen a few times. Please don't look down on me, who was once called the devil of working part-time. Although I hasn't really been called that before. I know. I don't even had enough friends who had called me that. Ha. How empty. And anyway, I did several food-related jobs before. And was even offered a full-time position. Simply, I am good at cooking. And so, I had freely shared my expertise with our house's cooks. You can say that they were my disciples. And these dishes were all cooked by them. To hear my disciples being praised really made me happy. Ha. Right? This dish is called rolled cabbage. It's cooked by slowly simmering orc minced meat rolled with cabbage in the meat juices. Isn't it delicious? Well, it can't be helped that I was feeling quite proud. Can it be that this dish had something to do with Will too? Zen said, as his head whipped around and looked at me. With that proud expression on my face, I nodded slowly. At my affirmation, Zen's eyes sparkled. So you can even make such delicious food. Please marry me. Wait a minute, calm down. I don't want to. At Zen's sudden declaration, I can't help but threw in at Tsukomi after see how Mary-san and the other maids tried to suppress their laughter. Stop it. Although I don't have any dating experience, but it didn't mean I went that way. Although I'm happy Zen loved my dishes, but why had it came to that? Zen was still as airheaded as ever. I panted a little from overusing my strength at succumbing. Then, as if realizing what he had just said, Zen's face went red. Please stop with that kind of reaction. It would only introduce more misunderstandings. There would be major problems happening if there were any corrupted ladies here. I grew wearily, thinking back to all the rumors I had in my past life. Moreover, Selphy had a deeply in-thought expression on her face. I wondered what she was thinking. Maybe she was just feeling grossed out by imagining Zen and I being married. Cough. It was a famous person around here who made that dish and not me. Besides, I'm sorry to say but I love girls. Yep. I coughed and although it was a little late, I tried setting things right. But, when my eyes met with the maids, they immediately averted their eyes away with a great force. And Mary-san's eyes had a warm sheen to them. Will, you. To say that you love girls at your age. Father went up and threw at Tsukomi straight at me. It seemed like I said something weird in midst of all that confusion. I feel uneasy for Will's future. You foo-foo. His future will be unpredictable. Mother said happily, laughing. Even I would think the same way if I were to heard an 8-year-old said he loves girls. Oh no. Will's dangerous. I came crashing to the ground after hearing what Selphy muttered. I kinda hate my sheet right now. This was definitely a misunderstanding. To think the summer event of having my friends over at my house was just beginning. That uneasy feeling I had before must be about this dinner. I truly prayed that I would be able to undo this misunderstand before they went home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 120, speaking of summer event. 120, speaking of summer event. Posted on July 29, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. TN, I'm back. Yes, it's actually summer now in Japan. So humid. So hot. A total match with what I'm translating right now. What would pop into your mind when you heard summer events? Fireworks, summer matsuri, pool. TN, Natsu Matsuri, summer festival. Ah. No matter which, they all shine brightly as wonderful events like how jewels in a treasure box would, after being hit by the sunlight. Yes. That was if you had a partner. Foo ha 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 ha. All you unpopular guys. You understand, don't you? Those couples whose smiles even outshine the fireworks in a firework event. You thought you would be having fun with your friends at a matsuri, but you would find your mental strength wearing down by all the couples surrounding you. And might find yourself having a new weakness after heading to the pool and getting blinded by all the couples lovey-doveying together. Yes, summer events were all meant for couples. Truly horrifying. That was how it felt like to me anyway. That unpopular guy comment above was actually pointing right at the previous life me. That was why I would only admit watermelon smashing as a summer event. Watermelon smashing? Both Zen and Selphy tilted their head. The watermelon, suka, I was talking about was not the contactless smart card suika. It would be a tragedy if that broke. That joke would not get through in this world, I guess. Since we had time after dinner, I invited the both of them to play and we ended up in the garden. Although I said garden, but remember, this was a highly secretive place. Although our garden meant entire hill, we had no access to most places. As if guarding against the visitors or protecting me. Plus, my idiot's parents were worried about a variety of things and we were only allowed to head towards a spot where they could see us from the window. Yep. Watermelons are a kind of fruit. Well, vegetables actually, but it tastes really sweet, just like a fruit. And the game was to correctly smash it. I said proudly. Smashing watermelons were the best. Why? Because no matter the popular meter, it's an event where everyone would have fun. And it would taste even sweeter when you get to eat the watermelon you smashed. Also because this event was at the top of my list I made in case I had friends coming over to play. Huh? Is it fun to smash it? Zen asked, his face puzzled. Well, simply smashing it might be fun, I guess. Like how people love bursting bubble wraps for hours. As there were nothing similar in this world, I understand their bewilderment. But I am a man who was prepared. Grinning, I pulled something out of my pocket. Ta-da! Blindfold. Like a certain blue robotic cat pulling something out of its pouch, it was a long piece of white cloth that would be used to cover one's eyes. I used my superb sewing skills to make it. He. Okay, I'm lying. All that was needed to be done was to simply cut the shape out. Why do we need a blindfold? Asked Selphy. Me, in an exuberant mood, sneaked up from behind Zen and blindfolded him while he was still surprised. Yash. The person whose eyes are blindfolded will now attempt to smash the watermelon while the people around him will be giving instructions. That's how the game is played. I spread a sheet on the ground as I explained the rules to Zen and Selphy. After knowing the rules, Selphy's eyes shined. Sounds fun. Selphy exclaimed as she got excited. On the contrary, Zen was panicking by himself. I'm the one who do it. Maybe he was trying to protest it to me, but with his eyes blindfolded, Zen had moved towards a totally different direction as he yelled into the distance. To tell the truth, it was amusing. I grinned. Well, because it's amusing. Let us get this started. Saying that, I took a bat out of my magic space dimension and handed it over to Zen. TN, so we have already reached 120 chapters. Phew. It felt like I started translating not too long ago. And yes, I heard of this. It's the same idea as piñata, only with food. I like my watermelon cut though, thanks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 121, the watermelon. Got smashed? 121, the watermelon. Got smashed? Posted on July 30th, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Yes, a little more to the right, dot. Selphy yelled happily. Where? Zen, who was blindfolded, helplessly moved one step to his right. That's too right. Go back a little. This time, Zen moved back too much. He was like the fox. Without thinking, I let out a chuckle. I once read a tale from Aesop's Fables, which talked about a dog and a cat fighting over a piece of meat. A fox nearby then suggested using a scales to split the meat equally. The crafty fox then began to eat away the excess meat in order to balance the two pieces of meat and ate it all up in the end. Helpless Zen was amusing though. He seemed to have gotten cocky, and regardless of how Selphys instructed him, he had moved in a totally direction from the watermelon. I opened my mouth as the corners of my lips curled up. Zen, take a step towards your right around 10 centimeters, yep, that's it. Now raise the bat in front of you. Swing it clockwise at a 15-degree angle. I gave Selphy a how's that look. He. You need detailed instructions like this for it to work. It was this kind of moment that made me felt alive. Viva knowledge. Totally different from the temporary knowledge one gained by cramming all they can the night before an exam. Ouch. Stop throwing rocks. How childish. I am a fair and just person who will not let children just because they were young. Although there was no victory or defeat for watermelon smashing. It's just in the heat of the moment. As per the rules, I spun Zen around, who was blindfolded, before starting the game. This was a game for others to lead the blindfolded person towards the watermelon and smashing it, but the spinning around in the beginning was enough to mess up one's direction sense. But I seemed to have spun him one too many times. I got excited and spun Zen until I think I saw stars. I can't help it, this was the first time one of my dreams came true, so I got really high. Right there, dot. As Zen slowly swung his bat around, I gave a yell when his bat reached the top of the watermelon. Zen nodded at my instructions and raised his bat. Ah! He fell. Zen fell splendidly. Chuckles. A chuckle escaped from my mouth. Even laughter could be heard from Selphy standing beside me. Seriously. How scary was his ability to make one laugh? Oh, Zen. There was no other way about it. I am truly convinced. The god of laughter loved him. He must have divine protection or favor with the god. All the way up till he swung the bat was perfect. But it seemed like he used too much strength in swinging the bat that he slipped on the mat. And he splendidly did a beautiful fall. The kind where one landed on one's stomach. Not to mention him falling perfectly on top of the watermelon. Gravity was certainly doing its job. Zen, so sorry. I should have secured the mat firmly. Are you okay? I apologized to Zen, holding on to both my stomach and my laughter. Zen, who was still blindfolded, raised his head to where my stomach was and laughed sheepishly. I'm okay. I guess I used too much force. But since Zen didn't look like he was in pain from hitting his stomach, I guess there was no harm done. That's great. But I was still the one at fault for not securing the mat. I'll heal you just in case. Chi-yu. I cast a healing magic on Zen's stomach. And at the same time, restored the smashed watermelon. Seeing that, Zen had a weird expression on his face. To use the legendary healing magic like that. On a watermelon. Not to mention it was just for fun. I knew he was thinking about all that, but please, wasting food was a big no-no. 1 grain of rice holds 7 gods. Ah, but this world doesn't have that many gods. Just one. That grandpa. I wondered if he already shaved off his beard. Well then. I'll go next as an apology. Taking the blindfold over from Zen, I blindfolded myself. And was then spun around by the both of them. Yep. I must have spun Zen around too much the first time. Because I was spun around quite a bit. But me, who possess, cheat, this was nothing. I immediately regained my bearings. Too bad. I am really good at watermelon smashing. How did I know about this since I had never played this game with anyone before? Don't ask. You already knew, don't you? The watermelon is here. I pointed my bat. Wah! You're awesome. I heard Zen's voice. It seemed like I pointed in the correct direction. Well, I can sense its presence. Living things in games or manga were often depicted to have a presence, but here, presence meant using sound or the wind as a way to feel what's around you. On other, previous world, words, the sixth sense. By using the reverberation of the sound, I could determine where someone was going as they moved. But a watermelon had no presence. Yep. Because it can't move. If it did, it must have been possessed. So why was I thinking of this? I am an idiot, I apologized. I felt like sensing presence, since I was blindfolded to see if I could sense anything. Then how do I sense stuff that doesn't move? There was this thing called mana in this world. Everything in this world possessed mana, which was how I sensed it. Normally, mana given out by vegetation was so weak that it could hardly be sensed. But I had my cheat. But since this was a game, it wouldn't be fair. So I shall stop sensing. Although I could also produce sound and try to use that to determine the place of where the watermelon was at. Nah. The fun part of this game was to get lead around by your friends as you played together and not really that the smashing part. And so, I readied myself and waited for the both of their instructions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 122, it's vexing but this is what reminds one of summer. 122, it's vexing but this is what reminds one of summer. Posted on August 5, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Let's have fireworks. I pointed my finger at the sky as I made a suggestion. What happened to the watermelon smashing? The result of that was not important. The important thing was to have fun. To put it simply, I failed at smashing it. Yep. Selphy, for some reason, managed to smash it calmly at her first try. And that was even before we even started instructing her. I wondered if this was a special ability of elves. And when I thought about it, I knew it couldn't be. Because that Selphy did followed instructions. Yes, I think you should guess it by now. That's right, she was following the fairy's instructions. How crafty. But she did not broke any rules in a sense. This was where I deeply felt the fantasy side of this world. Oh yes, the smashed watermelon was delicious. Fireworks as in that fireworks? Zen asked, tilting his head. Yep. That fireworks. An art piece that is made out of explosions. Huh? Zen turned his puzzled gaze at me. Oh well. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, fireworks. At this moment, Selphy, who had been wearing a proud expression, asked. What's fireworks? Nice question, Selphy. I have been waiting for someone to ask. A smile floated up onto my face. In this world, the only fireworks were those that were being fired into the sky. Originally, on Earth, fireworks origin from China where they had something like dynamites and Europe used it to shoot up into the sky as a way to proclaimed power. As it was an object used to show off power in times of war, it had to be huge and flashy. That was why, speaking of fireworks, the first thing that came to mind was those that was to be shot into the sky. But shooting of a rocket firework when friends gathered at your garden would be disastrous. Well, what about at the riverside then, you asked? No, that was out too. Because you would be found out immediately. Then how about some deserted area like rice paddies? Well, all I can say was that if you own those rice paddies, sure, fire away. If not, it would be a different crime altogether. Policemen are scary. Cough cough. Well, what about fireworks in this world? Fireworks is something the first founder invented. A ball packed full of explosives will then be thrown into the sky and when it explodes, you can enjoy the visual and the music of it. The reason is because of the easily burnable gunpowder and metal powder and different types of metal powder would produce different colors. Which means, making these wonderful fireworks are not limited on Linto high mana possessing nobles but to everyone. It seemed like Tereo invented it. He sure did a lot of stuff. But I get it cause he had always liked reincarnation type of stories. It was also the reason why, a well-liked Eichmann like Tereo could become good friends with me, the leader of loneliness. The two of us would often chatted about stupid topics like, if we were to travel to another world. But I wondered how he would felt, to had his descendants build a bronze statue of him and to even included him in the textbooks, singing of his praises. If it was me, that was definitely going to be a part of my black history. Ha 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 ha. I was pretty sure he was going to feel the same. But the reality was that he was the one that invented it. I wondered what for though. To hype something up? Tereo in heaven must be blushing really hard right now. I respected you, you know, Tereo. A grin can't stop hugging my lips though. Sorry, I don't understand. Selphy's sentence pulled me back into reality. It means a light show as beautiful as flowers would spread over the sky. Ah. To think it would be Zen's explanation that caused Selphy's eyes to sparkled. I am not a guy who would be disappointed at that. I clenched my fists as I forced my face to look up. Plus that's not all. Look at this. We also have these two sparklers that can be delivered right to your doorsteps at only 500 yen. I said, mimicking a certain popular shopping channel sales pitch as my higher than usual voice traveled throughout the garden. 500 yen. What are you talking about, Will? It can't be. I was being looked down upon? Even Selphy. Okay, I'm sorry. I should have known that jokes from my previous world would not be understood and would only make me look like a deranged person. And I also came to realize that my excitement level at having friends over was through the roof. Oi, you. Don't look at me with that face. It's really not like I was lonely or anything. I'm bluffing, I was lonely. Stay calm. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself down. The inner me was already a splendid adult. I had to calm down and showed off my adultness. Leave me. I am just excited. Ah, it spilled out without me knowing. No, Zen did not place a hand on my shoulder as he smiled gently. Selphy too, was not grinning at me either. Nope, they were not. But it's still bright now, wasn't it? I don't know if he was trying to console me or something, but with his hand still on my shoulder, Zen changed the topic. It will be dark in an hour. I answered as I escaped from Zen's hand. Then what do we do with this 1 hour? Well, since we are going to do it, wouldn't it be better if it's an original by us? I replied, Selphy, with a huge grin on my face. A special privilege just for us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 123 Things you can't forget if you are shooting off fireworks. 123 Things you can't forget if you are shooting off fireworks. Posted on August 10, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Asterisk unedited. TN, what's with the long titles these few chapters? And so, we are going to make some fireworks. Eh? What do you mean? Isn't fireworks just something that goes bang? Questioned Zen and Selphy. And I had no idea what Selphy was talking about. What had making fireworks got to do with bang? Well, in this world, only the king, Tereo, knew how to create fireworks, and this craft was never taught to commoners. It was all confined within the royal family's knowledge. Know your place, royalties. I should have a semicircle in here, dot. Grabbing hold of something in my subspace, I pulled out a beige semicircle. Zen and Selphy's gazes, filled with marvel, was directed at my wrist. We just need to put small black balls as well as gunpowder in this and it's done. Eh? After explaining it simply, Zen raised his voice in surprise. Why is it that you how to make fireworks? Being a magical tool craftsman's son, Zen sure was sensitive to these kind of stuff. I had always made something up when it came to knowledge from my previous life, but not this time. This time, I had a card up my sleeve. Ha! Don't look down on me. I still am a duke's son. I have the first founder's diary in my hands. Yes, Tereo's diary. How wonderful. People close to me already knew I was well versed in the magic language, and now, I had this great present in terms of Tereo's diary. Now I can pin all my weird knowledge on it. So now you know. Let's get started, dot. I said, nodding proudly as I passed Zen and Selphy each a piece of the semicircle. Making fireworks was a different task. So difficult that there exists firework artisan. And even if we normal people were to make a novice one, it would still take some time. So what should we do? Actually, this semicircle was a magic tool I created. And its name was Easy Firework. Let's stop. TN, basically, if you guys had even watched or read any Doraemon, you know what the author is referring to. To go into details, it's made of outwood fashioned into a semicircle-shaped magic tool. Then, you would need to imagine the shape and the pattern you want the fireworks to be as you filled it up with gunpowder and black balls, and the black balls will then move according to your imagination when you set it off. Amazing, wasn't it? Well, since I had never ever made any fireworks in my previous life, I had to rely on magic for this. Really, magic sure was convenient. Isham, that was also because it's actually Japanese. So, after giving Zen and Selphy's instructions, their eyes sparkled as they worked on the semicircles. Well, what shape would be it, I wondered. This was going to be fun. Zen and Selphy, as they made their versions of fireworks, their eyes kept roaming the sky, as if they were in deep thoughts. Glancing at them, I made my portion and stood up. HM? Will? Leaving Selphy, who went into her own world, Zen looked at me and asked. I smiled. I have to go and receive someone whom I invited to this fireworks show. That's why I will be leaving for a while. Oh. I see. No problem. Then we'll be here waiting? Having people looked at your creation was a wonderful thing. I don't know if he realized that or not, but Zen stood up and waved at me as I headed towards the house. Father, it's a go for the fireworks, right? Yes, I have already settled everything. It seems that people had already started reserving their seat at that area in town where the fireworks could be seen. I stood facing Father, confirming for the last time. At my words, Father smiled, a bit wryly. Yes, I had planned this way in advance and had gotten the authorization for this. Before today, I was still troubled over the fact if I should make some original fireworks or not. Even so, I had already ordered a large order of fireworks. As for where I had the money for this, it all came from the sales I did with Busan, which Father knew about. This time, I was planning on mixing in some of our original fireworks into the existing ones. And the main aim of this was to introduce this culture/habit into Elsmu. I was planning to turn the Barrels territory into a famous spot for fireworks. In this world, fireworks show were like those small neighborhood summer festival kind and none of those of huge impact. Just that would be unable to satisfy this Matsuri-loving soul of mine. Thanks to having the funds, I was able to make this a reality. When I became the head of Barrel, I want this land to be the place where everyone would visit during summer for the wonderful fireworks show. Plus, I want to make it so that this was not something only couples enjoyed for all ages and status. But, fireworks show. You sure thought of a good thing. The fireworks made by the first founder was beautiful. I truly find it wasteful that people other than those living in the capital get to see it. As a citizen of Elsmu and also as a noble, I want to spread the wonderful things the first founder created to everyone. Oh, you sure are excited. Oops. I got a little too carried away. Let's calm down. Hoo. I gave a wry smile after doing some deep breathing in my heart. Well. I tried to think like a merchant. I see. Yes, merchants are like that. At my excuse, Father thought back to all the merchants he met before and his expression turned weary. That was because, even for those high-end ones, most merchants came from Dayuvu. In short, they were always excited and talkative. Very good at making their cases, good at drinking and strong as well. They were like the strongest of all mankind. As a head of a territory, Father had talks with them often. His eyes glazed over. Well, then I would start bringing the guest over. Oh, sure. Take care. At Father's words, I imagined the place as I chanted in my heart. Tenny, teleport. I proceeded to then disappeared from the office as the scene in front of my eyes changed. It was a dimly lit dreary house. Books were packed fully at one side of the house. And opposite of that stood only a coffee table and a sofa. I wondered where the clothes were stored. It can't be in that wooden chest stuffed into a nook of the house. Right? Rather than saying tidy, it was more like there was nothing in here. And the owner of this house was none other than. You look surprised no matter how many times you came. Sorry for bothering again, John Sensei. My Sparta teacher as well as my closest friend, John Sensei. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 124, finally something of use. 124, finally something of use. Posted on August 19, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Sorry for the one post per week instead of two these few weeks. I'll be reverting back next week to trying to type 2 posts per week. Summer just saps everything out of me. And? Did everything go well? John Sensei asked, his eyes sparkling while looking like he was preparing to fly towards me. I unconsciously took a step back as I nodded. The magical tool created came out quite nicely. The only problem was how the colors looked like from a distance. As expected of Will, again. Actually, when I first decided to create fireworks, I had asked for John Sensei's help in experimenting with various metal dust. Just a little before the summer holidays, I came unannounced during one of the laboratory's day off and we managed to work some great colors out. Well, every blacksmith already knew about the fact that different metal dust, when burnt, would produce different colors, not to mention John Sensei, who was often asked to help in researching fireworks for the royal family. With the knowledge from the both of us, we managed to produce fireworks. Where did the experiment grounds and the metal dust came from? Magic. I teleported us over to the Barrel's garden and held our experiments there. Or rather, I want to praise John Sensei. He was knowledgeable in almost every field. Really, how wasteful was it for him to become a child's tutor, but... Well then, let us get on our way. John Sensei said, as he lifted his luggage. Got it. Teleport. I imagined my room as I chanted. And we landed safely in my room without any hiccups. Viva teleportation magic. But I shouldn't rely on it too often. My legs would degenerate. Oh well, Will. How unusual to see your room in such a messy state. John-sensei said, as he looked at the scattered papers in the middle of my room. I smiled wryly as I answered. Father lent me a new book and I got too absorbed in it. To think I even had friends over. I passed Tereo's diary over to John-sensei. Curious, John-sensei took the book over and after glancing at the pages inside, his face showed understanding. But I knew that was just the start of his crescendo. Oh, here it comes. Can it be the first founder's diary? This is famous for being a book filled with unknown magic circles and incantations that had gone unsolved. I see. So it's the barrel who had it, To the me who had retreated a very safe distance away from John-sensei, he was looking lovingly at the Tereo's diary as he stroked it. Ah, I think I heard him said it before that his wife was research. John-sensei area of research was magic circles and incantation. Add that with the history of this book and you were dangling a carrot in front of a horse. Leaving aside me, who had a weird look frozen on my face, John-sensei continued as he stroked the diary. Once, when I was still in higher academy, I had gotten hold of this book to try and decipher it. Ah, the arrogance of youth. To had baseless confidence about how I might be able to do it when all the famous researchers can't. I was really conceited. Was this what you called a bittersweet memories? I could see a hint of happiness and fun in his expression. By the way, this was used by the Royal Research Lab to put all the newcomers in their place. It seems like it would cause them to be even more earnest in researching. I get it, so John-sensei went through it as well. With a face full of nostalgia, John-sensei passed the diary back to me. So this was really a book full of magic incantations and circles? Q eyes sparkling. I smiled wryly. No, this is actually. I wondered how long was I going to keep lying. As I was worried about that, for some reason, because its will came to stand. And now, no matter what I said, even though surprised, people had came to accepted it. Which meant, I had no more reason to hesitate. For what reason did I hide the truth about what I know? The reason was because I might get targeted. To be used for some unsavory stuff. But above all, I don't want to be hated by people I hold dear. Although it was a bit late to talk about being targeted for my life since I had just exchanged blows with the shadows. And the title of being the Duke's son brought about its own share of danger too. Even it's not for my cheat, there were various other reasons why my life would be targeted as well. As for being used, it all depends on the situation, as well as the other party. I don't want to get hated by my close friends. If my secret ever get exposed, I wondered if any of them would leave. No, they won't. Even I knew that. I knew it, yet there was still unease. It was becoming to be a habit. It was deeply grinded in my psyche as a way of self-defense that I can't let people have any expectations of me. Even I get irritated at this thinking of mine. How stupid. I kept my memories just so I would stop being stupid. And it made me felt like I was not trusting them at all. I am angry at how my own weakness turned into suspicions of everyone. That's why. I pointed. Actually, John-sensei, this is not a magic or spell book. It's a diary. The first founder's diary. John-sensei, who had a moment of shock on his face, reverted back into a researcher's face almost immediately. I let out a tiny breath of relief. Finally, the memories I kept from my previous life seemed to have been out to good use. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 125. The reason for not telling. 125. The reason for not telling. Posted on August 26, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Diary. John-sensei stood there, frozen as his mouth stayed open. Without thinking, I burst out chuckling at that sight. What a rare sight, to had such a handsome face showing such a stupid expression. But it sure was unfair that he was still handsome despite that. Yes, a diary. I said as I kept chuckling, which then John-sensei regained his bearing and his expression turned pensive. Urging John-sensei to take a seat, I took a pot and tea leaves out of my fourth dimension POE, I meant pendant. TN, raceway, ice/cold water. And with that, the pot was instantly filled with ice-cold water. If I casted that magic without imagining anything, fresh water would come out instead. But it's me, someone who don't compromise on anything even if it was only a part-time job, the part-time work devil. Brewing tea could only be done by using soft water, and so, with that image in mind, I casted my magic. I then placed the tea leaves inside the glass pot already filled with water. Now for the finishing touches. 10. TN, fast forward time by 10 minutes on this. Yes, magic sure was handy. Taking cups out of my locket pendant, I chantlessly made ice cubes appeared it and began pouring the tea. Shink. A nice refreshing sound rang out when the ice hit the glass cups. I passed a cup over John Sensei, who took it with a stunned expression. The both of us then took a sip. What a refreshing taste. Cold drinks sure was a must for summer. Well then, I can't continue wasting time like this. John Sensei began to fidget as he kept glancing over with sparkling eyes. After finishing our drinks, I began speaking. I did tell you that I knew how magic works before, didn't I? I am not lying, but neither am I telling the whole truth. I thought so. At my words, John Sensei had a I thought so look on his face as he smiled. Yep. That was because I could understand the words used in the spells. In other words, I would understand its language. Which was why I would freely use it. That's right. John Sensei's area of research was in chants and circles. And he too believed that magic was actually a language. My words just gave all the researchers and theorists a solid answer. All the chants and words are actually all from one language. For example, the two chants I did previously. The first chant means ice water. If it was a circle, the two words of ice and water would be written down. Why was it that in this world, the theory that magic was a language was not proved? Even though there were research proving that some symbols on the circle corresponded to the chant, why was that if it was a word instead, it was deemed to be an entirely different thing? TN, Japanese consists of hiragana, katakana, and kanji. There are three ways of writing it, as seen from the example. The symbols might be referring to either hiragana or katakana while words are kanji. Although it might seem weird, but I kinda get the reason why. In this world, there was only one language. Well, as long as it's within the Rana continent. And their written counterpart was symbols that looked like alphabets. It might be difficult for them to link that all those symbols and words were actually all from the same language. That was because Japanese was a troublesome language that uses different ways of writing between hiragana, katakana, and kanji. This messy and chaotic language must be very difficult to understand by a language that had a standardized way of writing. Besides, magic was deemed as a technique, given by God. They might just push it all into explaining that it was all unexplainable because it's spiritual. Because in this world, God was just by your side. And above all, it was only 200 years ago that magic was made doable by everyone to the point of researching it. Before that, it was only the nobles that could do it. That was what the first founder did when he founded Elsmu. Rather, it was quite amazing they had only took 200 years to reach the theory that magic was actually a language. So it was really like that. John Sensei said, leaning against the chair as he let out the breath he had been holding in. He then looked at the ceiling for such a long time that I can't help but followed his gaze. Well, thank you for giving me your trust on this. Thank you for willing to share this with me. When I realized it, John Sensei was staring straight at me. Trust, was it? It had been some time since I did such a thing. This too must have been the first time John Sensei ever said such a thing. And that was not trust, but faith. The reason being he was the first ever to witness me using my magic. I could trust my parents too. And also had faith in them. But I still don't think I would tell them the truth. If John Sensei ever betrayed me, there was still the reason of him being an outsider that I could use, which was why I was willing to make so many things known to him. Thinking back, I already had this thought ever since I met him for the first time. As for blood relations, even if you cut a person out of your life, your blood would still be connected. Such a stupid way of thinking, I know. But now, it changed. I can say for sure that John Sensei is my closest friend. So much so that it would not change that fact even if he betrayed me. Him being an outsider mattered not to me anymore. In the end, it was me who decided it. Which was why it was time to throw away the thinking I had in my previous life. It was time to change. Even if I had no idea if I could really do it. Truth is, the thing I'm afraid was, I trust John Sensei. But, the thing I held back was not this, it was. As John Sensei was moved by my words, I suddenly clammed up. Was what? John Sensei asked, smiling, a gentle smile unlike his usual awful black ones. Somehow, I'm sorry. It was that John Sensei always used to say that researching is your wife. John Sensei froze. I can't do something like snatching a person loved one away. The thing I was afraid was the so-called burnout syndrome. Like how some students go with everything they can to get into the school of their choices, and when they finally did, they were so burned out from the process that they lose the will to study on. Research was the mental support of John Sensei. Every time I ran into a wall and asked for John Sensei's advice, all of his advice came from the research that he did. He had been living, working forward with the aim to crush his family, and now that he finally did, the only thing left holding him on was research. And with my words, he had the answer to his research. That is. As if in shock, John Sensei hanged his head as his voice trembled. His shoulders were trembling too. He must be shocked that a student of his was worried about his wife. I would be shocked too, if I just realized that my student was already at that age where he would worried about that kind of stuff. That is what, John Sensei? I said as I walked towards him, looking apologetic. Trembling as he lifted his head up, John Sensei's face was bright red as tears streamed down his face. He was that shocked? I can't help but panicked. Seeing me panicking, John Sensei trembled again. What was this? What did I do? As I grew even more panicky, John Sensei raised a hand to his mouth. Guffaw. Coo coo coo. Foo ha ha. I stopped. The heck? I tsukamied by reflex. Was my panicking face that much more amusing than the shock of what I just said? What was this? No, ha. Will is just being Will, like usual. Coo coo. I'm alright. You don't need to worry about me. I do have something else in place of research. John Sensei said, unable to hold in his laughter at some places as he just said something shocking. That my wife is research, John Sensei had said that he had something else other than research. Which meant he had a new wife I had no idea about. What hidden card was this? Looking at John Sensei's expression, he did look like he was living a fulfilling life with his lover. I can't believe it. The shock was like being betrayed by a friend who had said, "Ike man, just explode. And let's aim to be a magician." But John Sensei had always been an Ike man. He did look like he could have any choice of woman he liked. But then he was who I thought to be my best friend. I should have seen the hints. Had that research baka really had a lover? So, who was it? I asked. About that. John Sensei smiled and rubbed my head. It's you, Will. I could felt a chill creeping up my back. I brought a new novel today. Isekai Tensei no Bukensha. Seemed to be a story about a monster tamer. Looks good. No, it wouldn't be my new project after I caught up with this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 126, stop it. 126, stop it. Posted on August 27, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Foo-ha-ha-ha, well, what is with that face, foo-foo-ha-ha? John Sensei had been laughing nonstop ever since. Yep, I misunderstood. As the image of research equals lover/wife was too strong, I ended up really connecting the two together, but that was really just John Sensei's interest, something that he could curb his overflowing curiosity. So what John Sensei really meant was that he was looking forward to my weird actions and thinking every day. Will is my lover. Coo. Ha 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 ha. When are you going to stop laughing? Oh, oi. It's time to go meet my friends. No. But that's what you thought, didn't you? Your expressions just got weirder and weirder as the conversation went on. Stop it. Yes, I was very red at this moment. That was because I did felt weird. My HP had already reached 0. I mean, coo-ha-ha. When I was rubbing your head, you were thinking about it, weren't you? The laughing John Sensei then suddenly straightened his posture and looked at me in all seriousness. John Sensei. It's okay. Because I have found a better lover than research, and that is you, Will. And he smiled happily. He was doing it on purpose. Don't go with the flow with this kind of stuff, Sensei. Your acting is through the roof. Let's stop with this. If this continued, we would be eaten alive by some girls. And as that thought was running through my mind, something heavy hitting the floor was heard behind me. And it was from the doorway. Why? Will. It can't be. Will-sama. This is what I was trying to prevent. Just like a rusted robot, my neck turned creakily towards the direction of the voices. And the scene that greeted me with Chiffon and Selphy had turned and ran away, leaving a frozen Zen standing at the doorway, a weird expression on his face. Wait. No. It's a misunderstanding. I yelled after it fully registered in, but I was too late. The girls were gone. The one remaining was the frozen Zen and the dejected me. And a John sensei who laughed so hard that he almost chocked. With a faraway look in my eyes, I began scolding the me a few minutes ago, the me who told them that it was okay to head to my room once they are done preparing. I am an idiot. No matter how much a joke I wanted to pull on them, this was too much. Ah, so it's actually like that. I'm relieved. Chiffon and Selphy both gave a sigh of relief. I did the same thing quietly. I had chased after girls after that and had thoroughly and carefully explained what happened and managed to clear the misunderstanding. It's too much of a taboo to be dating sensei. Really, please stop it. Recalling the tragedy that happened in my previous life, I trembled. I had once fooled around with Tereo like that in the classroom. And the girls who saw that froze at the doorway in tiny mutterings of "the tiny book is heating up." Could be heard. TN, tiny book refers to BL Dojinshi. Of course, at that time, to the naive show, he had thought that they were scolding him and was dejectedly looking up that phrase through the internet. And got a rude shock. That was why having this kind of misunderstanding was harmful to my mental health. Although it did not reach the level of having a trauma, but it did still raise goosebumps all over. I believed I said it before, but I love girls. I am straight. Yes, I just said that at the dining table not too long again, but who would have thought that in just a few hours, this misunderstanding would happen? Today was not my day. Right. To the me who was moaning as I hugged my head, Chiffon replied in a panic. Selphy was grinning for some reason I can't comprehend. Zen had an even weirder expression on his face that I really can't comprehend. What, Zen? No. I just thought, as expected of Will. What do you meant by expected of me? Please, do tell. Anyway, it turned dark outside. The sun had completely set during the chaos. The timing was just right. Let's just stick with this silver lining. Well, it was about the time to fire off the fireworks. And everyone turned towards the entrance. Oh, Will. Are you all prepared? When we reached the entrance, Father and Mother were waiting there. As Father walked towards me with his arms outstretched, I was enveloped with a bad feeling and I quickly backpedaled. Yep, all preparations are finished. I had brought Sensei here too. That's great. Well then, let's all head towards the hill. Although our mansion were built on top of the highest hill, the second highest hill we were heading to were located at the north side of the mansion. It was said that the higher we fired from, the better the view would be. Are Father and Mother both coming along too? I am only passing it to them though? I asked, as I continued to move away from Father bit by bit. As I do not know the technique to fire it, I would be passing the fireworks to the professionals' uncles to do it. We would only be heading towards the hill to pass them the fireworks before heading back to enjoy it. As this is going to become a tradition, it would be better to meet them directly and give them thanks. I see. I used Zen as a shield against Father who was clinging onto me and quickly head towards the hill. Will? Zen called out, troubled. But I had no intentions of releasing him. Foo. Please become the sacrifice on behalf of your friend. Dear brave Zen. What, shield, ? Somehow that way of calling sounds very rude. You're just imagining things. I grabbed onto Zen's wrist and stretched it out in front of me. Well, it's time to go or the hunter, Father, would get me. To the hill . If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 127, Firework Artisan. 127, Firework Artisan. Posted on September 2nd, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Asterisk unedited. The hills around the outskirts of the district were all quite steep. The district itself was flat, but there were numerous hills littered along the south side of it, as if surrounding or protecting the area. Although not to the extent of a mountain, they were still pretty big. You would have trouble trying to go up those hills on foot. Hey, but there were still some that treated it as a walk in the park. It was even more so the case when climbing up with friends. With steps carved onto the hills, it felt like hiking along with friends. But the ones who think that were only Selphy and I. Be it a city boy, or an indoor person who studied until he could pass the skipping of grades exams, Zen was panting not before long. Selphy, on the contrary, was humming to herself as she walked along my side. as expected of an elf who lived in the forest. This hill was nothing compared to the forest. The sight of the district in the distance shined brightly, as if a Matsuri was taking place. It must be bustling with noise over there right now. Right around now, Busan must be setting up his cart on the streets, as opposed to the morning market where he usually set it up, on my request. When it came to a fireworks show, of course there must be food around. Fa ha 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 ha. Why, Will, how much further are we? When I was laughing loudly inside my heart, a heavily panting Zen asked. Around 100 m more, I think. Before I could answer, Selphy had already answered it for me. It should be the first time she was climbing this hill, so why was she so clear about it? How mysterious. Oh. Selphy had the secret weapon called fairies up her sleeve. I found out when we were on our way over. She had turned the previous problem that was plaguing her into a weapon she could use. She earned my respect for doing something I couldn't. We are nearing the trees right about now, Selphy said, providing additional information. The area we were walking on right now had no trees but was instead filled with grass, looking every aspect like a grassland. I had always came here for a picnic. Before I enrolled into the academy, I was rather free apart from the studies, training, and the occasional bouts of doing business, and so I came here often. Was it fun to have a picnic on my own here? I am going to cry soon, so please stop assuming that about me. I said nothing about coming over here on my own. I only said that I had no friends around my age, but I did had quite a few friends of different ages. Like John Sensei and Chiffon, Busan or Bibinyaru-san, or even those merchants I did business with. Those were only my tutor, attendant and business partners and not my friends? Shut up. Anyway, I was not alone when I came here to have a picnic. Those thoughts ran through my mind as we got near the densely packed trees/forest, and before I knew it, the sight before my eyes opened up and there was suddenly a space on top of the hill. The preparations for the fireworks had already been set up there. And many uncles were busily squirming about, working. That was because I ordered quite a large number of fireworks. The person in charge whom I met with was going, "This is the first time I did something as big as this. This will change everything." With his eyes sparkling. Oh well. I'm gonna ignore that because the first fireworks show without it being solely being enjoyed by couples was about to start. I was going to input the correct thinking into these people. Whoa. Awesome. Look at the number of them. Zen and Selphy remarked in admiration. That's right. I puffed my chest in pride. Seeing that, Father looked at me, grinning. What is this? Are all of them fireworks? Zen shouted, a face full of disbelief. I had ordered according to the scale of a Japan's fireworks show, and as the show here was simply a few shots here and there, the numbers might seem huge to them. The area filled with boxes and boxes of fireworks must have looked majestic to them. Even Father let out a whistle of surprise. Master Will. As we stood there, a middle-aged uncle came running towards us. To think you specially delivered it to us. We could have go over to take it instead. Good evening, Bransan. I wanted to let my friends take a look at the scenery up here too, so no worries. In contrast with his shaven head and fierce eyes, he was a really polite person. What a large man. He was around 2 m in height. Was he the master? I say, Master Bran, that was sneaky of you to rush over here first. From behind, a person running frantically over was none other than the in-charge I had spoken to. He had downtrodden eyes with curly green hair, looking every bit like a person who lazed about all day long. I'm sorry, that was quite rude, wasn't it? How about someone who looked weak? And what was so sneaky? He didn't talk like that from at the beginning, but as we met, he was beginning to change his way of speaking. I wondered if he was revealing his true self or was I influencing his way of speaking. I'm really sorry if it's the latter. Guru-san, what are you in such a hurry for? What, you say? Of course it was because the figure of hope, Will-sama, is here. How can I not hurry? Really? You don't have to say that just because I'm a noble son. I'm really fine with all that, you know? To ran all the way, leaving his work and preparing for the show was because I am still a noble. A duke's son, on top of that. That fact had always slipped by me because I was used to my commoner's life in my previous life. I hate myself sometimes for forgetting about it because it caused troubles like this. But when I made that reply, Guru-san gave me a stunned look. What are you talking about? I don't care if you are a noble or not, but you're my hope. Of course I have to welcome you. You have no idea how many thanks we have for Master Will. There is just no words that would express our thanks. Such moving words. Something, my eyes were drooling again, must be my age. Ah. I'm only 8, ah ha 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 ha. But. I see. Now I felt like thanking them too. I'm happy they did not do it just because I'm a noble. And everything happened because our interests met each other's perfectly. I did not mean to help them, it was just that when I decided to hold a fireworks show, they had been worrying about their sales of fireworks being so low. It was really all a coincidence. And a business as well. And there were a mountain of reasons why they really shouldn't felt thankful to me. And yet they did. It made me happy that it was all because of my actions. Was my vow in my previous life to live a life without my looks staring to work now? Without realizing it, I was smiling. It goes for me too, thank you. Smiling widely to cover the fact that drool was about to drip from my eyes, the voice that came out was trembling instead. How embarrassing. As I lay dejected over that, I heard a panicking voice. Ah. I'm sorry. Master. It seemed like Guru-san had realized that my father was standing behind me all along. In a way, he was really a big shot. Father and mother had auras that was sparkling brightly. Were they that happy that I was thanked? Thank you. No, or were they simply going crazy over all their fireworks here? No matter which, I'm glad they looked happy. Father shook his head, telling them he didn't mind and went ahead with greetings. I really felt like I wanted to continue working along with them for all the future fireworks shows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 128, Our Savior, First, Guru's POV. 128, Our Savior, First, Guru's POV. Posted on September 3, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. It had been 10 years since Gurus entered this company. It was just like yesterday when the 15-year-old him had decided to work in this company, thought a tired and weary Gurus as he clothed his tired and weary body. Sigh. He let out a deep sigh. The company chair he sat on made a weird creaking sound as if accompanying him. He had thought that he'd gotten used to it, but still, it struck him deeply. In this small company where he was the only one working in the sales department, there was no one he could share his troubles with. The company Gurus was working at was a company that creates fireworks. After seeing the fireworks at a noble's dinner party, the young him then decided that he would enter into this industry. But unknown to him, the fireworks industry was a really tiny place that was about to head into extinction. After he found out about that fact, he vowed that he would spread the beauty of fireworks all over the place and bring this industry back to life. But real life had not been that easy. And today too, had another party organizer that when I had never used fireworks nor do I know what's the reason for it. Besides, what exactly is fireworks? And when Gurus answered that it was something akin to seeing brightly lit flowers blooming in the sky, he got back a response about why can't they use magic instead and was directed a rude look. Plus, fireworks were not exactly cheap just to try to see how it would go. He was about to give up. The only reason why the company was still holding on was because this was the company that the first founder himself passed the technique on to. It had a feeling of being a traditional art form. It was not like the company was in debts, nor was it heading for a decline. But even so, to be existing on such a thin and fine thread was not something Gurus would like. He wanted to convey the beauty to every citizen and let them know how splendid fireworks would be. I'm really at my end, he said weakly. And at this exact moment, jingle jingle. Sounds were heard coming from the metal bell hanging outside the door. And there was only one person who would ring it. A customer. Jumping onto his feet, an unbelievable Gurus rushed to answer the door. Disappointment enveloped him when Gurus first opened the door. Yes, because the one standing in front of the door was a very young boy. He must have either got the wrong door or was simply playing a prank. But even as he thought that, Gurus put on a professional smile and started his sales attitude. As not to give a bad impression by being angry, Gurus tried hard at suppressing his sigh and directed a huge smile at the boy. Hello, is there anything I can help you? This is a fireworks company, so I was right. Thank God. I saw no one being around, so I was worried if I got the wrong place. But words that came out of the boy's mouth overturned all of Gurus's assumptions. The boy spoke in a clear and polite tone, so it did not look to be a prank. Plus, he said he was looking for this place. Did he came over for an errand from his parents? Realizing that, he looked closely and found out that the boy was wearing clothes of fine quality and his attitude was calm and steady. Maybe he was not running an errand but was instead an apprentice from another company. After all, he did not look to be of school age, so maybe he was learning something in advance to prepare for his future. So you had been looking for our company. I apologize, I went out for a moment. Please enter. Suddenly, Guru's throat felt parched. This could be something big. For the sake of the company's future, he need to at least sell something. This might be a big company that could even afford to let such a young boy to deal with something like fireworks. It was his duty to give a good impression. Leading the boy into the parlor deep inside the office, Gurus took a deep breath. Gurus was stunned. He had decided to lay down a good impression as so to form a connection with the company and prepare for further collaboration. What was happening instead? So, how much would it cost if I am planning on firing about 1,000,000 shots of fireworks? After some small talk with the boy, he headed into business talk, and that was the very first sentence that came out. Ha! That just came straight out from Gurus's mouth as he froze, but he was pretty sure anyone would have the same reaction as him. This was a world where double digits would be considered big. And what did this boy said? 1,000,000. He said 1,000,000. Gurus immediately came to his senses, and as he began to ask for details, his heart was pounding frantically. Staring at the boy in front of him, Gurus found out that he looked to be about 6, with soft and silky sliver hair and facial features that looked like an angel. A very, very cute boy. Why had such a boy came here specially to carry out such a fraud? Gurus did not care if anyone laughed at him for being serious with a kid, but he was indeed furious. He had hope. And it turned out to be a prank. I mean, 1,000,000 shots. It was not a number a company could come out with, normally. Even if it was real, it would most definitely not be handled by a kid. But, all the way up till now, the prank had been quite well done. After all, this was a prank thought out by a kid. Gurus stood up, trying his best in suppressing his anger. This was where he had to show the solemnity of an adult. Boy, I know playing pranks is a kid's job, but there are some things you can't do no matter what. What? He said something cool. Gurus stood up straight, waiting to be praised. Look, the boy was bewildered. He must be thinking that he was exposed. There are some pranks that are not funny. Not everyone could laugh can let you off the hook. Gurus said amiably. This time, it was the boy who was flabbergasted. Well, can't help but smiled wryly. Getting angry at a kid would do nothing in teaching him what's wrong and right. The correct way was to let a kid know what he was doing and how was it going to affect people. One had to correctly lead and guide a kid to what he should do. Was what Gurus had read in Essential Points for Good Communication book. I am so cool. And Gurus suddenly realized it. The stunned boy had since changed expression and was looking at him. And that expression, was it resignation or comprehension? It was a subtle expression that a normal 6-year-old kid can't pull off. Ah, that was thoughtless of me. Of course you would think this is fraud or a prank. What to do? The boy guessed correctly what Gurus had been thinking and seemed to be blaming himself for a mistake he had done. The adult-like way of talking threw Gurus into another loop. It would take a long time to explain till you would believe me, so I shall stop it here. I would be coming back on another day then. The boy said with a smile. Dazed, Gurus led the boy outside before slumping onto his chair. Come to think of it, do a kid use such polite language? No matter how Gurus thought, it was not normal. Plus that adult-like expression and speech. He did thought that it was just an excuse to run away, but he was not convinced. Because that boy had no look of embarrassment but instead, confidence. Another day. Gurus muttered to himself. If that was real, the boy would most likely bring some form of proof along. A proof that the order of 1,000,000 shots, however unbelievable it was, Gurus was starting to believe it. Could this be the start of something big, Gurus thought as a smile crept onto his face? I'm on a roll with this despite wanting to do other stuff instead. These random inserts of POV refresh me. I got it done in about an hour. Enjoy. I'm off to studying then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 129, Our Savior, Last, Guru's POV. 129, Our Savior, Last, Guru's POV. Posted on September 11, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Oops, the weekends just flew past me before I even realized it. Sorry for the late releases. 3 days after meeting the weird little boy. After returning from the usual sales rounds outside, Gurus was puzzled as to why the office was stirring up with sounds of people talking when the office was usually empty. In this company, aside from gurus, the rest of the workers were all fireworks craftsmen, ones who truly take pride in their work, so you would hardly see them hanging around the office when they could secluded themselves at the workshop. And from the usually lonely office where Guru stayed by himself, voices were heard. This was clearly abnormal. He wondered what was the matter. Did they had a burglary or something? No, there was nothing in the office to steal from. Reality sure was harsh. But, what then? Gurus then ran towards the door in a bid to reach the office sooner, and when he got close, he heard laughter coming from within. That eased his pounding heart. Despite knowing there was nothing of worth in the office, Gurus still felt a tiny bit of uneasiness. "I have returned," he said, in a tiny voice that could just slip past your ears if one's not paying any attention. Gurus opened his eyes wide when he saw the person inside the office. The boy, from before. Yes, it was the young boy who said he would be coming back 3 days ago. And the person chatting with him was none other than the boss of this company, as well as the top fireworks craftsman, Master Bran. And on top of that, there was a very tough-looking bear beast man standing behind the young boy. "Oh. Gurus, you finally back," Master Bran said, realizing the Gurus' presence immediately as he was sitting facing the door. Yes. Welcome." Bewildered by the sight in front of him, Gurus tried pulling himself together and greeted the young boy. The young boy then stood, unfazed, and slowly turned towards Gurus. Just that turn alone looked elegant to Gurus who came from the countryside. Gurus felt like he lost even though he went through training in terms on how to hold himself better for the sake of being a salesman. But now was not the time for him to be distracted by these useless thoughts. "Nice to see you again, Guru-sama." The gentle smile from the boy was oozing elegance. Gurus really wondered which company did this little apprentice came from. Realizing the scale of company, cold sweat started dripping down Gurus's back. "Nice to meet you. You came back, . Without thinking, Gurus's tone turned polite, and as if noticing the changes, the boy's smile deepened. "I brought along a way to prove my identity." Once again. The boy bowed elegantly. Gurus unconsciously did a little nod in response to the bow. "Let me introduce myself. I am in charge of managing the B-grade gourmet food company, Will." Gurus froze. "And this here?" The boy moved aside and the bear beastman who was standing behind him came into Gurus's sight. Meeting the boy's eyes, the bear beastman did a bow too. "My name is Buhul, and I am the chairman of the company." The beastman then proceeded to take out a guild card from his breast pocket. And on it, Buhul's name as well as his company was written clearly on it. Description on a guild card was created by divine power and it can't be forged. Therefore, the company written on it was Kuma Nico Private Limited. Tian, Kuma equals bear, Nico equals cat. I'm pretty sure everyone knows this by now. Bear Cat Company just doesn't sound as good. Gurus exclaimed once he laid his eyes on the card. Kuma Nico Private Limited was a company dealing in foodstuff that suddenly stood out 3 years ago. Now, they were one of the major companies around and was said to have brought about a new revolution in terms of food. It was to the extent that every citizen in Elsma knew about Kuma Nico Private Limited. It was because they were famous for causing chaos whenever their food cart rolled out that needed the use of the knights in helping to stabilize the situation. And recently, there were rumors of a new shop opening too. So how could Gurus not know about them? He had queued up for their food several times while thinking they were someone he could never get close to in his lifetime. B-grade gourmet food, it's too delicious. And his favorite among all was a dish called yakisoba. Enough about him. The problem right now was, that famous company, Kuma Nico Private Limited, chairman was standing right in front of him. And his face grew pale when he saw the seating arrangements. "Master Bran. Why did you not let our precious customer have a seat?" Gurus was despairing to the point of almost shrieking it out. Every customer was of great importance. Plus, the beastman standing right in front of him had the power of crushing this small company with just a finger. No one could blame Gurus for panicking. Ha ha ha. "Relax, Gurus, I did offer a seat but he firmly declined." Why? Bran said, laughing at the sight of the panicking Gurus. And that question was answered by the chairman himself. "Because I'm only here to observe this time." The slow and steady tone of his calmed Gurus down. And at the same time, it allowed him to digest his words. "Observe." And another question popped out of Gurus's mouth. Realizing it this time, he quickly held his mouth. As a salesman, it was not his place to ask. "That's right." The chairman nodded happily, not minding it at all. Gurus could not understand. Wasn't the boy someone hired by the company? To be heading the negotiations instead of the chairman of the company was indeed very weird. It looked just like the boy was of a higher position than the chairman. Well then. I'm sorry for causing all the confusion, but may I explain the new business plan I had in mind? The boy said with an amused expression and laughed. Fireworks sure is beautiful, aren't they? The stunned gurus was brought out of his thought by that phrase. After all, he entered into this industry because of his love for fireworks. He looked up, his hands slowly tightening into fists. I had seen them in various parties. If Guru said nothing when the talk had progressed till this, he would fail both as a salesman as well as a lover of fireworks. Yes. That intensity and beauty. They shine brightly even without magic, so they would most definitely add color to your party. That's it. The young boy cut into Guru's sentence. Guru's had no idea what was it. Had he said something wrong? As Guru's heart pounded, the young boy stood up happily and pointed. Why did fireworks need to be an embellishment? Let's make them into the star of an event. A shock ran the Guru's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 1:30, waiting time. 1:30, waiting time. Posted on September 11, 2017 by Kraza Pumpkin. Asterisk unedited. TN, phew, 2 posts in a row. Brains burning up. Now my quota for the last week is met. To produce such a detailed plan to raise a revolution in the fireworks industry, and even to produce such a matsuri to go along with, and moreover in planning to make it known worldwide. Will-sama is really our savior. During the time father was talking with the fireworks craftsman, we took a walk around the vicinity. And when the talks ended, Gurus, whose eyes were sparkling, suddenly broke into a fervent speech about how we made my plans came true. Why the sudden torture? This was embarrassing. On top of that pure goodwill and telling, was the pure praises towards me, just made it all the more unbearable. To be more precise, the glittering eyes of Zen, Chiffon and Selphy during the entire speech. My face must be burning red right now. I really feel like digging a hole and burying myself. Anyway, this fireworks show was also made as a plan to create a new business opportunity for the merchants. Leaving aside my evil personal goals. To push matsuri happening throughout the country, and also to implement the image of eating B-grade gourmet food during matsuri. It was also a time where people would release their stress and play to their fill during the matsuri. If this plan came through, it would be our win. A totally new market would open. Furthermore, the matsuri in this world is totally different from the matsuri on Earth. Well, one could say they were closer to what resembled a countryside matsuri. There was a need to have an attraction like how the portable shrine would be carried throughout the street during a matsuri. To create the same atmosphere, a huge pan would be used to make food for the masses and also be used as an attraction to gather people around. Of course, the main point was not about the food but to create that kind of atmosphere. I wanted to implement the image of a matsuri was to have fun and to relax, to enjoy eating and the beautiful fireworks. If it could be done, that it would definitely yield a profit. But it was all still in planning stages. This time, the only investor was me. Busan was only helping in rolling out his food cart during this event. But in reality, I only really wanted to hold a matsuri. Will's awesome. Zen directed his glittering eyes towards me. As expected of Will. Of course, it's Will-sama. Chiffon and Selphy looked at me with moist eyes. I really only could answer them by turning my flushing red face away from them. And so, all of us returned to the mansion. At the last minute, Father and Guru-san got into a frightening mutual understanding. Really, what made them so riled up about? Oh, shut up, I'm not really asking, idiot. It's about time for the fireworks show. I said to the two of them as I pointed to my watch. A sheet was laid out in our garden and on it, table and chairs were brought out. Ta-da, a VIP seating area was made easily. The three of us were sitting as we elegantly sipped on tea while waiting for the show to start. And a little further away sat my parents. The lovey-dovey aura around them were thick. This was weird. I was supposed to create a matsuri for friends to hang out. So what was my flirting, reality explode, parents were doing right now? But really, it was quite difficult to hold any negative feeling towards my parents. How should I set it? They looked really happy. I did not, for a moment, thought that it would be alright to make it into an event for married couples to express their love to each other as a way of filial piety. No, not me. When I averted my eyes from my flirting parents, I saw Chiffon standing there, smiling. Although I don't really like it, but Chiffon had a position as my attendant, so she would have to behave like one, standing behind. When our eyes met, she smiled happily. Influenced by her smile, I too felt the corners of my lips raising up. When I first caught her as a shadow, Chiffon had eyes that were dead. But when she decided on the goal to become my private attendant, as time went on, her expressions grew varied. And now, she was able to smile like that. Her smile really struck me deeply. It was like looking at how your sister slowly grew up. Chiffon, Oniai-san was really glad for you. Although I still wondered if it was alright for her to aim to become my attendant. On top of my plainly average face, I used to be rather reserved and hesitant as a child. Defiantly not someone who would do great things in the future. But that was where I needed to improve upon. That's my homework. Because that was what I wanted to be. Mao. And it ended up with me and Chiffon staring at each other for a while as those thoughts went through my mind. Seeing that, Selphy let out a disgruntled voice. HM? What is it, Selphy? I mean, it's that. This Matsuri is supposed to be an event where friends have fun together, isn't it? I see. My shoulders drooped down. I'm sorry. I apologized. What was I doing, staring at my attendant? Reflect. It's okay if you realized it. Never mind that, look at the streets. Zen continued from the tsundere comment from Selphy. Although the subject was changed abruptly, I totally welcomed it right now. If Zen had did it on purpose, he sure was a good friend. I lowered my eyes to where the streets were. What I saw was a scene much more beautiful and filled with a sense of fun than I initially thought. The streets were lit up beautifully, and thanks to Maria's father who helped in contacting other merchants, game stalls such as a shooting booth were set up too. This was another world. Other than those big cities, other streets were usually dark and quiet once night falls, unlike Japan where street lamps lined up along the roads. And today, among all the streets, barrel streets were glittering and shining brightly. Apart from the lanterns, the lights from the food carts and stores were adding on to the overall brightness. To be able to see all of the street, this was indeed a VIP seat. And as if cementing that fact, Zen and Selphy had been watching happily at the scene since Zen pointed it out. As for John Sensei, he said that he preferred to stay behind at the other hill and happily mixed in with the fireworks craftsmen. In the end, the stem of researching ran its roots deep in John Sensei. Ladies and gentlemen. And as we were looking down on the street, the lights went out and a huge echo-y voice ran through the barrel street. Zen and Selphy jumped, surprised by the sudden appearance of the voice. As for me, I can't help but grinned. Thank you for waiting. The very first year of the Barrels fireworks show has began. I had prepared for so long just for this moment. I am going to enjoy every bit of it. And as the two were recovering from their surprise, the first shot of fireworks burst brightly in the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 131 Flowers in Full Bloom. 131 Flowers in Full Bloom. Posted on September 18, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Oops, I missed the weekends again. Angry face, I can't seem to keep track of time. The days just flow by since it's the holidays. Sorry guys, here's the chapter, enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen. We have kept you waiting. The very first Barrels Fireworks Festival is starting. The loud voice resounded throughout the entire street and of course, to where we were sitting as well. As I laughed at how Zen and Selphy jumped at the sudden announcement, I turned my eyes towards the sky. I was sure there were many who were as surprised as Zen and Selphy. Thinking about that, I can't help but grinned. The first shot of fireworks spread out in the sky. Truth was, it was my creation. I wanted to create something interesting since I was in another world. I managed to design something that would take a supercomputer from my previous Earth to compress it into a shot. Although I had no idea what the speed of a supercomputer was. Why is words appearing in the sky? Yes, I designed the fireworks out to create a sentence in the sky. Barrel. I hope you enjoy this show. Zen and Selphy read the message shining across the sky as their eyes sparkled. Magic was all about imagination. In Japan, they would try their best to somehow make a shape in the sky, but over here, with the help of magic, this was easily doable. Although I was just playing around. The cost would blow up if every shot of fireworks were to be made using magic. Plus, it would overturn the trait that it could be created even without the use of magic. In the first place, fireworks were beautiful even without magic. A few shots were then fired all at once. This time, even father and mother raised their voices. With a loud bang that seemed to even resound throughout one's body, flowers colored yellow and white bloomed in the sky. The might of the fireworks lit up the surroundings. An enormous amount of mana would be needed if one were to use magic to duplicate the same effect. Which meant, the only ones able to do it would be people working in the castle. Which would in turn raise the cost if for a single firework. Wah! Selphy clapped her hands at the sight of various colors of flowers blooming continuously. Then, a few flowers bloomed all at once. The entire show took around 1.5 hours. In the middle of it, the two of them were simply staring at the sky with their mouth wide open. Then, there was a pause. Ah! That was amazing! Zen exclaimed. I then shook my head. Ha ha ha! It's not over yet, look! I looked up at the sky again and the two of them followed. At that moment, a yellowish-green colored flower bloomed in the sky. Wah! That's mine! Selphy yelled. That's mine! Zen pointed to a shape that had a circle with a star inside. I nodded as my smile deepened. Next up was mine again. A white flame bloomed into a red flower following by a shaped firework as it turned into green sparkles as it fell. Yes, my image was a magic circle. Anyone going to school would be able to recognize that shape, as in I tried using kanji. Even to me, it had a very Japan feel to it. Tien, Mizu, water. Lastly. Buh! A roar sounded as a greenish-white line was drawn in the sky. Then a loud bang was heard as it fired, producing a dragon shape that looked like it soaring up into the sky before dispersing. Next up would be the finale as usually seen in Japan. White and golden-colored willow or chandeliers spread across the sky and brightly lit up the surroundings. Everyone here stared at the sky, too amazed to even make a sound. And so, the firework festival for today is over. Thank you for watching. After hearing the host announcing the end of the show, I had an urge to shout TAMAIA. If I really did that, then I would definitely be in the center of attention. And I then be labeled as someone weird. I would really like to avoid it that if I can. Since I was already being thought as one even under normal circumstances. I had been noticing gazes that said it can't be helped since it's will a lot lately. Moreover, I do not wish to be labeled as an eccentric person as all I wanted was to be someone normal. But since they were still willing to stay by my side, was it better to continue on this road? No, definitely no. What was I thinking, happily accepting the role of a weird guy? That was close, that was close. I almost thought that wouldn't be bad as well. And enough about that. Although I was the one who planned this show, the completion was way better than what I expected. Professional were indeed professionals. The aura of a craftsman could be felt strongly from Master Bran as well. It had been fun talking to him from the start. Guru-san felt like a normal salesman, but as the talk went on, his eyes began sparkling whenever he saw me. Whenever he called me a revolutionary, I had the urge to call him a strange uncle. That was amazing. Zen muttered as Selphy and I nodded strongly at his word. There would be another show next year too, right? Yep. Selphy asked, looking at me with eyes full of expectation, and I nodded immediately, affirming it. I want to visit this place again next year. Selphy said happily in response to my affirmation. Please do. Zen too. I said, smiling happily as Zen nodded at my invitation. Even though a lot of things happened, I managed to meet my goal of making it an event for friends to hang out together. I wish that our friendship would go on forever. And, we'll made a friendship declaration to go on forever. Selphy-chan. Tien, don't write it that way if you're sad for Selphy. Although I'm on Chiffon's ship. Oh yes, as for the TAMLAA yelling thing, it is a famous thing in Japan for people to yell that after a fireworks show as in Edo period. One of the workshop for fireworks is called Tamaya. They used to compete with other workshops and people would then cheer for the workshops they like. Don't ask me why they only cheer for Tamaya though. Ask Google Sensei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 132, Beryl Street. 132, Beryl Street, Ivan's POV, first half. Posted on September 24, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Those who attended the fireworks festival had said this. Instead of the expected bouquet of flowers, they saw a field of flowers blooming in the sky instead. Ivan, a former Hatuo soldier whom Will had brought back to the Beryl's territory, underwent a series of strict and intense training, and finally became a part of the White Knights. Finally was used, but it had only been about a month. From that, one could see how much effort Ivan had put in. Here, the feudal lord and duke was Guillaume, who was the leader of the White Knights as well. And although the White Knights were situated all over the country, the main subdivision was here and was personally led by Guillaume. Ivan had aimed to become someone who would prove useful, so he was really thankful towards Will, who gave him the chance to hone his skills in such a good environment. Truthfully told, this sort of thing was highly impossible if not for Will, as what Guillaume hated the most was flaunting of one's status to get into the Knights. Which was why Ivan, a thug-like soldier from Hatuo, gave his all in undergoing training in order to raise his level to match the elites of the Knights, as well as manners that would not embarrass the status given, all the while using the memories of William, Angel, or Will as his driving force. And thus, due to the intense training, Ivan had lost a little of his feelings as he graduated and rolled out as a novice knight, surrounded by youths younger than him. And, as he went on his rounds as a novice, summer came and that happened. For some reason, Ivan and the rest of the novice knights were called into attention by Guillaume. They were to assemble in the evening, when their training just ended. Ivan, who was scheduled to do patrolling, headed towards the training grounds after his shift. At the training grounds, those who finished their training were already gathered there. And it was a tragic sight. There were those with deathly pale faces, those who could hardly stand, some who had drool dripping from their mouth as their eyes rolled up, and some who, with bloodshot eyes, were practicing their swinging. It was pitiful, looking like a picture of a certain level in hell. But above all, it stunk of sweat. Miserable to the end. But Ivan did not take any notice at that scene, but instead had a pondering look on his face. He was fine because he was arranged to go on patrol after the morning training session, but on the days where he too had an afternoon training session, he would most likely be one of the zombies in the crowd. The job the White Knights were in charge of were as follows: guarding of the gates, patrolling the streets, arresting criminals that were involved in whatever incident that were being investigated. They were just like the organization Will had talked about, the police. And because Elsma was a country surrounded by the demon forest, the knights needed to undergo intense training in order to be able to guard and defeat any demon beasts should they come attacking. Of course, this not only applied to the Barrel's territory but throughout the country. Even so, the training at Barrel's grounds were famous for being tough. As Ivan had totally gotten used to this, he was able to stare at the new trainees with a calm expression. Growing accustomed sure was scary. A shadow approached Ivan. He was a novice knight like Ivan called Scott. "I wonder what's going on," Scott said, looking at the noisy training grounds. Ivan, too, was thinking about the same thing as the both of them tilted their head in puzzlement. Maybe something happened? Ivan guessed, but Scott shook his head. Can't be. If it was to the extent that they needed us novice, the streets would be in a panic as well. If that's the case, we won't be of any help anyway. Ivan laughed bitterly. Novice knights like them, as compared to their senpais, were like putting snake against a dragon. They would totally be of no help at all if even the senpais can't handle it. Plus, the streets were too quiet. So it looked like nothing serious. But knowing that put them at ease. Looking at each other, they laughed and relaxed, standing at ease as they waited for the announcement. After waiting for a bit, Guillaume appeared in front of them. His usual stern expression somehow looked a little weird today. It was an expression that he rarely showed in front of the novices and trainees, so it stood out. But the reason for that was quickly known. That was because a small shadow was seen behind Guillaume. Yes, that person was none other than Will. The cough that threatened to burst out was suppressed by Ivan as he disregarded the sour sensation that welled up in his nose. To the Ivan now, Will was a part of his black history that he wished to forget, as well as the one who could heal him, also as someone he admired. Which meant, Will was a very complicated existence to him. But, as Will's appearance was too sudden, the first memory that rushed out was the black history that he wanted to erase. The stunned Ivan then perked up his ears when Guillaume said that there was an important announcement to make. In order not to be shaken by Will's presence, he emptied his mind and thoughts. It was rude to show such a sight towards a noble. Yes, Ivan had learned a lot during his days here. Everyone, thank you for assembling. Tien, Shokin, Sakuro Gakuro. At the moment Guillaume opened his mouth, the quiet grounds went into total silence. Everyone pretended to be ignorant of what happened and also of how Guillaume looked proud as he glanced at Will. No matter how their hearts were thinking it's a pun. Or that's sad. There was no way they could say that out loud or show it in their attitude in front of their superior. Because everyone here was a knight. Although being a knight had nothing to do with it. Or it might be that they do not wish to acknowledge how their stern and cool leader had such a moment, or how Guillaume was actually an idiot parent. Maybe Guillaume wanted to show off to his son, Will, had he said something amusing, but backfired. They could only pretended that it did not happen. The clever knights kept their silence. I gathered you here because of an upcoming event. It seemed like Guillaume pretended nothing happened. He reverted to this stern expression as he raised his voice. XX months later, a fireworks festival event will be held. On that day, the B-grade gourmet food cart is going there as well. I imagine there is going to be some disorder, so all novices are to patrol and control the crowds. Saying that in a single breath, Guillaume looked at everyone. What is your response? Understood. Ivan and the rest saluted as they raised their voices. Scott then raised his hand. Scott. Thank you very much. What exactly is fireworks festival? That I would let my son explain. He would be explaining about the food cart as well. Any other questions? No? All right. The arrangements of groups would be by your senpais would be after the lecture. Then I would be leaving the rest to my son. Guillaume then took his leave. He seemed to be leaving in a haste. Did he have any important matters to handle? Ivan wondered about that, but after seeing Will's stunned face, he understood. Guillaume was escaping after leaving that bad pun behind. He even avoided Will's eyes. But then Ivan was surprised. Usually it would be strange to leave a kid whose age was not even in the double digits to give a lecture, but no one was questioning that fact at all. They all had an expression that read, because it's Will. As expected of Will. Was it okay to name that adaptability as such? Then, questions started to appear. When is the fireworks festival? Looking at the statics, the lowest possibility of rainfall would be on this day, so it would be this day. Where will the food cart be located at? It will be at the street lined with icarus trees that stretches from the gate till the Barrels mansion. Apart from the food cart, there would be game stores setting up along that street too. What do you mean by game stores? Shops that sells games? My plan was to have games like ring toss, and depends on the points earned, different prizes could be won, but Guillaume-sama said that there is most likely to have disorder, so can I know how messy it will get? As the Kumaniko company had helped with the publicity of this event, people from other territory would most likely be coming. The knight started throwing questions without holding back and Will smoothly answered every one of them. This was as weird as it could get. Ivan started getting a faraway look in his eyes from witnessing his strange sight. As a newcomer, he would still need a long time before he could get used to this lack of common sense. TN, all behold the breaker of common sense. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 133, Beryl Street. 133, Beryl Street, Ivan's POV, second half. Posted on October 1, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. After knowing their schedules and groups, all the novice knights took the extra time and care to go over the area where they were going to patrol on that day. All this enthusiasm stemmed from how this was their first big mission that was tasked to them. Although this mission won't let them shot to fame overnight, they were all youngsters who had a strong sense of justice, which resulted in them becoming a knight. They were not taking this lightly and instead viewed it as a way to offer their help to the citizens. Ivan, too, was fully into it as well. Although he used to be such a thug-like soldier in Hatuo, the reason he became one was due to his childhood dream of being a help to others. Overwhelmed by the sense of helplessness and despair when he realized the true face of what a soldier meant in Hatuo made him spiraled into the wrong path. Anyone would grow if given the chance to start over. Thanks to having this regret in his heart and knowing how helpless he once was, Ivan had the strength to give it his all right now. That was because he knew how easily it was to fall since he experienced it before. Anyway, in simpler words, Ivan had been stuck patrolling the Icarus Street where the food cart would be at, every day after his training. Let the matter where he was almost brought in for questioning by his senpais be kept a secret. Because, in the dimly lit evening, wasn't it very suspicious for a man to simply be walking to and fro along the street every day? It was really not because his actions looked creepy or his looks was so astonishingly villainous. Ivan thought, persuading himself strongly. He had a thought about why was he singled out when the rest of the novice knights were doing the same thing, but the answer came almost immediately. Yes, it's the difference in age. Ivan was a lot older than the rest of the novice knights. Imagine a youth hanging at the street as compared to a middle-aged man. If one were to ask if who would look suspicious, everyone would mostly likely point towards the latter. Yep, that's it. And so, the day before the festival arrived. Carts were already lined up along the Icarus Street. People were coming and going. Among them, there were many who were merchants, but the beastmen numbered quite many too. Ivan used to look down upon them before, but not now. Because he came to know that what Hatuo had taught them were all bullshit. Why, in the first place, was beastmen being looked as being inferior when they could travel through the demon forest by themselves while pulling their goods along? Even he marveled at how ignorance could turn him into an idiot. Nothing in the world sure is more dangerous than ignorance. It was almost a crime. The citizen in Hatuo can't even compare as they can't calculate, nor use magic, nor had strength worthy of a beastman. What made them think they were superior? Once Ivan went out and saw the world, he knew it was simply them being jealous. Earlier, he told Will-sama about what he thought, and Will-sama had smiled wryly as he told him things. That how everyone had this kind of thinking, and that was why education was so important. And when Ivan asked Will-sama what did he meant by that, he said that humans were beings that felt happy when they placed others below them. If it was the old Ivan, he would not understand it meant, but now, he knew. It was like the case where slums were placed as so to let the normal citizens feel fear from revolting against the authorities while keeping them satisfied that they were slightly on the higher level. Hatuo was a place where it was bitterly cold during winter, that no crops could grow, came with high taxes, and where the nobles who did nothing acted all high and mighty. In a word, the worst place to live in. But still they did not think they were at the bottom rung, as that was where the beastmen were. And it was because the citizens can't use magic, that's why they thought that the nobles were amazing. They can't calculate, that's why they do not realize just how much taxes they were paying. They did not know the strength of beastmen, that's why they looked down upon them. They did not know the correct usage of money, that's why they did not know the greatness or the difficulty of being a merchant. All of it was thanks to ignorance. That was why, to Ivan, ignorance was a crime. The entire world and truth were all blocked from their eyes. Ivan never wanted to return to being someone like that again. After his shift, he returned to the Icarus Street, full of zeal. One of his hand was tightly gripping onto his wallet. There was rumors that, in turn for the knights who were unable to enjoy the festival on the day itself, the street would be opened exclusively for them the day before the festival. Ivan wiggled his nose as drool was threatening to drip down his mouth as he looked at all the carts. He was determined not to lose to his appetite for food. And finally, it was the day of the festival. As a knight, Ivan had done his best. He had conquered the food cart. Everything was delicious. It was so addicting that he went for seconds over and over again. That was dangerous. Now he knew why there would be chaos over the food cart. As the B-grade gourmet food cart had long snaking queues every day, he hadn't had the chance to try their food and simply can't understand why everyone was rushing over to get a taste. But, thanks to his investigation beforehand, his outlook changed. Doing prior investigation was important. He would definitely visit the next time he had the time. He swore on the organ below his heart. No, he's not going to say stomach because it was just so uncool. The patrolling of the street was unusual to say the least. 1 hour before and after the fireworks show was all spent on directing the crowds. Ivan had a suspicion, and he was right. During the entire time from the start of the fireworks show to during the show, people kept coming, that the entire street was almost overflowing. As the waves of people kept coming, knights stood at the side of the street as they directed the flow of the crowd, building a small stage at the crossroad as so to stand out from the crowd and let people see their directing. They even used voice-enlarging magic tools to make sure everyone heard them. The area they built for lost kids played an extremely active role as well. Although this was the first festival, everything went so smoothly that it looked like this was how it should be. Ivan wondered what would happen if Will-sama did not came up with all these ideas. The small stage at the crossroad, the area for lost kids, as well as the loudspeaker magic tool, were all suggested by Will-sama before the start of the festival. Gion-sama had a doubtful look when it was first suggested, and so did Ivan. But it ended up being the correct way. As expected of Will-sama. In Hatuo, festival meant people from the same village would cook food that they got from their harvest, so this was a surprise to Ivan. But when he asked Scott, who was working with him at the home for lost kids, it was different. A festival is where everyone enjoy good food, wine and dance together, idiot. Ah. So it was really different. Elsmo brilliance once again broke Ivan's common sense. Even so, is fireworks that amazing? Ivan asked again. Fireworks was something that did not exist in Hatuo, so he could not even begin to imagine what it was. So many people came just to watch, and it was even said to be the traditional arts handed down by the Elsmo's first founder. His anticipation grew bigger. Ah, I have never seen it before, so. But those who had seen it before are the rare ones, you know? It's just a little something at some nobles' parties. Is that so? Then why is there such a crowd? It's the event where the recently famous for their unique toys, Toys Love Company, the huge and old-fashioned brand, Unislo, and all the big and famous shops, not to mention the fiercely in the trend now B-grade gourmet food, Kumaniko Private Limited, are in. It is not only about the fireworks, you know. Rumors said that all these companies owed a favor to someone who was doing something new, so they all came in and joined this event. Scott bellowed. Ah, Ivan finally gotten it. As expected of Will-sama. toy, clothing, even food. A person who will bring about a revolution was trying something new, so they all came. And right now was just nicely. And now is just right in the middle of the summer holidays. Ivan mumbled. This was that person's attraction. His first try had resulted in this polished finishing, and even people flocked over to help. Plus, Wilsama handmade fireworks were gorgeous. Everyone that came are going to come again the next year, and it was rumored that the scale of the festival next year was going to be bigger too. Wilsama was Wilsama. He had planned that far into the future. Maybe it's because it's Wilsama. Ivan was completely exhausted after jostling with the crowd for an entire day. But there was no helping it because this was an event planned by Wilsama. And today was the day where Ivan's feelings was finally in sync with all the rest of the nights. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 134, Creeping Up Silently. 134, Creeping Up Silently. Posted on October 6, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. The sun rays grew softer as the end of the summer holidays approached. 1 month had passed after Zen and Selphy, who stayed around for a week after the fireworks festival, went back home. And at last, my wish had finally came true. Yes, I finally got to help out with Father's work. I had always wanted to rescue Father, who was always buried under layers of paperwork, and I was finally allowed to assist. Yay me! Go me! Let's go for more and more. As party poppers were setting off inside my heart, I was working hard at writing up all the reports. These reports were all reviews that were to be sent to different villages. For example, giving advice to questions like this and this happened, so what would be the best course of action? Yes, I was living each day to the fullest. I would have you know what I had given up on a lot of things just to reach this stage. Yes. Like my will and pride. I don't have any pride from the beginning? Idiot. Imagine a middle-aged man like me looking up to another person while going, I want to be of help, can I? And tilting his head. A man always had a sense of pride that he would carry to his grave, was what Grandpa had taught me. That's a man. So why was I playing cute over here? But there was a huge wall, my age, blocking my way forward, so this was the only choice I had. Besides, my only aim was to be able to help my father in his work. So I had said something I would never said usually due to my highly easily embarrassed nature. I love my parents, who gave me immense love that I was unable to get in my previous life. So even if it's just a little, I want to fulfill my duty of filial piety towards them. And to achieve that aim using any methods could be counted as a man too, right? Yep. It's not like Father stifled his laughter until his shoulders was trembling after I did that. And definitely not that even Mary San had the same reaction. That was unexpectedly unbearable. It was easier to bear if they had just laughed right out. Like how it would be better to admit it that you fell instead of pretending that you were tying your shoelaces. Trust me, it was loads better. My neck made cracking noises as I lifted my head. The long hours of staying in the same position had stiffened it. I had this since my previous life. This pain was only those who get stiff shoulders easily would understand. But to think I would had it when my age now was only in a single digit. Loosening my shoulders, I gathered the documents I looked over as I stood up. Father was sitting right opposite of me. Ah, the towers of papers were gone, by the way. The first thing I did when I started was to clean everything up. I had stored the overflowing papers into another pocket space magical tool that I newly created. This tool could only be opened by those whose mana had been registered. Of course, the only ones registered were Father, me and a few officers working under Father. Gion-sama. A crease appeared between Father's brows when I called him. Just call me Father. I gladly welcome Papa too. I called that title because I thought there was a need to separate work from private life. I smiled when I heard Father's objection. Father. These documents doesn't seems to be about the territory. Father stood up and walked over. Sorry, these are for the knights. Father said as he stick his tongue out. I want to draw back in disgust, but I suppressed that impulse and shown no reaction. It would be my loss if I did. My experience told me that it was useless otherwise with Father. But dear Father. He looked reliable, but he was unexpectedly careless. Like father, like son? Ah, but I don't know much about my grandfather. Not that, it's me? I know that. Suspicious personnel had been spotted in Sosyanov's territory. Father, this is. But, in these situations, Father's very much reliable. When I touched upon that subject, Father's expression turned serious. The anti-kingdom fraction is hiding themselves recently. Or is it better to say that the trend had died down? And Manny from the Socianov's territory has been asking if it was alright to request for the increase in people to deal with all the suspicious people appearing recently. Father's explanation confirmed my suspicions. Father was the leader of the Knights as well as the Lord of Barrel's territory. His position don't allow him to move or to release any information he knew easily. Although he easily revealed it to me. This showed a flexibility in thinking and a great intellect. Too bad about his average face. The Lord had asked the king directly for permission. Which meant he is cleared of suspicion of belonging to the anti-kingdom fraction, so the king's response would be he approved. The Socianov's territory is the wall of defense against north side of the demon forest. Its position is incredibly important in regards to the national defense. We are to temporarily dispatch some help from our side. It sounded like something was about to happen. And the king had wanted us to dispatch all the support we had. Which meant the Black Knights. Of course, support against the suspicious personnel could only meant one thing. Father, my stomach hurts, so can I take some rest? The Black Knights were none other than the Intelligence Corp. And if the country's battle troops had been deployed, it meant that it was the same for our opponent. In simpler words, those suspicious personnel was people sent out by the Hatuo Empire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 135, His Thoughts. 135, His Thoughts. Posted on October 15, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk edited by A.J. TN, we have a new editor, Ajfairs20. Welcome. Passes cookies and ice cream. Ian, thank you very much for the welcome, my friend. Enjoy said desert treats. Gouda looked at the sky. The clouds in the sky were thinning out and were almost all gone. This marked the end of summer and also the little amount of time he had left. The listless Gouda then rang his summoning bell. Although Spinel, who would always appear when called, was gone, Gouda still had to go about his plan. He had to make sure it succeeded. He was not that naive to think that he could act in Elsma without his shadows, so the fact that he would be found out was already being thought of. But the next step was a gamble he was staking everything on. This gamble was betting on the fact that if lost, he would only need to pay a minimal amount of damages, and if won, his country would be saved. That was why this gamble relied heavily on who was the fastest to move. As long as they make a move before their opponent, they would have the advantage. This wish of his had followed him since young. Although his hair had thinned and his belly had grown, his wish remained unchanged. Capture all the hunters. Fall out. He commanded. The luxurious and gorgeous throne room that Gouda was always in was empty. He was, instead, in a little worn-down lodging, sitting on the sofa. Some sacrifices had to be made. Gouda mumbled to himself. In front of losing his position and having the country dying of hunger, this much wasn't anything. The summer holidays were coming to an end. He had stayed in the dorm till the very last minute, and with the excuse that he should at least show his face in front of his father, he began setting out for home. Will had to help out his father so he could not come along with. Yes, Zen had pushed all responsibility onto Will. Not that he was feeling lonely. Absolutely not. It was that after hearing Will talking about how he met his goal of helping his father, Zen's wish of helping his father burned even stronger. Normally, when one heard an 8-year-old boy talking about helping with his father's work, they would only think that he was playing because it was quite impossible. But if it was Will, nothing was impossible, thought Zen, with a faraway look in his eyes. Will could easily solve difficult mathematical questions and could also cast magic that even the teachers wanted to learn from him. And when you thought that Will was only good in studying, he would then proceeded to jump out from the second floor only to land it safely and harmlessly, showing his awesome reflexes. And just a while back, using that petite body of his, Will had defeated Zelda-sensei in a sword battle without any handicap from him. Will had laughed and said, I just won by a small margin and Zelda-sensei had also gone easy on me. Zen can't help but look at with Zelda-sensei, still curled up in one corner. Shiro is awesome too. Zen mumbled. Will, in his first summoning, had managed to destroy the classroom by summoning a huge-ass magical beast. Not to mention it was the mystical white dragon, the famous magical beast that was said to be one of the contracted beasts of the first founder. Of all these things, one would think that he wouldn't have had the time to do so many things, but don't forget, Will is a noble. A noble wouldn't need to do any house chores. But he overturned that again by showing how good he was at sewing, cooking, and cleaning. As expected of Will. No matter how impossible a thing was, Will can do it. Because it was Will. Everyone who knew Will had the same common understanding. There was no helping it because it was Will. This was a phrase that had helped many in overcoming the huge shock that threatened to make them lose their minds. It can also be said as a way of giving up. As all these ran through Zen's mind, he glared at the communication device that was given by Will. This tool was yet another miracle. This pendant was a magical tool that enabled communications between people regardless of the distance, as explained by Will. As a magical tool's craftsman's son, Zen knew of this tool. However, the tool he knew of was about as big as him and was so rare that only territory lords had one in their house. Moreover, that tool was something the first founder himself had created. Zen was totally at a loss for words when Will handed him the small communication pendant-like tool. But this is only a receiver due to the size. Will said, smiling wryly. It seemed like it uses was restricted by the size of the mana stone set inside. Receiver meant that he can only reply when a call came and not make a call by himself. Zen had a dazed look in his eyes again. He wanted to yell out but can't, due to this being a shared carriage. His manners didn't allow him to. You would have to know that most of the tools that the territory lords owned was a receiver. The communicator tool was the tool used for calling, but the destination had to firstly be incorporated into it before creating it. And most communicator tool had at most 2 to 3 destination programmed. For example, the tool in Sosyanov's territory that Zen lived in was only registered to the royal family. As Zen's house was one of the best magical tool craftsmanship around, he had been taught about that tool. His father once told him that the communicator tool the royal family had that was registered to all the receivers was the exception to the exception. That was why when Zen heard Will said, but this is only a receiver due to the size, he felt like his mind was exploding. Because that meant that Will had already built a communicator tool, and the next sentence that came out of Will was even scarier. I had already registered your mana, so all you need to do is to think of the person you want to send a message to. I will be sending you the communicator when I can successfully build it smaller. An impossible thing was said easily like that. Zen had a feeling that a new revolution will be brought about. Furthermore, it was not only a tool that connected the registered users together, it would even search for other tools. It was so far out that it would be said to be a completely different thing altogether. In Will's eyes, the communication tools here were like a telegram or even a pager, but for a modern kid like him, he would still wish for a smartphone. Recently, he was planning on making magical tools that had a low amount of mana consumption. It was good that Zen did not know about Will's plan of making these tools widespread, otherwise he would faint from shock. But Zen, who had experienced a good deal of mind-blowing stuff, had unknowingly tempered his mind to be able to withstand more than an average person. Zen looked at the sky as the horse carriage rocked to and fro. The sun was setting and it was about to turn dark soon. Thinking of something, Zen looked at the tool in his hand once again. Will had said, since you can't send a message if anything happened, I would be calling every 3 days to check. When he first gave him the tool. And 3 days after receiving the tool, he got Will's call. The tool would vibrate when a new call was received. It had been 2 days since the last communication, so it would be at least the next evening or at most the day after when he would received another call from Will. 2 days ago, he hadn't told Will that he would going home. As he had told Will how he wouldn't go back unless he had graduated, it felt like he was slapping his own face with this trip back. How very embarrassing. But Will was always unpredictable. He would sometimes appear in the dorm when he was thought to be at home. And by then he would knew that Zen was not in. If a call came, Zen could only tell the truth that he was heading home. What should I say? Zen mumbled to himself, racking his head for an answer. Then, he lifted his head and nodded. He thought of something. I could just say that father called me back to help him. Will had knew about his father's slovenly lifestyle, so this excuse was perfect. Having thought of a bulletproof excuse, Zen began nodding off thanks to the comfortable rocking of the carriage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 136, Hunter. 136, Hunter. Posted on October 21, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Good morning. Ruby sang as she pushed open the thick wooden door even if the sign said, closed. She was treating it as though her own home. Well, that was because this was Diane's magical tool shop. Zen's father's shop, who always caused his son to worry after his sloppy lifestyle. Ruby had been coming over ever since she was little. Plus, she had gotten used to entering and changing the sign to open every morning for the past 6 months. Because if she were to leave it, the sign would remain closed forever. Zen had, with deep worry in his eyes before leaving for school, asked for her help in looking after his father. To Zen, Ruby was his childhood friend as well as an older sister whom he could rely on. That very Zen had also promised her that he would try his very best in school, even trying to skip grades, all so he could take over the shop someday. As for Ruby, she was thinking of staring out as a newbie hunter in this town, Tatora, of the Sosianav territory. It seemed that a few generations back, Ruby's family had migrated over and was working as a hunter by using their special cat beastman's nimble and agile ability. Ruby wanted to continue the family's line. Zen had always said that he won't lose to her, so she was looking forward to what he would say this time. As Ruby had also teased this little boy who loved sticking close to her, she had forced him to say stuff like, "I am going to graduate in a blink of an eye. And I definitely will not return home before then. Definitely." Before glaring at her. But she was sure that he would find an excuse and come back. Ruby smiled. "Oh. You're early, Ruby." "No, I'm not. Baron is the one who's late. The other shops had long since opened for business. It's because you're like this that even Zen is worried about you." The even Zen phrase shown how much Ruby knew about Zen's natural airheadness. But Ruby was not wrong. The common time to open up the shop was when adventurers or hunters started heading towards the Adventure Guild. As the missions they took was often more than not dangerous, they loved spending their money as they do not know when they would meet their demise. Very few would had money left on them overnight. So it would be hard for normal merchants not to bank in on this chance. Even Ruby was on her way to the Adventure Guild as she dropped by the shop, it being along the way. But I just seem to always forget about turning the sign over. That's why I said it's better not to even hang up the sign in the first place. That sloppy way of thinking made Ruby can't help but to Tsukomi. But to think Baron's eyes would started sparkling. Good idea. Stop joking ya around. She yelled, even stumbling over her words. Ruby sighed. This happened every morning. Ruby's mum had always said that it was because Zen had such a father that he grew up to be so diligent. But Ruby thought otherwise. Zen's father was sloppy, but underneath all the sloppiness, he was actually quite airhead. Yes, like father like son. Seriously. Get a hold of yourself. I'm going to the guild. Ruby had started to nag even though she was still young, but that was also because she was forced to. Reaching the guild, it was already packed with people. As most of them were her senpais, she greeted them as she headed towards the notice board. As a hunter, she was always on the lookout every morning for missions that requested for the subjugation of a certain animal or beast, or the supply of some ingredients. Also not forgetting to look for gathering, herbs/plants, missions that she could do on the way to hunt. After checking the notice board, she confirmed the missions she had accepted before heading out towards the forest. The subjugation of Hornet. She mumbled to herself as she walked. Hornet were a large bee-type of demon beasts. Requests to subjugate them would come out every summer. But these hornets had extremely good sense of smell, so for cat beastmen who hide in the shadows, they were a huge threat. But the meaning behind these requests appearing every summer would meant that there were quite a number of them in the forest. It would be bad if she were to meet one. Not only has it had a fiery temper, it also had that poisonous sting, so all Ruby could do was to pray that she would never meet it. Sigh. Please don't let it appear, please don't let it appear. She was rather unwilling to hunt during this season. But she was her job, so she could only try to overcome it when it came. Taking a deep breath and preparing herself, Ruby then stepped into the forest. After walking in the forest for a while, Ruby began to notice something wrong. There was no beasts around. Tanuki, or even rabbit, that she always hunted was nowhere to be seen. This was the demon forest. It should be brimming with beasts. Then, Ruby noticed something in front of her. It was traces of a campground. And from the traces, there should be quite a number of people. Weird. Definitely weird. Those who entered the forest were usually locals who rarely ventured deep inside. That's why it was normal for them to head home once the sun set. Although there were still people who would go deep into the forest, they were mostly people who knew what they were doing and would not leave such obvious traces around. Plus, that large number of people. From the leftover traces, Ruby can determine that quite a large number of people spend the night here. The only group that passes by with that amount of people would only be merchants that came a few times every month. But they would usually enter through the path facing south near the town and not through this forest. As Ruby was deep in thought, she suddenly snapped her head up. Are coming. Hunters, danger. She then felt a force hitting the back of her head. As she heard some voices talking behind her, her consciousness began to go black. TN, character page updated. Added Kesemu, Spinel, Zerko, Shiro, and new Busan picture. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 137, He Who Was Relied On. 137, He Who Was Relied On. Posted on October 29, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. And, I did it a little longer this time. Starting from the POV of Manuel, Ni's father, the Lord of the Socian of Territory. Having a bad feeling from all the reports about noticing a suspicious group moving about in the north, Demon Forest, Manuel got together a survey team and sent them out to the street that had the most eyewitness account. And from there were information about a group of people dressed in rough clothing like bandits but was yet more disciplined than real bandits. There was also another account of a larger man and his group who moved separately and was staying at the town. These reports made Manuel's head hurt. The king had already expected these movements and had warned him in advance about what was coming, so it was still within expectations. However, it came a lot faster than he expected. The reason was that they already had more than 100 years of peace. Why would anyone think that the neighboring country would come attacking all of a sudden without any warning signs? Although Manuel had no idea how the king came across this information, but it made him respected the king more. This king, who inherited the blood of the first founder who made everyone capable of using magic and building that majestic royal castle, with the country's strongest army, had managed to uncover the biggest classified information of Hatuo. He even managed to hold against a high position holding, Shadow, who was now destroyed. This made his respect went deeper. But now was not the time. It was the time to uphold his responsibility for being a noble. Yes, it was the time for him to be the sword that protected the citizens. Firstly, he would start by sending a report. Holding the just finished report in his hand, Manuel walked towards the communicator, tool that he had been using quite a lot recently, not to mention it with his son for some reason. And I would need to press this. Putting the report into the communicator, Manuel pressed the button somewhat nervously. Immediately, the tool activated. It was said that when the button was pushed, the tool would scan the document and send it to the receiver, the king. Manuel had no inkling of how this tool was built, but he was taught the usage from the butler when he inherited the position. Anyway, it was enough that he knew how to use it. In reality, no nobles would send just a report over. Thanks to having to wipe up the mess made by the previous generations, Manuel had never bothered with going to those nobles' parties, so he did not have much knowledge about the unspoken rules and regulations. And although he was a little fearful about speaking to the king directly, this was an emergency. Manuel then took the part called receiver, which the function was to send his voice over to the other side, before pressing a different button. This was the call button. And shortly thereafter, ringing sounds were heard from the receiver. "This is King Kesemu speaking. Your matter is?" And from the receiver, the king's baritone voice could be heard. Manuel straightened his posture subconsciously before speaking. He was using this tool in the correct way, right? Hello. I'm Manuel of the Socian of Territory. I am here to report about an emergency. He was so nervous that his voice almost broke. If this was not an emergency, he would never thought about talking to the king directly. The few times they talked face-to-face was when there was a court session, so he was really not close with the king at all. "Give me a minute." "Okay, I got the report. I will call back soon." And with that, the line was cut. Manuel let out a deep breath. That was nerve-wracking. But he can't relax as of yet. He had to start dealing with the group that came from Hatuo. He glanced at the door that was connected to the study. It was a door that led to the bedroom. I won't be entering for a while, I guess. His target was the street closest to the Demon Forest, Tatter. The responsibility of the Border Knights family Socianov was to protect the citizens. And to do that, they would have to protect the Demon Forest as well. Manuel rang the bell that called for his family. After riding in the carriage for a while now, it was already evening when they reached Tatter. The street was quiet, unlike the capital, which was always bustling till late at night, and it gave Zen the feeling that he was home. Shops closing early was one of the traits of a countryside. But somehow, something felt wrong. This was usually the time when adventurers started returning, but their figures were missing from the main street. Having a bad feeling, Zen hurried home. Spotting the half-heartedly made thick wooden signboard, Zen sighed unintentionally. This house remained unchanged despite having been gone for 6 months. Maybe it was Ruby Nezen, whom he asked to look after his sloppy father, who cleaned up the shop as the windows were sparkling. Father was definitely not the one who did this. He cannot even imagine his father doing it, but even if he did, the sides of the window would still be left dirty. Zen, who had been looking after his father for a long time, was at least sure of this. "I am home." The bell chimed as the door to the shop was pushed open. This was his home/shop that he had been living since young, so he simply entered. As expected, there was no customers. And also as expected, the shopkeeper, his father, did not come out to greet the customers. A shop like this was able to survive was really all thanks to Baron's skills. His only skill was at creating magical tools. It also showed how good of a magical tool craftsman he was. And when Zen thought about complimenting his father, he felt that something really felt wrong today. The door behind the counter that led to the workshop was open. Yet the usual banging sounds were missing. Zen thought maybe his father was working on something that did not require a hammer. Pliers was only needed if it was just bending a wire. "Father! I'm back! It's me!" Zen yelled as he approached the workshop. Baron should have realized that someone had came from how loud he was being. However, the room was silent. The response he was waiting for did not came. And when Zen entered the workshop, no one was in there. Suddenly, his heart started racing. The darkness of the room that he did not mind a moment ago looked scary now. And even though it was just the end of summer and before autumn, the room felt so cold that Zen rubbed his hands together. Weird. His father. That idiot father that would headed over to the workshop even if he was running a fever was not here at this timing. That bad feeling Zen felt when he first entered Tatter came pounding back. As the beating of his heart got stronger, his imagination started getting weirder and his back started sweating. In a panic, Zen ran over to the manufacturing table and on it, he found a piece of paper. At the Adventurers Guild? It looked like a memo. After confirming that it was Baron's handwriting, Zen let out a sigh of relief. For now at least he knew where his father was at. Zen had imagined all the worst possible scenarios, for example like his father moved away or that he was dead. But then, why the Adventurers Guild? What matter did his only magical tool's father had to visit the guild? And even to leave a note behind too. But Zen tried to wipe away all the bad feeling he had and rushed out of the house. Reaching the Adventurers Guild, it was bustling like the quietness of the street was a lie. Usually, this being a pub cum Adventurers Guild, it was normal for it to be noisy well into the night. But somehow it felt different tonight. Because, deep inside the pub part of the guild, figures of knights could be seen. Plus, the knights was the center with people gathered all around them. Knights? Father? Zen was shocked at finding his father standing beside a knight, not to mention how pale his face was. What happened? Zen gave his all in squeezing through all the adventurers, trying to reach his father. Father, Zen yelled, and his father noticed him immediately. For a moment his face warped before turning back to face the knight. Is that your son? Yeah, he's my son who was supposed to be at the academy inside the capital. Zen then realized, the knight was looking at his father with a pitiful look in his eyes. It looked like his father was not welcoming the fact that Zen was back. Tears welled up in his eyes. Father, why? Did that mean that he was an unneeded kid? Zen was clever enough to deduce from the knight's attitude that his father did not committed a crime, but somehow, he could felt that he was not needed there, and that he was the reason so many bad things had happened. I shouldn't have come back. Was his presence a bother? He wanted his father to deny it, but instead, his words confirmed it. I really hope you did not come back. At least not at this timing. That's right. The knight nodded at his father's words. This timing? Zen lifted his face up. If he looked closely, he had seen this knight's face a few times before at the shop and even at the Lord's residence. It's an emergency right now, Zen. There's a kidnapping. At this moment, it seems like no child had been harmed. I am also investigating it right now. Have you seen anyone suspicious around, Zen? I don't think so. I came by carriage. Zen was relieved. His father did not said that he hated him. He was just worried about Zen's safety because of the kidnapping. A smile naturally appeared on Zen's face. But the next sentence froze that smile. It looks like they are targeting hunters. Ruby had been kidnapped. Ruby? What did father said just now? Ruby Nezen was kidnapped? Zen subconsciously grabbed the pendant hanging around his neck. Can she be saved? Zen muttered. But there was no answer to that question. Staring dumbly at the knight, he could see the sad expression on his face. Zen took a step back. It was the same as telling him they can't do it. That's why we were thinking of asking for a wonderful magical tool craftsman like your father for help. The knight sounded troubled and sad. And staring at that face, Zen seemed to have made up his mind as his patience wore out. Ah. Wait. Zen. Zen. Idiot. Zen could hear both his father and the knight's voices behind his back. But all the surrounding adventurers was like a wall, separating them. They had no way of chasing after Zen, who was using his small body to pass through the gaps. Zen had ran away. He knew he can't do much, but he can't help but had a feeling that all these were caused by him returning home ahead of time. He also can't understand the reason why the knights, who were supposed to protect the citizen, can't help. He felt betrayed. Ruby Nezen. He thought of her face as he ran. What expression would she had right now? Zen don't even want to think about that. His heart hurt. After running with all his might, he can't catch his breath and squatted down. He had ran to a garden near his house. It was then he realized he had been gripping onto the pendant. That magical tool Will had given to him for communication. Will. I need you now. He tried his darnest talking to the tool, but he knew. This tool is only for receiving. But Zen, who felt betrayed by his father and knights, would only think of Will, his friend, right now. Will was awesome. He had a feeling that even if he did not explain what the situation in detail, Will had a way to make everything alright. He knew too that the last communication he had with Will was last night's evening. And all they did was to talk about random, useless stuff. The last thing he said was that he was going home and shut off the communication off by his own. The next call would at least be 3 days away. And if Will was angry at him for cutting the call, he might not even call in 3 days. Will. Big fat tears slide down Zen's face. And even so, he did not stop talking to the pendant. This might be the only thing he could count it on right now. Because Will had said he will come running if anything happened. Zen wondered if he was a fool to wait for a call that would not came. Standing in the garden all alone, it was when Zen tried calling his name once again. I'm here, Zen. Eh? He heard a voice above him. There was no mistaking that voice. But there was no way that voice would be here right now. Zen stared at the pendant. Not there, stupid. I told you I would come if anything happens, didn't I? Hearing that voice once again, Zen lifted his face up and saw, clear as day, the face of his best friend. Will. That fresh and cute face of Will, be it winter or summer, was looking at Zen with worry. Phew. This took me 3 times the time I usually take. Oh Zen, such a cute kid. By the way, the I need you now was actually I need your help. I just changed the words a little, they are of the same context. Happy Halloween. He. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 138 if prepared. 138 if prepared. Posted on November 4, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk edited by AJ. And we're back to Will's POV. Father had always been like this. No matter how, a father was always just so cool. Although he's someone I never had in my previous life. But he was so cool that it was natural for a son to want to follow after his father's footsteps. Although it was difficult to imagine, looking at his usual idiotic father tendencies, his cool side shine through in situations like this. As a territory lord, as the leader of the knights, as a duke, as the personal guard of the king. He was a person who deserved all the titles he had been given, was what I once again felt deeply. He would be so cool if he maintained that behavior of his all the time. After imagining it for a bit, I didn't really felt too good, so I stopped. It's not like I'm feeling lonely or anything. After leaving the office and stepping into the corridor, my mind hasn't stopped spinning. The thing I was thinking about was the wide-flowing, muddy river. The Isa River. The place where I visited 2 months ago. Father, who made the smart choice of showing me the report, had something like this written in it. Suspicious personal seen in the Socianov territory, which meant Hatuo's citizen who entered into Elsmo unlawfully, was seen, so they were requesting for reinforcement to be sent over. That was the digest of it. Others might think that the Socianov Knights family should handle something like on their own. By the way, the setup of the knights around the different territories had, if strictly speaking, different missions, but they were mostly a cross between America's federal system and Japan's prefecture's police system. Knights had about the same authority as a normal policeman had, but in this world filled with magical beasts, they were also allowed to adapt themselves according to different moments. Which meant they had a certain amount of freedom. And the leader of these small groups of knights were usually the lord of the territory. And the Socion of territory was located at the edge of the demon forest. That meant that their knights were very highly trained and were unlikely that they would be defeated by Hatua soldiers, who mostly had no knowledge about magic. All of these was not my conjecture but something John Sensei once taught me. So, what was the problem then? This was written in the book I got from Father, the diary of the first founder, that balance was needed for this world. If they were to damage the forest recklessly, something bad would happen. And the Socion of territory had been keeping this rule in mind, for they were the nearest to the demon forest. They had no idea what would happen if they rampaged in the forest, which was why they asked for help from the king. And the king immediately informed his personal guard, as well as the leader of all the knights, Gion, about it. But with just the report alone and without any evidence, Father can't make a move either. The matter won't be settled with just a sorry, it was a mistake, This was a norm of an official organization. Although that father of mine was looking unconcerned about this, he was still that father of mine. He must be worried like hell right now. And I was very happy that he trusted in me so much that he was willing to show me the report. After thinking it through, I lifted my face up and chanted silently. Tenny, teleport. The sight of the soft and fluffy carpeted corridor changed in an instant to a rocky area where a huge gush of water flowed through. I was standing at an area of the riverbed of the Isa River, surrounded by rocks that blocked me from prying eyes. Before, when I came here with Busan on the mission to investigate at Hatuo, I had specially searched for a place like this. While I was at it, I had my body casted with as well. What magic was it? Like what it said, it was a magic that renders one's body invisible. If it was this, I could peep as much as I want, was not what I was thinking at all. Ha 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 ha. For I am a gentleman. No, I was really not thinking about peeking for even a little bit. What to do? I looked away from the river and directed my eyes over to the north. On the map, Socion of territory was located downstream of the Isa River, so if I were to follow the river straight down, I should be able to find it. As I flew full speed ahead, I thought about another problem I was going to face. This world's level of skill had not reached the level of creating a detailed map so as not to get lost on the way to Tatter. And at this every moment, I thought of something. Can it be? It can't be? Wasn't that Zen's house? Yash. Nice comeback. Zen, who gave a very tsudara, I am not going home because I am lonely. When I was talking to him yesterday, went home at this very nice timing like he was fated to do that. As I flew through the sky dyed orange by the setting sun, I reached and took something out from my interdimension locket pendant. Yes, this was the communication tool I made. Tsua, Zen and I Hashin. Call Zen. The call was connected immediately without any dial tone. It must be because Zen was holding onto it tightly. I made it in a fashion that one would be able to answer the call just by touching the receiving tool. For just in case anything happened. But for the call to get connected immediately, Zen must be holding onto it because he wanted to tell me something. The smile I had on my face died down in an instant. In the barrier I made when I flew in order to protect myself, it was silent. There was no sound of the wind, no birds chirping, just silence. Suspicious personal was seen in Tatter. Could it be that Zen was? I could hear my heart beating. Trying to calm down, I listened to Zen as I fiddled with the mana through the communicator. I can't afford to make a mistake with this. If this was really the worst possible scenario I had in my mind, I wanted as much information as I could get. Will. I need you now. Just as when I cleared my ears, I heard a voice calling my name. Suwasaki and I do, teleport over to the receiver side. After refilling the mana in my communicator, I chanted with all my strength and the magic activated. This was one of the function I added in when I first created the tool in case anything happened. The image of this magic was something like fast keys. For teleportation magic, I would need to have the exact image of where I wanted to be teleported to in order to successfully cast it. I had been often thinking if I should set up coordinates, but even so, it was impossible for anyone to conjure up an image of a place with just a bunch of numbers. And without an image, the spell will fail. At least, I won't be able to do it. And that's why, this secret weapon. Magical Toolchan. Materials to build a magical tool was a correctly drawn magical circle and the required mana, just these two. So even without a clear image, with just the tool, the magic could be activated. And, in the receiver tool I gave Zen, the magical tool had already been carved inside of it. Will. I heard a voice calling out my name the moment I was teleported over. A voice that sounded like he was on the verge of crying. I can't be seen, as my body was still under the invisible spell. Using that, I observed my surroundings. It would be bad if there were any enemies lurking around. There were no one I could see, but just in case, I spread my mana thinly throughout the area, but it came up empty too. With that confirmation, I finally relaxed. In the worst-case scenario, I thought that Zen had been kidnapped, but that didn't seem to be the case. As I let out a sigh of relief, I released the invisibility magic. And when I looked at Zen, I could see big fat tears sliding down his face. Ah, it was too early to feel relief. It looked like Zen really had something he wanted my help for urgently. As my brows tightened with worry, a fearless smile floated up onto my face. I'm here, Zen. Eh? With a dazed look, Zen stared at magical tool he was gripping tightly in his hand. It looked like he thought that a call had went through. I can't help but smile at Zen's action. I am sorry for being unable to prevent you from getting hurt. Even though I may be somewhat aggressive in forcing my friendship on you and you might not like it. But for better or worse, I had always thought that it was not about what others could do for me but what I could do for others. That's why. Not there, stupid. I told you I would come running if anything happens, didn't I? Although I did not run, I jumped here. I would be here to help even if you didn't say anything. Because that was what friendship meant. I'm sure. Will. Zen raises his head, and as our eyes met, a huge smile appeared on his face. Well then, it was time to beat up the one who caused my friend trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 139, drawing near. 139, drawing near. Posted on November 12, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Zen's face, after confirming my presence, lit up brightly. The happiness radiating from his body just looked like a dog welcoming his mast. Cough cough. I shouldn't look at a good friend of mine in that light. Yep. I looked at Zen, who, for some reason, sat down as he stared at me in happiness. His legs must have given away by the feelings of relief, I guess, since he looked pretty desperate just a moment ago. There's no helping it. I gave a tiny sigh as I held out my hand. Well, shall we get going? Taking hold of the grinning Zen, it was when I pulled him up. My hearing caught some noises. Bang bang. It sounded like something heavy was striking something. Wait a minute. I heard of that noise before. It sounded just like how an axe was used to cut down trees. No, not sounded like. I narrowed my eyes and stared at the direction to the north. That direction where the demon forest was. All the previous assumptions about how Hatua would invaded Elsmu and started a war was so naive. This is bad. Something is coming. Grabbing Zen's hand, I started running. Zen, where's your father right now? The Adventurers Guild. Perfect timing. Let's go. Eh? At this speed we won't be able to make it. Ignoring the perplexed Zen, I got hold of his waist and lifted him up like that. What a perfect straw bag carrying motion. Doing a princess carry was way too embarrassing, I guess. Putting speed as the priority, this was the best method. You were welcome to cry at how considerate I was. I continued on as I asked Zen for the directions. There was no need to fly through the streets and caused unwanted panic since there was no difference whether I ran or fly. What's going on, Zen? The neighboring Wonsan was kidnapped by a suspicious person. I asked about the matter as we moved. Zen then spoke of his troubles in a heavy voice. He must be panicking a little, hearing how his voice was trembling. No, I am not hearing any opinion that said that it's the speed I was going at that caused that tremble instead. This was the best speed to reach our destination in the shortest amount of time. But I see, his neighboring Wonsan. Looking at his desperate look, that Wonsan was not just a normal neighbor to Zen. Maybe they grew up together, or was even Zen's first love or something. The word Raiju flashed past my mind, but now is not the time. I can think about that after all this was over. If what I thought was correct, something terrible was about to happen. Carrying Zen and running to the best I can, we finally reached the Adventurers Guild. Father. After putting down Strawbag Zen, he rushed towards a depressed-looking uncle immediately. That uncle seemed like he was Zen's father. Zen's father had a look of a badass craftsman, and compared to the cute and childish-looking Zen, they looked nothing alike. But then, looking closely, it seemed like Zen had inherited that curly hair from his father. Oh right, there was no perming machine invented in this world yet. And a knight-like man standing next to the curly-haired uncle had a look of relief as well. Looking at his armor, he seemed to be one of the White Knights. But immediately after, his face grew stern as he narrowed his eyes and glared at the demon forest's direction. That confirmed my suspicions. As I thought, something happened within the demon forest. And it looked like the territorial lord knew about it. I gathered mana and strengthened my hearing even further. What I could hear was the sound of axe hitting a tree. As I thought, Hatuo was thinking of cutting down the forest to open up a path. And the consequences of that would be terrible not just for this street but for the entire humankind. And the Lord, knowing about this consequences, had arranged for a countermeasure like this. I learned about this from the diary, but it seemed like the knights that had been in charge of this place since the beginning knew about it too. That this land was blessed upon the first founder by God for recognizing his achievements, and if the forest is damaged, bad things would happen. I was sure that there was quite a bit of information on this left behind for the Sociana family. And at this moment, the knight finally noticed my presence and a surprised expression showed on his face. Following the knight's gaze, Zen's father looked at me and showed a bewildered look. You are. Although it was to my best friend's parent, I did not want it to be treated as a lost child, so I made the first move. I then interrupted the knight's sentence. I knew it was not polite, but I can't help it. There was no time. It was not that I hated being treated like a child. I tried my best in showing a gaudy smile as I introduced myself. I am Zen's friend, William Beryl. I just so happens to pass by this place. There was no way anyone would pass by this place that was at the edge of the demon forest, but I still said it. Because there was no time to explain. The knight should have realized my relations with the leader of the knight's father when he heard my family name. As for why I appeared here, he should have an inkling of the reason. As so implied that, I gave a smile full of implied meanings at him. Please take care of Zen for me. Leaving behind the astonished knight, I turned and rushed out of the guild. Halfway through, I checked to make sure that the surrounding had no one before casting invisible on myself and flying up into the sky. From there, I looked towards the demon forest. Strengthening my sight, I saw a group of knights strengthening the barrier at the edge of the town. As expected of the man who raised his fallen family back up to this position. It was Manuel, whom he so respected and looked up upon. If not for him making use of everything he got as the Sociana's head, there would be no way he could get everything set up at such short notice. Not mention the procedures he had to go through just to do anything. I would also see rations and tents set up at that area. Looking at the amount prepared, there was no way it could be done within a few days. After observing it as a whole, I now paid attention to where all the knights were gathered at. I then gathered my mana as I began imagining that at the next moment, I would be at that place. Tenny, teleport. The magic activated immediately, and as I appeared, the surroundings went into an uproar. The knights moving materials. The knights who were going to take over those standing guard at the edge of the demon forest. And in the middle of the camp, a leader-like person stood there. It looked like he was conversing with another knight with a rugged-looking face. The surrounding knight's attitude showed that he seemed to be the highest person around, not to mention him sitting at a raised stage in the middle of the camp. Oh, and that he looked exactly like me. But having arrived at this place, without even needing the need to strengthen my hearing, the sound of an axe chopping down a tree could be heard clearly. And that sound was not only coming from one place, it sounded like the trees were being chopped in a straight line. It seemed like they were really clearing a path. Damn it, stop joking around, Hatuo. This place would be the first place to fall if anything happened due to chopping down the trees of the demon forest. I see, so this was what they were aiming for. Without the need to sacrifice any troops, yet dealing the greatest damage and getting a new piece of land in the meantime. Finally having the clear picture of that plan, anger rushed into my mind that made me wanted to grind my teeth as my body shook. All of a sudden, a huge sound like an earthquake resounded out and I lost my balance. Right after, the sounds of countless number of hooves as well as the neighs of countless of monsters could be heard. What was it that I needed to do? What should I do? What was it that I wished for? Don't say something stupid like I wanted to liked by everyone again. My wish was to give this me, who was satisfied with what I had done, a good beating. The me who proudly declared that I liked everyone. The me who did not find myself pitying those who liked this kind of me. Yes, what I need to do now, was not to be negligent just so I could blame my average face, not to ask for a reward, love, in such a shallow way and to be more like an adult. Because no matter what, I was given a sheet by God. Yes, I need to protect everyone first. My parents, friends who accepted and loved me for who I was unconditionally and helped me lowered my shallowness and greed for attention and love. Stuff like thinking it was sad not to be loved. I just realized that I was actually very fortunate to be loved by so many people. Regaining my balance, I had an urge to click my tongue in annoyance. Something big that caused the land to shake like it was an earthquake was happening. There was too many things to be done. I was asked by Zen to save his Wonsan and of course, to also save Tatter from this disaster. This tremor meant that the barrier generated by the trees in the demon forest was being broken and we were under the attack of countless demon beasts. And it also meant that Tatter was not the only place that was being invaded by the demon beasts. Luckily, this part of the demon forest was the furthest north of the continent, so it was not like beasts would be rushing out in all directions. But I can't confirm that there won't be beasts that heads towards the west or the east. Beating them all down was a way, but if I ever let one slip through the cracks, the citizens would be in trouble. Plus I could be said to be a noble. In exchange for the taxes given, I had the responsibility to protect them. No matter about my feeling or my duty, this was a situation where I can't allow any beasts to slip through. No matter how strong one was, there was only so much grounds one would covered. Plus, this was also where the knights does their duty of killing the beasts. I wanted to abandon my fear of revealing my strength and started teleporting troops from father's side over, but looking at the situation in front of me, I felt like I was leaving the Sosyanov's troops to die if I left. They would be attacked while I was over at the other side preparing to teleport the troops over. And there was also the case of Zen's Wonsan. He said that she was a hunter. She must have been captured as so to guide Hatua soldiers around the forest. I was pretty sure she was not the only hunter captured. Which meant they must all still be within the forest. It wouldn't be feasible to fight within the demon forest, as it was more advantageous to the beasts. Manuel-san must be thinking that even if they were all destroyed, he would need to hold on until the backup came. Which was why he was here, setting up the barrier, choosing the lives of the citizens of this street to the hunters that were captured. I see now. I could finally understand why the knight had such a regrettable face when he said that he can't help Zen in finding out where the captured hunters were. This decision must have gave Manuel-san great grief. I am now quite clear about the situation. Realizing that I had been holding my breath as I thought through all of it, I let out a deep breath and smiled bitterly. I then found out that I had been speeding up my thought process using mana unconsciously. But I am a willful person. I muttered to myself as I looked at the sky. There should be a way to solve this. Because I myself was a cheat. I could do it as long as I can think of it. But in this slight panicky state, my dumb brain can't move even with the support of mana. Sorry. Let's slowly think this through. How should I save Zen's Wonsan? I should first find out where she was. So should I head over once I got her location? I don't have that time right now. If I wanted teleported father's troops over, there would be a few minutes lost in the preparation and the gathering of the knights, and I would be leaving the citizens and the knights to fend for themselves. I don't want that. But I still want to hold on to that last bit of hope. What if I reduced the preparation time? How do I do that? That's right, how about I simply teleported those who were already prepared? No, that would reduce the strength of the group. The strength of a group was way bigger than a single person. Oh. What if the main culprit, the demon's beasts, were destroyed? No, even if I can't confirm that none would slipped out and ran to other area. And I would need to kill them one by one, as if I used a huge magic to wash over the forest, the people inside the forest would be killed too. What to do? My thinking speed increased by using magic was making it look as though the surroundings slowed to a still. But time was still running on as usual. What to do? I made a mistake. I was too caught up in thinking about what could I do with the power I had. What an idiot. Even with the help of mana speeding my brain power up, I still thought that this was the fastest record ever in gathering my mana together. Father, mother, Mary-san and Chiffon had said it before. Don't pile everything onto myself when I were troubled, but to also learn to rely on others. They must have been trying to tell me it was okay to rely on them too. Anyway, I just realized that it need not necessarily be a person that I could rely on. This amount of mana should be enough, I think. The knights around me began to move slowly towards the edge of my vision, but now was not the time to bother about them. I should have trained more in controlling mana if I knew that this day would come. The huge ball of energy floated in front of my eyes. I then proceeded to compress that large ball of mana. Beads of sweat started rolling down my forehead. This had to be the biggest amount of mana I ever gathered in my life. If I ever lose focus for even a second, it would just burst out and cause a disaster. But I was still worried whether if this amount of mana was enough. The plan I had in mind required a ridiculous amount of mana. The ball of mana was so big that it was about to go out of the area of my sight. I then yell in a loud voice. Much less than, much greater than. TN, create magical stone. And at that moment a magical stone the size of an elephant floated down from the sky. Damn it all. I took a pen out of my interdimension space and began directly writing onto the magical stone. Yes, I was creating a magical tool. If I can't imagine it, then I can simply just use magic, cheat, and leave it all to it. Yes, it's a rather childish way, but I would use whatever I had. A magical tool, as long as it had a correct magical circle carved onto it and mana fed into it, will activated the magic without the need for imagination. How can I not make use of it? And finally, it was done. Magical tool, much less than much greater than. TN, Kidu, activate. It was the roughest tool ever, with just a phrase of Japanese written on it. And that phrase was much less than much greater than. TN, stop time for every being apart from creator William Barrel. Slowly, the mana in the air began to move and the tool was activated successfully. But my vision just went white. TN, sorry guys, I had to rush for my part-time job after this, so this is the rough version without even a second read-through that I usually do. Please help me with this one, AJ. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 140, The Truth. 140, The Truth. Posted on November 25, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Color started returning back into my vision and the very first thing that I saw was a white beard? Shave your beard. I shouted instinctively. Yes, there was no way I could have forgotten about it. This white stuff, God's beard, was the cause of my death in my previous life. To prevent that from ever happening again, I even told him to shave his beard before I reincarnated. And that Gramps gave a gentle smile like he understood. But why? Why was his beard not shaved yet? God, as if reading my mind, actually there was no need to read my mind since my anger could be clearly seen from my face, looked at me with a aloof expression. My simmering anger erupted with various complaints. But really, what is with this sudden move? I was about to help the other and all of a sudden I was back in this place? I roared angrily without thinking. The gentlemanly part of me must be sighing. I wondered if I ever yelled like this apart from my succumbing. No, never. Not at all. I was a bit troubled over how I can't seem to control myself. Since when was I so pulled along by this body's age? That is how strong your feelings are right now. And it seems like you have also met a lot of others who accepts those strong feelings of yours. God said, smiling. That made me felt kinda embarrassed as I looked at the floor. I did know he read minds, but reading it right now was really embarrassing. This God loved to poke people where it hurts. What bad personality he had. He gave me, a loner, a huge cheat, and even placed me in a noble's home even if I just wanted a normal life in the first time. Plus, why did you purposely give me back the same face? Even when I had a huge trauma regarding this face. The only thing he gave me according to my wishes was the inheritance of my previous life memories, only that. This Gramps, God. Rather than a god, his actions was already something of a devil. Well then. As if he heard me, God looked at me with a complicated gaze before pulling out a shaver from somewhere. I mean, since he was a god, he should be able to do it with a snap of his fingers, right? A strange scene unfolded in front of me as foam bubbled up from his beard as he started shaving. Strands of shaved beard started falling to the ground. My lowered head then raced to meet with the cleanly shaved God. This is how I look. No, sorry. I apologized sincerely. The face in front of me was an exact copy of my face. I can imagine my face turning into that in about 20 years or so. I had been dissing my own face for years, so it was really a huge shock to see God having the same face as me. I had no idea, so I was really sorry for cursing his face all this while. God's face warped a bit when he heard my apology. What are you apologizing for? I am proud of this Eichmann face that I have. It is very saddening to hear you apologize, so stop it. What was with this God, Baka? Was he a narcissist who was fooling himself, or did he had a fetish for liking ugly things? What a serious mistake. There was no way he could be saved. I can't save him, so please help, God. He's a god himself. As I continued the Tsukomi in my heart, the playful eyes of God changed into affectionate ones. How's this world? He asked, smiling gently. I can't help but averted my eyes away. It's wonderful. There was a long pause before my answer because I was considering to leave some complaints, but I was really satisfied with this world. I felt very blessed, so I simply said it a bit straight. Just a bit. That I was really thankful for this chance. And the way I was feeling this made me really embarrassed, and slightly regretful that I said it straight out. God's smile deepened. To set it so straight for an adult made me feel like puking. Saying it in that soft tone of mine made it felt I will puke for days. Show, no, Will, isn't your inner monologue getting from bad to worst? Your mouth seems to have gotten worst. Especially the latter half. I heard no soft tone of voice whatsoever. For a god, he was really good at succumbing. That felt disgusting somehow. How unreasonable. You are too unreasonable. He raised his voice as he flicked his hand. I wondered if he learned it from Osaka. Yeah, I learned it from Masumi, not that. God. Where has your old man speech gone to? At Mitsukomi, God no shit. And made a face that said that he made a blunder. It's better to stop with feeling gratified at this. My previous life was really not that bad. I said, jabbing a little at the weak spot Gramps might had. I just can't help but to tease him. Like towards Chiffon or Zen or Selphy or Father. It was through them I realized how much I love teasing. It was most probably something I would have never done in my previous life. Looking at God, he showed a happy yet sad face. Will. Yes? It's nothing. What was that? Stop doing stuff like a couple would do. I was most definitely not going to blush while going te ha ha. I would answered it in this way. Don't worry about it. God lowered his head at my cold gaze. There's no choice, I forgive you. Somehow, from a while ago, Gramps kept looking at me with a really complicated expression on his face. It looked like something happened that he won't like me to probe into. It would be the best to leave it that way. So, why did you call me up? The system of the world intervened and produced an error report about a magic of my level being activated. Some bug had made the time for the entire world stopped, and when I focused on the direction of the error report, I found you there. I see, so the tool did activated. I had a strong resistance to magic, which was why I could use that little moment of time difference to find you. But, as one would expect. But the one who gave me this power was you, right? I am really thankful for this. What I gave you was the ability. As to how to use and handle it is up to you. If it is you, you are more than enough to handle that situation. Somehow, I was praised. How embarrassing. I mean, there was no need to summon me here if there was no trouble after confirming my presence. So it meant that a problem that even God was troubled had popped up, and yet I was praised. That unexpected praise was really embarrassing. How regrettable. To be disturbed by that surprise attack. Could it be that he was aiming for this? Please just accept my praise like it is. I got it Tsukomi from God. I can't help it. I know I had been praised since coming to this world, but I was still a pure soul that was just not used to being praised. It was also due to this embarrassment that I turned slightly tsundere. Although you look very dear right now. I got even more Tsukomi. I looked at God. But he really looked like me. Although Father had the same face as me, his still had a touch of Caucasian features. See that, it just seemed like Sho, previous me, had dyed his hair silver and was cosplaying. I really feel like running away every time. What a wicked tongue. You really don't hold back, do you? But I was thanking God? You think so? God, with that Sho's face, melted a bit in happiness before laughing. How disgusting. I would have never shown that kind of expression when laughing. Stop it. Stop ridiculing me with that inner monologue of yours. I look super weird in how I am just getting angry on my own. I was found out. I grinned as I looked Gramps' face. Hey God. What? Are you going to ridiculing me further? The way you speak. Your character is breaking down. God turned away and coughed slightly. Plus, we are speaking Japanese. All those myths passed down in this world are filled with Japanese's motifs as well. Hey, is God Japanese? Yes, from the start when I roared in Japanese, we had been speaking Japanese. You see, I am a god? It's a god power? To use old man speech now was kinda too late, you know. Plus, he was looking around everywhere, trying to avert his eyes. Even if you are a god who was affected by the magic of a citizen of a world you created? Ugh. God placed two hands onto his shaking heart. After a period of silence, God turned and looked at me as if he had given up. I am no match for you, Sho. I don't know if I should be happy about this though. He said, looking up above him. I too followed his gaze. It was just a very empty piece of sky. That's because I was once a human. I am just a bit unused to this place that has nothing. God admitted to the fact that he was a human readily. He made it sounded so trivial. Looking at how my eyes opened in surprise, he smiled as he walked towards me. I knew I would be telling you, but I did not expect it would be this soon, Sho. He had a face that looked that he had given up, and was relieved about it. Looked like he was prepared to confess something. Look at that expression, I knew it was something important. I mean, look at his expression. It was most likely something that he had been hiding about from me, and saying it proved to not bring anything of benefit to him, yet he still felt relieved. Which meant this information was something that heavily concerned me. Perfect deduction, Sho. As expected of my son. God smiled weakly. What did God said just now? My son? It is the meaning of the creator of everyone including me, right? My voice was trembling. I knew it couldn't be that, I knew. No, it's on the biology level. I am, Sho, your previous world's father. Father. My father, he said? I shouldn't had a dad in my previous life. Because, my mum died because of that. Because, I was hated because of that. If I had a dad, all these wouldn't had happened. No, Grandpa did said something about his stupid son disappearing. Oh yes. To be born meant that a dad definitely existed. Which meant he died before I was even born. I stood there, stunned as thoughts ran across my mind before I realized something. Could it be, you are that one who had a serious case of Chinibio and hid all the light novels and manga and anime goods in your room and showed off all those philosophy books in your room to others, that Grandpa's stupid son? Ugh. A sudden attack? God let out a groan. I see, I finally was able to connect the dots. Katsuo-san, who raised me up, was my grandfather. So his stupid son was my dad. I had totally not realized that at all. Did I choose not to think about it, I wondered. It can be said as a kind of defense mechanism. You would understand if you think about it. My dad's existence was the reason for my trauma. If dad was around, would the neglect from mother be different? If dad was around, would mother not have collapsed from overworking? So I really might have unconsciously stopped myself from connecting the dots about grandfather and dad. Ah. I felt like signing. At the corner of my sight, God, who had a given up expression. No, Sho's dad, was silently standing there. I give up, I give up. As I thought, I was not good with thinking too deeply about stuff. So Sho's dad is someone who, instead of raising his child, ran off and started raising another world. Sorry. I read it in Barrel's history book, but the Barrel family had always had the same face for centuries, so. The first Barrel is you, right? Sorry. I wonder if you are prancing about mightily in this world and forget to even visit mother's grave. Ah, no. Sorry. I guess saying that I had no idea about it was a not acceptable excuse. Why did dad not be a father and instead ran off to become a god of another world? Really, what a stupid son. My eyes started drooling from the corners. No, these were not tears. The drool then dripped down along my face and fell on my foot. In this white place with this white floor, my drool just seemed like it melted right in with none the wiser. If all classrooms were built with white floors, then drool from sleeping in class would not be found out by anyone. Yash, nice joke. I was born to be a joker. A joker I am. It's okay, I am all right now. I lifted my head up. My dad was still looking at me with a complicated expression on his face. So why did you become a god, Dad? God had tears coming out of his eyes as he flew toward me. Sho. Like the third generation of the great thief, I did a wonderful jump and avoided God. Dad. A stupid sound was then heard as Dad kissed the floor. How dangerous. Luckily I avoided it, but that could very well happen to me. As I glared at Dad, for some reason he began to twist it about while blushing. What was this creature? How disgusting. Ah. Stop it with that poisonous tongue. I want to hear you call me more. Goosebumps sprouted out all over as I replied him with silence. Ah, sorry, I got carried away. But I didn't think that you would call me Dad. I mean, Sho, you hated me, didn't you? Not particularly. I replied curtly to this god. Because, in this life I was very blessed and was given many things. To come out of his way to provide it all those for me, I came to the conclusion that he was not someone who would simply ran away. I once again felt amazed at how you could still calmly think when faced with this situation. Most people would be shocked by what happened and can barely think. You can place your feelings aside and consider things calmly. You have the makings of a god. you don't need to praise me. So, why? I waved my hand about, brushing off his praise as I asked again. Dad's expression turned serious. Firstly, it was all a coincidence that I became a god, it was something that was unavoidable. I would like you to know that this was not something I wished for. I had expected it would be something like that. So, how I became a god. When I was just going on a stroll, I fell through this loophole in between worlds, accidentally. I am sure you know since you reincarnated into another world, there are many other worlds that exists. And in between those worlds, a place where there was nothing, is where gods lived, the loophole in between worlds. And once fallen in, life forms would, in order to protect themselves, give birth to a new world unconsciously. And so I accidentally became a god and created this world and has been running this world ever since. And it was also how different gods and worlds are born, I heard. You fell into a place where there was nothing. And created a world at that? Yes. In simpler terms, I was in a situation like going on an alternate world trip and ended up being a god. The first stage of the game was this white space. I heard that most gave it the name, heaven. Although I used it as an office. And so, the next stage is to create a place for living things to live in is my first job. I see. It was really an accident, and to add on to that fact, it was a situation where he was unable to get out from. I felt stupid for blaming this on him. That's great. I was lucky I did not blow up in anger at him just now. Nice going, gentlemanly me. But still, a creation of a world. Somehow, that's amazing and splendid. Although I cannot imagine that idiot-like man who was grinning nonstop in front of me was the one who did that, a god sure was a god. Even if you said that, all I did was to create the sea and a single continent. I am still considered to be one of the lower-ranking god, you know. And the reason you did not return? I can't. My powers as a god is still very shabby, so I cannot move within worlds as of yet. Plus, I wanted to store some of my power just in case any trouble crop up. And that stored up power did came in handy once, but it also prevented me from meeting with you. Well, I don't know if that was a good or a bad thing. So, the reason you appeared on the other side is because of your stored power? Yeah. That's because the fate where Show is going to die a few seconds later was already decided by that world a few years ago. I see. So the time of that world and the time of this world flows differently, huh? If I were to think about it, Dad disappeared around 1 year before I was born. So by pure simple math, the time Dad took to build the world was about 26 years, but thousands and thousands of years had already gone by for this world. So in simple terms, the time of this world flowed faster. Difficult things like how time was more of a timey-wimey ball instead of a straight line was way too confusing to think about. No wait, I was off the tracks. Remembered back to what Dad just said. What did he said just now? That he knew about how I was going to die a few seconds later. Which meant, I was about to die, yet he still killed me on purpose. I really can't help but to think that. Come to think of it, I died when a truck crushed into me all of a sudden, was written in Tereo's diary. So that meant that if the vase did not landed on my head, I would have been ran over by a truck. A crease appeared in between my brows. What if my ugly face turned even uglier with this? Stop with all this random stuff and quickly give me an answer. I thought as I stared at Dad. You're correct. This world is smaller, which is why time is flowing faster. Like how a mice's heartbeat is way faster than an elephant's. And why I killed you on purpose was to save you. To save me? To save me is to kill me. Was Dad someone with that kind of weird ideas in his head? No, I don't think so. He wouldn't had me reincarnated if that was the case. What then? I somehow had an inkling. Yes, you got it right. If you are killed by a truck, you would be in the cycle of birth and death of that world and ended up as a normal death. And there, your personality and memories would disappear. However, if you are killed by an alternate world's god, then you would be allowed to transverse between worlds. This is a trope straight from all those reincarnation web novels, isn't it, Reincarnation God? It used to be a messy problem, but recently, it was finally decided and written on a special feature on a magazine for gods. Rather, why was their gods making these kind of mistake? Even when they are gods? I thought this sort of stuff only existed in the fiction area. That's because gods are all former humans. I remembered now. Dad did not want me to lose my memories, which is why you reincarnated me? Yes. At the same time, I got your friend, who was pulled into the accident as well, to transfer to this world. What's his name again? Tereo? You even knew that? Then I could only give you my thanks, can't I? Really? How freaking vexing. As my shoulders trembled from all that humiliation, I tried to clear all the bad air that had been accumulated inside of me and opened my mouth. Thank you, Dad. There's nothing for you to be thanking me about. Disregarding the loophole I made use of, or the helping of your friend. All I wanted to do was to at least do something fatherly once in your life. Thank you. Wait a minute. No. I reincarnated, didn't I? Me. So isn't this my second life? Sorry, once in your second life. Looking at each other, we laughed. That day when I was killed by a vase crashing onto my head, it was actually done on purpose by a god in order to get me to reincarnated. You really ever knew what life had prepared for you? I made friends, had 2 mothers and even 2 fathers. No matter dying or living, amusing things kept happening. Well then, I should also be on my way to handle that incident too. Well, I should give my thanks to you tentatively. So, thank you, Dad. A dear show. As expected of the world-famous tsundere. I took my paper fan out of my interdimension space and gave Dad a good nice whack. Then I would be going. Take care. I would also by shaving my beard regularly. Nice. It felt like not everything was settled, but this was good for now. I turned away from the smiling Dad and after gathering mana in my palms, I transported away. TN, dumb. The revolution. I have to admit I did not see that one coming. And yes, this is a freaking long chapter for me. I'm tired. I need a cup of hot cocoa. I also made Show's father, Dad, and Will's father. That way it would be clearer. Besides, anyone caught that Lupin III reference in there? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 141, at a world where time stop. 141, at a world where time stop. Posted on November 26, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Edited by AJ. After some idle talk with God, my previous world's dad, I returned back to the world where its time was frozen. It seemed like, apart from my goddad who had the power to resisted my magic, the rest of the world had their time stopped. The soul state in which I was in during the visit to heaven was fine, but I was warned that if I were to came back, even the air would be frozen. If I even thought about it a little I would have known. If I were to go about this without thinking it through, like now, and frozen even God himself, I would have died by suffocation. Once again, I had something to be thankful towards Goddad again. And so, the first thing I did after returning was to carve new words onto the magical tool. It would be difficult to get the air moving with any water molecules. Apart from the minimal requirements in which William Beryl is required to continue living. That's a little long, but let's just leave it at that. Releasing air and water from the time lock did take a little burden off the amount of consumption the tool need, but it would be better for me to get everything done before it ran out of mana. Yash, time to detect the mana presence in the demon forest. Yes, what I was about to do was just one thing. Which was to destroy the herds of demon beasts. Well, let's go. Interdimension space was awesome. It deserved the awesome tag when it was able to store that huge magical tool. And after running about in the demon forest, for a while, I managed to clear it all. Although it was a little boring to kill them all without them even resisting, it would just had to do. Since I was not in for the fun but instead trying to save the town as well as the people I loved. And so, I just kept mindlessly slaughtering. And in no time, the amount of demon beasts that I had killed could form a hill. The blood reeked too and it was getting really unbearable, so I put them all into my interdimension space. I did get worried a little about how I was destroying the environment, but since demon beasts do spawn on their own, it would revert back to their original state, I guess. And after that cleansing, it was time to start repairing the forest. As the demon forest itself was a barrier, all the trees were part of it, and once chopped or damaged in any way, the barrier would collapse and demon beasts would rush out. This was recorded in Tereo's diary and I heard it directly from God too, so it shouldn't be wrong. Global warming and mudslides happened due to trees being destroyed on Earth as well, but it was just that the consequences came way faster in this world. We get attacked the moment the trees are destroyed. Easily understandable yet so dreadful. Which was why I need to repair the forest back to the way it was. I then made my way towards the area where I heard the chopping sounds came from. And it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone since those from Hatuel would be there too. What should I do? From the countless web novels I read, most protagonists were bad in casting any forms of healing magic on plants, but in reality, it was just that magic didn't work that great on plants. I wondered if this world was the same. I had no idea, but I would only brute force through it. although I was resisting a little about doing something like a brute would do. But since I had thought of that magic, it would be a waste not to use it. Plus, imagination was the most important part for casting magic. And with the vision of a brute forcing it all, I had the perfect image for the magic. Let's just ignore how scary it would be if all the brutes of this world had the same image. Ignore. Stop saying I was part of that brute force army, Please don't avoid me if I ever turned into a very macho and gorilla-like man in the future. Macho was fine, wasn't it? It's fine to shine like a bodybuilder, wasn't it? Although I really don't want that to happen. Really, please spare me. No, that would be extremely rude to Zelda-sensei if I were to thought that way. Yes. It still all came to mind clearly, that person's figure, that tan-brown shining gorilla macho man in a tea-bag. No, I was not laughing at him at all. As I continued my idiotic inner monologue, I found people who looked like they were the Hatuo army. Because of the axes they were holding in their hands. And the most defining part was that they were wearing the exact same uniform Ivan-san was wearing when I first saw him. Oi, Hatuo. Why were you wearing your country's army uniform when you were all sneaking into another country's land? Can't you do something about it? I can't help but Tsukomi at their strategy. Somehow I felt tired. Well then, since I found them, let's just capture them all. As well as to rescue Zen's Wani-san too. I shall start with Zen's Wani-san. Ooh, she's near. TN, searching location. Zen's Wani-san. Once I activated the tracking magic, a map appeared in my mind with a red dot showing the location of Zen's Wani-san. It was near to the flag that represented where I was. As I walked over, I captured all the Hatuo soldiers along the way and teleported them over to Manuel's camp. As I approached, a campground came into sight. I stared at it. The uniforms, this camping grounds, how careless and sloppy could they be? Were they not thinking of hiding at all? And when I reached the place where the red dot was, an even more shocking scene reflected in my eyes. Wasn't this the almighty cat-eared Wani-san everyone read about in any fantasy novels? No, I was amazed at the wrong scene. That cat-eared Wani-san must be Zen's childhood friend. The one I was amazed at was, at the center of the camp, which looked very different from Manuel's, sat a fatty who looked high and mighty. I would never forgot the impact when I first saw his face. I remembered thinking what a typical trope it was when John-sensei first taught me about him. Isn't that good at Emperor? In the silent time frozen world, there stood a boy who was pointing as he yelled. It was a very surreal scene. Although that boy was me. But I just can't help but to yelled. I mean, the Emperor himself had participated in this risky operation? There was no way. I stood there, mouth wide open for a while. Wrapping the cat-eared Wani-san in a blanket, I teleported her and the rest of the captured Hatuo army back into Manuel's camp. I stared at the only person left here, Guda Hatuo. He looked as evil as his portrait was. Or rather, his portrait actually beautified him instead. This uncle was just as how he was portrayed. If I remembered correctly, he was 53 when I was 3, so he must be 58 years old right now. Really an uncle. And, tentatively, an emperor. But hey, all people with authority usually had themselves beautified in their portraits as they spread it around the world, didn't they? Although mine had nothing done. I wondered if all the nobles in this world were so honest. I don't want it though. If I became the head, I am going to beautify myself as much as possible in order to leave behind a beautiful legacy for the later generations. So, what to do with this emperor? If I were to went about it normally. Capture and transport. Yes. Anyway, he was still a criminal, so I could hand him over to the police equivalent, the knights, to deal with. Although I really wanna question him regarding various stuff. But let's leave all these political stuff to the adults. Though there was no need to act like a child here. But I am still a child, and besides, looking at this troop-like villain who used shadows and treated beastmen as below him, I would kill him as soon as I could. But really, I wouldn't know what I would do since I hadn't spoken to him before. With this my work is done. I'm tired. My shoulders cracked as I stretched. Well then. I teleported myself to Manuel's camp and took Zen's Wani-san back. I wanted to princess carry her out in a bid to look cool, but sadly, there was the height difference. But I can't sandbag carry her like I did with Zen either. Which was why I chose to levitated her as I teleported. Where to? Of course to where Zen was. Since it was bad to appear all of a sudden, I teleported to an area where no one was around. The street was wrapped in silence so thick that I could cut it like butter. Reaching into my interdimension space, I pulled out the tool. teacher, stop. As the command was issued, the street erupted in a buzz of noises. Feeling relief, I took a step out. All the screams and shriek was because of the shaking, from the beast rampaging, before the time freeze I guess. To them, it was a continuation of the terror. Walking down the noisy street, I spotted the Adventurers Guild where Zen and the others were. And in front of the guild was Zen and his father, as well as the knight, with faces full of anxiety as they looked at the direction of the demon forest. Zen! Zen jumped from the surprise of my shout and was colored surprised. Will! The surprise quickly changed into happiness as he ran towards me. It was an amusing scene to how different the knight and Zen's father expression were from Zen's. They had their mouth wide open as they stood frozen. But Zen, who reacted immediately, showed how used he was to my actions. My condolences. He then realized his childhood friend, his Wani-san, floating in the air, so I floated her towards him. Since there was no way Zen could carry her as well, I laid her gently down onto the ground. I managed to do something, Zen. Thanks, Will. To the grinning me, Zen nodded as tears flowed down his cheeks. And Zen's heroine power. Here's the second chapter 10 you guys. Sandbag carry, I guess it's something like fireman's carry? And as F are the trees, I assumed he did something as his mind went off the rails as he thought about the brute army. Either that or the author forgotten all about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 142, What Would Happen to Hatuo? Part 1. 142, What Would Happen to Hatuo? Part 1. Posted on December 7, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Sorry for the late update. Exams period. After that incident, I stayed over at Zen's house and had a wonderful time playing around with Zen and his childhood friend, Wani-san. Her name was Ruby-san, I think. I saw questions asking about what happened to the Emperor of Hatuo. Let's put the incident with the shadows aside. This time, the mess was about him trespassing the country and also kidnapping, but thanks to me stopping everything else in their tracks, that was all that was pinned on him. Well, an amateur in national politics such as me was not really clear on such things, but father told me over dinner last night that fat uncle was in quite a bad position right now. And now, for some reason I was in a castle of some sorts in the capital, and was currently walking through a classy-looking corridor. A magic mirror-like tool is lined along the walls of the corridor that could allow one to look into the room. Yes, this was the room where the Hatuo Emperor was imprisoned in. What the heck, he was Tsukomi in a Kansai dialect, Nandianan. Although I was not from Kansai, I still felt like succumbing. I knew I did helped out with quite a lot of stuff, but dear King Kesemu, what were you really thinking? I mean, I am still only 8 years old, you know? I am at the age where I would need parental guidance for about everything I do, you know? Although father did teleport it over and was with me till we reached the room though. See? No matter how much of a cheat I still need parental company. Because I knew that having strength and skills didn't mean that one would have wisdom and knowledge as well. Right? Seeing I was only a child. I looked up at King Kesemu with a pair of puzzled eyes, hoping he would give me an answer as to why I was here. Because, Will. Anyway, for the time being, the verdict is decided. Like giving a fine and much more. He also had no idea that it would become this big of a problem when he first started clearing the forest. It was also thanks to you saving his life, which was why everything went smoothly. I see. But still, executing an emperor of a nation is not going to be an easy task, considering his people and his nation. There is quite a lot of troubles involved. Right. And when I tried talking to him, it ended up in begging me to help his country. He don't even mind surrendering his country over. Which was why. The king grinned. I am leaving it up to Will. It came so much as a shock to me that the usual adult me had beautifully produced a note that even a soprano would be proud of. In the end, the king had his way and pushed me into the room. I can't believe it. To think he would bring a child into the room of the nation's most important criminal. What was this? Why was this happening? What Hatuo was going to be under us, so please managed it. What the heck? Was this a royal degree? Was I being bullied? Unbelievable, brother. And so, there was only a table separating the former emperor of a country that had surrendered to us, and me. That balding head and that huge figure. It was the prefect picture of an evil noble at every angle. That arrogant's face did show regret and repentance, as well as if he had given up something, yet had a glimmer of hope. That expression, did it really belong to this wicked person? Plus, I was bothered about something King Kasame said. It ended up him begging me to help his country. I looked at the former emperor of Hatuo. He had an astonished expression on his face. Like he had not imagined the person standing on the other side of the door would be a kid like me. But he did not have the disdainful expression most adults would have when they saw a kid at the time they were expecting an adult. That surprised me so much that I raised my eyebrows. I revealed my true feelings too early. It looked like I was still far away at perfecting the art of a poker face. The aim I had was to have a fearless smiling poker face. Are you William Barrel? Yes, I am. Nice to meet you. I am William Barrel and somehow I am placed in charge of managing your country. I am pleased to make your acquaintance and would be in your care hereafter. He interrupted me in the middle of my rumblings thoughts, so I panicked a little and answered all in one breath, causing the emperor to look flabbergasted. Ah. I did it. Anyone would be surprised when an 8-year-old child started speaking like that, won't they? And usually they would need a few minutes before they would snap back. Foo ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This person just went up and started laughing. Did he went crazy? Was that such a huge shock? And, to be continued. Tien, ha 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 ha, super short chapter. No worries, the next chapter would be up on Sunday. And it would be somewhat longer than this. And Will, I believe no one ever treated you like a child from you were 4. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 143, What would happen to Hatuo? Part 2. 143, What would happen to Hatuo? Part 2. Posted on December 10, 2017 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. And the former Hatuo emperor continued his crazy laughing for a while. I really wondered what was it that was so amusing to him. Or was he shocked into turning crazy? In any case, I did heard how people would go crazily laughing if they were to be exposed to something too shocking that pushed it out of their boundary of acceptance. As for me, I simply waited in silence until the former emperor stopped that crazy laughter of his. No matter how I looked, he just didn't look sane at the moment. It was better to leave him be, than to make the matter worse by interfering. No, not that I was running away from it or anything. And finally his laughter ceased. I resolved myself and opened my mouth. I already had the king's permission to do whatever I wanted, so I was not going to hold back. I did have a lot of things I wanted to tell him, as well as many questions for him. Although I was a bit worried if his brain was still working normally or not. Please keep the matter about me stumbling over my words a secret, yeah? Despite just crazily laughing a few moments ago, none of that previous expression could be seen as he looked at me with an expressionless face. Somehow, it was really vexing. I don't really want to say it, but that change in expression was frightening. To think I was afraid of someone whom was caught and locked up in this room. Though caught, as expected of an emperor. Why did you lifted your hands against the forest? But I was not one to be deterred. As an adult, a noble, my resolution was strong. I was actually quite furious at him for doing that, but to prevent losing myself to my emotions, I gave my all in maintaining the poker face I had on. Making use of the advantage a child had, I had on a harmlessly smiling face. And this expression was my default expression, poker face. My aim was to look like a normal average always smiling child who was actually awesome and sly. Hey, I had an average face, so I had to use it to its fullest, right? Ta-da, behold the new me. It was so new that I wanted to add a star mark next to my name. Te-he. At my direct line of questioning, the former emperor grinned, just like how those villains grinned when they saw chests of gold they stole/bribed from others. For the expansion of my nation as well as reinforcing it. I believe any ruler who ruled over a nation would want that, don't you? He said confidently as I continued staring at him. It shouldn't be just this. I was pretty sure he had a deeper reason for doing it. You should be clear that there will be divine punishment should you ever lift a hand against the forest, don't you? With that smiling face, I threw the question back at the former emperor, who faltered for a moment. I did know beforehand that demon beasts would pour out once the trees are touched. But I too know that the ones who would be in trouble would be Elsmu. In that case, I thought there was no need to hesitate. Just that? In that case, why did you not execute this plan from the start? That was because I need time to gather information about Elsmu's strength. So you knew all about our war strength? Yes, which is why we started advancing. My smiling face and the former emperor's expressionless one. I cannot read anything from it. His answers were all plausible and there weren't anything wrong with it. But I caught on to that small moment of silence he had before he started answering. If that was really the reason why he invaded, there was no need to falter. Father had told me that the fury he had for this former emperor was so great that he could just reached out and killed him, so there was very little chance that he could live. As a noble of Elsmu, as well as all the political history I learned, I knew we do not have that kind of leniency, nor can we afford it. But because there seemed to be a hidden agenda, I was tasked as a special exception to deal with this. As for what the hidden agenda was, I did had an idea. Besides, I was the one who destroyed the shadows Hatuo thrown at me. I knew I was investigated as a new threat to them, but above all, since I destroyed the shadows, Hatuo did not get as much information as they would have preferred. And now, they moved despite the lack in intelligence gathered. Which meant there was a strong reason that pushed them to move as soon as they did. As I continued smiling as I stayed silent, and the fearless smile from the former emperor gradually disappeared. Then, a voice full of regret was heard. It's the food supply. By this winter, all of my national treasury is used up and I would have no means to feed my citizens. And since Hatuo frees up during winter, they wouldn't even have the means to support themselves. At last, he began to talk about Hatuo's situation. Due to the harsh winter weather in Hatuo, they had been importing food from over Dayuvu, the Beastmen nation, whom they scorned, and even the federal political Hatazerl since forever, even before Elsmu was founded. But as this lifeline, weakness, was held by the other countries, they couldn't raise up a strong and unstoppable army as they liked, but since they had an industry of creating magical tools and mana stones, they had no problems with their finances. However, during this recent century, the sales for their magical tools and mana stones had been on the declining. The reason for that was clear. Because Elsmu had began branching out in this line as well. In other words, it can be said that the effort the first founder had placed in compulsory education had shown its effect. Although Elsmu started out small, their magical tools had produced better results with better pricing as well. Plus, thanks to everyone knowing how to use magic, the technology for the magical tools just kept on getting better and better. A complete opposite to Hatuo, which magic were being monopolized by the nobles. Thanks to that, Hatuo began experiencing problems with their sales. Furthermore, the citizens of Elsmu, whom all had a degree of knowledge, learned not to rely blindly on magical tools. Magical tools were produced for peasants who could not use magic in order to improve their daily life. But for the citizens of Elsmu, they learned how to use their knowledge to improve upon the tools and even invented new ones. This brought a huge setback to Hatuo. As the trades increase in Elsmu, Hatuo was facing a deficit. And this situation continued for about 100 years. To add on to that was the spending of the nobles. Having lived that way since, it was difficult for them to change their ways, and when Guda inherited the throne, there was nothing left in the treasury. Even more so when the previous emperor was an extravagant idiot. And in this dreadful situation, they could only loan from others. But, they still faced a huge problem with the importing of food. Once winter came, everywhere would freeze and it would be checkmate. Listening up to this point, I sighed. I know we are getting our own just deserts from our previous actions, but there was no other way to save my people. It must have been a difficult choice to make, which explained that expression he had earlier on. I finally realized the reason for the weird feeling I had when I saw the former emperor's expression when I first stepped into the room. I was deceived by that horrible reputation of his as well as his appearance, but he was actually quite a good emperor. I thought that it was a waste. Was there no other way? Ah, this was that. That thing teachers always said. I had expectations for you, therefore the scolding. If I expect nothing from you, I could have kept quiet and do everything myself. But that is the same as giving up on you. Yes, I finally get that now. I think it is splendid how you think about helping the citizens. What was that again? Nobleness oblige? I continued. But the citizens themselves have their own will, their own thinking as well. To treat them like children where you have to spoon-fed them every way is just a condescending way of thinking, and the worst example an adult should behave. I said some strong words that even I was surprised as the emperor in question was staring at me with wide-open eyes. Ah, true, this must be quite surprising for an 8-year-old to say. But he really shouldn't be that surprised when he knew I could keep up and understand what he just said earlier. Without having any expectation from the children and simply doing things your way, of course you would go into deficit. If you really wanted to protect your citizens, you should have used the strength they have. The citizens' strength? The measures Hatuo have right now was even if you wanted to farm, all you are doing is only giving out the spades and hoes. Haven't you ever thought about it? The opposite side of Floasan's bridge, where Elsmu national border is, agriculture is aplenty. Do you really think that just by crossing a bridge the climate would change? That is, that's because it's land that God had blessed upon. Is that what was taught in Hatuo? If you have investigate the land when you are investigating me, you would have realized. All God had done was to allow humans to live in a land that was used to be occupied by monsters. That's it. Then. Why? It's the strength of the citizens. In Elsmu, apart from passing them shovels and hoes, we imparted magic, magical tools, and even knowledge to them. Magic? Not only magic. You said it yourself, didn't you? That Elsmu technology had risen. What I meant is the skills of the magical tools craftsman. You're wrong. It's national education. Everyone is equally educated, and we have a system where anyone can learn as long as they wanted to. Right now, around the border in villages, the fields had frozen over. Which is why the farmers are using fire magic to warm up the place, and even set down anti-freezing tools around to deal with the problem. As for the tools, as long as they have the qualifications, any one of them can build it, so it's cheaper. And if it is to be used on agriculture, the country will also subsidize a part of the cost. And that is why none of the farms here is frozen over. So all you did is education and subsidiary. But in that case, don't you have any control then? It will be easy for them to revolt. No one would respect the nobles without the advantage of magic. That in a sense is correct, yet not so. All I can say is, when the citizens gain knowledge, their patriotism grows stronger as well as their respect for nobles. Why is that so? Impossible. The former emperor seemed to be in disbelief. Rather, had this guy really investigated about us? He must have focused on the army strength and finances but forgotten about the citizens. I felt like sighing, but I managed to hold it in. Come to think of it, I was personally ordered by the king to manage Hatuo, which had become our vassal. I would be in contact with this former emperor for a long time to come, since this can't be solved immediately. And this was why we need to have the same understanding and ideals. Now was too early to be frustrated. If you learn, you would understand. The government did many for the sake of the citizens. From the knights who protect them from the demon beasts, magical tools which cook, to the patrol of the streets. They felt gratitude, admiration, and some even set their aim to become a knight or a magical tool craftsman. Meanwhile, others had provide food as a thanks. Learn, and you would understand how your providing for everyone is wrong. That is also because the governing here is magnificent. The nobles in my country is rotten. Ah, well, that is also why I said your meaning is correct and yet no so. Can it be done? At my words, the former emperor looked at me worriedly. Not can it be done. But it had to be done. I felt slightly down from thinking about all the troubles that would be ahead. But letting none of it shown on my face, I proclaimed it with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 144, My Weird Koi, Kalias POV. 144, My Weird Koi, Kalias POV. Posted on December 17, 2017 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Kalias sat up in surprise. Today, he chose to sleep in his room at the student dormitory, but as he thought, it was no good. The number of presences here at the dorm made it difficult for him to fall asleep. Plus, at this very moment, there was a presence making its way towards him. No to mention it's coming via the ceiling. What a lack of common sense, to not use the perfectly good corridor but instead chose to travel through the ceiling instead. He looked towards the ceiling, preparing to give the incoming presence a good scolding. Even though he did it quite often himself. What a huge contradiction there. Who is it? Kalias was feeling disappointed that he currently did not have the skill to recognize a person based on the presence alone. A ninja would never make a sound when he was on a mission, but it was not like he was on one right now. Since there was no other choice, he couldn't help it but to ask who the person was in the ceiling. But even without the answer, he already had two person in mind. It was someone who could hide their own presence till they reached his room and after that, released enough presence to allow him to detect it. A person who could do that shouldn't even be here in the first place. Kalias did knew that he came recently, but to be able to do that was plenty weird in itself. It's me, Kalias Senpai. He knew it. Without him realizing it, a smile had appeared on his face. There was not many in Phillis Academy who knew the secret passage in the ceiling other than the ninja family. Normal noble kids who had been raised up carefully before sending them into the academy would never had paid any extra notice to the ceiling. Only an adult noble who had been through all sorts of trials would have noticed it. The best evidence was that no one had never found the secret passage in the ceiling till now. Thus he was very surprised by how well managed to discover the passage himself. Your dad revealed it to him though. But more so about how he could control his presence. No one would have thought that a first-year lower academic student could do it since it was not taught yet. Not to mention he was only 8 years old. And to think Callias himself only found out about that passage recently. If it wasn't his hobby of observing people, he would have missed the hidden passage. And to had found and used it so easily, William Beryl was a person Callias found to be really mysterious. That piqued his interest and above all, he found Will really amusing. To tell the truth, the academy was truly a boring place for Callias. No one knew since he loved hiding behind his poker face as not to stand out, but Callias was a very curious and competitive person. His hobby of observing people was not his interest, but instead a way of training and uncovering people's weaknesses. If not for training, he would have came to know everyone's movement without the need specially observe them since they all lived at the same dormitory. And the one to break that old boring mold, Will, became a very delicious lure in front of Callias. He was, at the same time, jealous of the fact that Will got to go on a mission with his father, but that feeling was soon gone. Because the more he observed, the more he knew. That to fight with that Will was the most stupid idea one Will ever had. Will was that unusual. Come to think of it, Will was unusual the very first day he stepped into the dormitory. He managed to open the door despite having not yet learned any magic, that odd calmness of his that didn't fit his age when giving his self-introduction, and also the way he read the atmosphere and adapted to the situation. Oh yes, and he did not give his family name when he did his self-introduction. Of course, from the ninja family, there was no way Callias was as stupid as not to know that the son of the most prestigious noble family had skipped ahead of his peers and enrolled into the academy at the early age of 8. He realized it was Will the moment he gave his name, but at that moment, Callias had thought Will was testing them. Having raised in the ninja family, Callias loved these kinds of scheming and secretiveness. To him who loved reading these types of stories since young, no one could blame him for expecting it to happen. But now, he think that the reason Will did that was because he didn't want to stand out, or so that he could make friends without them minding his status. Even so, William Beryl was someone he had not fully figured out. Will's actions had always been so erratic that it was difficult to pinpoint, but that was also why Will was so amusing to him. So what had Will done this time? Excited, the normally emotionless Callias had a bright smile on his face. "Senpai, you always said that you want to go on a mission like the intelligence squad, didn't you?" But that question that came out of nowhere surprised Callias so much that he froze for a few seconds as he stared at the ceiling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 145, My Weird Senpai. 145, My Weird Senpai. Posted on January 5, 2018 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. TN, Happy New Year guys. Sorry for the late updates as I was busy traveling all around the world for Christmas as well as the New Year. Just want to say a great big thanks for being the best readers out there, for bearing with all my lateness in updating as well as all of my disappearing acts. I'm really sorry about that. Come to think of it. He must have thought that there wouldn't be anyone like that. You should have seen his expression. Thinking back to the Emperor's expression, I can't help but grinned. The former Emperor. Let's just call him Gouda. Although I gave him a lesson on our first meeting, he showed no signs of being irritated as others do when they were being taught by a kid. Instead, he looked at me with honest eyes, or perhaps he was simply a serious person who preferred efficiency, and was moved by the things I said to him. And then, after looking back at all that he did, Gouda deeply reflected upon his deeds and kept on apologizing regretfully to me. So much so that I had forgotten about the anger I felt for his action and simply felt stunned at his change. Besides, Gouda was not the one who created the shadows, or set down the practice to demean beastmen. Moreover, it seemed like Gouda did not directly lay down the order to endanger my friends when the incident happened with Selphy, so I could somehow suppress my anger. It did felt a little like how those politicians went, it was the secretary who did by their own accord. But I was just going to leave it at that. Since I was entrusted with by the king with Hatuo, there was no way to avoid it Gouda, so bearing a grudge was really not feasible. Plus it would be better for my mental health. And so, my rationality convinced my feelings to forgive. The deeply regretting Gouda did make things a lot easier though. Since Hatuo was going to become a vessel of Elsmu, I would need to make a trip over in order to set everything in motion. Since I had to manage a country, there was no meaning in going in my own. Country management was usually done as a group, or a council. I was having a sense of déjà vu, like I had thought about these things before. Did I raise a flag then? I would really like to ask the flag-raising god, but it's put this matter aside for now. The problem now was personnel. The king had given me advice that as the basic minimum, I would need to have at least an intelligence corp under my direct supervision. He also added that he could give me anyone I had in mind. I had initially thought that the king was joking when he said that because there was no way I would know any intelligence member who would be willing to work under an 8-year-old. But hey, reality was always unexpected. Well, and so, if Kalia-senpai agrees, I would like you two to be part of the Knight's Intelligence Corp under me. What? Wait, what? Isn't this too sudden, Will? Ah, by the way, I haven't told Kalia-senpai about Hatuo being a vessel of Elsmo or that I was going to be the commander-in-chief in that matter. Others were soon going to know about it, but it was still top-secret information at this moment. But since this was Kalia-senpai, there was a little fear in me that he already knew about it. Right now, that usual poker face of his was dyed in surprise. He even wrote onto my rhythm and gave it Tsukomi back. That showed the height of his surprise. So, do you want to do it? Ignoring Kalia-senpai's surprise, I repeated my question. And why was that, Of course I am if I can. That's why. I already knew his answer. Okay. So senpai, as my subordinate, you are to infiltrate into Hatuo for information. This time, Hatuo is going to be a vessel country under Elsmu. Ah yes, I am also going to be the commander-in-chief. Ah, ha ha ha. Even Kalias can't stop opening and closing his mouth from all this information. Don't worry senpai, that's a natural reaction. And so, I got my first subordinate. There was a lot of things I had to do and I already had an inkling of how bothersome this was going to be. But still, I can't help but felt excited for the future to come. TN, short chapter. A poll for you guys. Chapters 146-148 are all extras, and had nothing to do with the current storyline. Would you like me to continue translating it by following the chapters, or would you prefer to jump straight into a continuation of the storyline and leave the extras for later? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 146, A Lady Will Never Be Defeated. 146, A Lady Will Never Be Defeated. Posted on January 13, 2018 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. TN, well, results are out and as you can see, I would be translating as how the author wrote it. The fireworks festival organized by Will ended on a high note. The next day. Will was in great spirits as Zen and Selphy would be staying for a while longer after the event, but as opposed to him. This was bad. Chiffon's tail curled up in a ball as her ears fidgeted restlessly. Will-sama was only 8. It was normal for a boy his age to spend more time with his friends than to fall in love. But still, this was bad if it continued. What if, during this time when he was still disinterested in love, his feelings for his friend grew strong and something would blossom between them instead? Chiffon was worried that she did not enter his eye at all. Being his personal maid was, one part, repaying a debt of gratitude towards him, but it was more of the feeling of wanting to be by his side. And, if there would be a chance that something would happen when they were together. The novels she read for research had plenty of stories about how nobles would lay their hands on their maid. In the end, the maids would get pregnant and they would then be wedded as their wife. Oh, how wonderful! In the cold winter, Chiffon was trying her best in wiping clean the windows when all of a sudden, a hand, filled with warmth, touched her, and when she turned from the surprise, she saw Will, smiling at her. Chiffon quickly cut off her daydream in a haste. She can't have a nosebleed in the middle of work. She could be considered a pervert by society considering Will's age. But that's alright if that meant that she could stay by Will's side forever. That's how much she loved him, she felt happiness just by being with him. But then. There is a strong rival. Chiffon sighed. She had expected Will to make friends in school and she even anticipated that he would be admired by a large number. So much so that it would not be strange for him to even had a fan club. Even though Chiffon's expectations were totally on point. That was why Chiffon had prepared to face her rival when she learned that Will would be bringing friends along when he returned. But it was proved that Chiffon had it all wrong. The biggest enemy was right next to her. Of course, Will's friend, Selphy, was frankly showing off her attraction to him and Chiffon was quite surprised at how thick-headed Will was to that. But yes, him. Her biggest enemy, John. Will's home tutor and his best friend, the one and only John. Although Chiffon was conscious about how they do not see it that way. However, they were so close that there was no gaps for her to even slip in. She wanted to avoid the situation where only John can held Will's attention and she was always out of bounds. She let out a long breath and gripped the cloth in her hands tightly. She had the afternoon free today. As Will was out playing with Zen and Selphy, this was the only chance. Time to attack. TN, Attack of the Chiffon. Thanks to Will and his friends, the residence was filled with lively energy. Although most of them still hadn't recovered from giddiness of the fireworks festival Will planned. It was a dreamlike experience for Chiffon too. When Will's eyes met with hers right before the fireworks and he smiled, Chiffon thought her heart would burst from the amount of feelings she had inside. If that incident didn't happen, Chiffon might still be basked in happiness. Vexed, Chiffon bit on her handkerchief. All the bustling area were where all the work was going on, like the kitchen or the linen room. But right now, the corridor Chiffon was walking along did not enter into any of one of the examples as she activated her presence erasing skill from when she was still a shadow. The reason why was because this was the area where all the servants, like maids, gardeners, and even cooks, slept at. This area, which was housed in the northern part of the mansion, was still slightly dark, despite it being an afternoon. By the way, the door of the mansion faced south, so this part of the house was set at the very back. It seemed to be the first-generation servants themselves who insisted on placing the quarters at this location. The first generation had and wanted intentionally to build a dormitory on a hill where the sun shined brightly and was near to both the street and the mansion. However, he was met with objections about how wasteful it was, as well as that there was no meaning if it was not closer to the mansion. As with Guillaume and Will, every head of the barrels could manage themselves and there was no chance for the servants to do anything. They were most probably scared that they would ended up not doing anything if their living quarters were further away. For some reason, every head of the barrels had very high specs, so much so that the servants around them looked like bumbling idiots. Who wouldn't want to be the right hand or leg of their master? And so, most of them ended up working behind the scenes. And bear the pride of supporting the magnificent head in whatever he does. And thanks to that, the servants' quarters ended up being built at the north wing. Was what was written on the thick, the heart of the servant, book Mary-san passed to her. Chiffon recalled the thick bounded book wearily. That was because, although she was loyal to the Barrels family, it was slightly different to the book. This book had the knowledge and feeling of the servants for the past 200 years, and although she liked the Barrels as well, she felt slightly fed up with being forced to bear and continued the love of the previous. Chiffon regrouped herself as her ears and tail stood up. Although it was basic knowledge to not make a racket alone living quarters, most of the people staying here were working at this hour of the day. Besides, they would rather go to the Matsuri if they had the time. Different from the other parts of the mansion, it was quiet here. However, if Chiffon focused her ears, I can hear the scratching noise of a pen. Chiffon mumbled to herself and she smiled. It seemed like her target was in the room. This was John she was talking about. He was always in his room until he was called. He did stay at the research lab at the castle recently, but he was more often than not doing something inside his room. John was popular with newcomers girls but was avoided by those who had been here for some time. His appearance was good, but as a lover, said one of Chiffon's colleagues. Despite being teenagers, they were all very grounded in reality. But it had nothing to do with Will, only Chiffon. Taking a deep breath, Chiffon knocked on the door. I have questions, Chiffon said the moment she entered the room. Due to the threatening tone, John can't help but to take a step back and be on guard. To the John who stood frozen, Chiffon entered his room without restraint or embarrassment. Although this was unbecoming of a girl, it was not that Chiffon cared at the moment. She jabbed her finger at the surprised John as the hair on her tail stood on ends as she roared. Firstly, you slept with Will-sama again, didn't you? Why did you do that? It is an atrocity. John blinked in surprise at the sudden accusation. No, John was stunned. Will was only a boy, and not to mention that they were all male. To Chiffon, who burst in suddenly, he could only saw her as a strange woman as he averted his eyes. This made Chiffon misunderstanding grew. John did something wrong, that's why he averted his eyes. Her anger grew. As I though. You showed a con. Chiffon was basically snarling at this point, and John was very taken aback at this. Add to the fact that he was being scolded as a Shotokan, a word that he, as a scholar, had never ever heard of before. Swallowing the words of if he should find a doctor to have a look at her back down as he tried asking. What is Shotokan? The question that he squeezed out was met with an unbelievable answer. I don't know. Will-sama said that when he saw Uncle pull the boy's hand as he grinned. You're like that uncle. Uncle. Even John had taken some damage from that. Will had just expressed his worries over his love life yesterday. Was it really that bad? John can't help but started to worry about himself. In any case, I was just doing an experiment with Will. And what experiment was that? Unbecoming. No, it. John tried to explain as his voice shook, but Chiffon was not listening to his words. Plus, why is it Will? This is just rude to the one you serve. You should show your respect. How sly. You said all of that, but you're just jealous, aren't you? Plus to even follow Will-sama to the capital. Are you a stalker? How disgusting. How sly. Disgustin'. John was stumped at the insults thrown at him. He had to recover his bearings. It was never good to fight emotionally. He had to take a practical stand. I say, I was ordered by Master to return to the castle to continue my research. By the way, that order was given because the king, Kesamu, had clung on to Master Gion in tears because the research was not progressing at all. In reality, John was one of the few who could follow Will's crazy otherworldly knowledge and was considered to be a genius within the court scholar world. John quitting left a huge blow to their research. John knew that he had given the perfect explanation, and just when he was feeling smug about it. Hick, sob, wah. With her emotions so highly strung, Chiffon started crying. In her heart, she understood where John was coming from, but her feelings just couldn't kept up. To a girl worried about her love life, theory just couldn't beat it. To put things bluntly, she was very envious about John and Will's relationship. And that in itself was suspicious. Seeing Chiffon, who burst out crying, John's poker face collapsed as he began to really panic. If Will was to see this situation, he had no idea what Will would say. But, it just stinks of something, hick. This was actually the consensus of the entire mansion. Fujoshi, with their rotten hearts, just took this bait with glee, but even those pure-hearted women blushed at how close the both of them were. They were so close that they could joke and quarrel with each other, showed a different smiling face from the one they showed to others, and sometimes, there were eyewitness accounts from who peeked into their rooms, and saw them gripping onto each other's hand and staring into each other's eyes. It was also normal for Will to spend the night over at John's room, and when a servant went in to change the sheets, they saw them sleeping together on the same bed. Actually, the relationship between the John and Will was the strange connection. Never had a girlfriend before, they felt as well as how they could follow each other thinking and knowledge. In other words, they treated each other like rotten best buds. As for why they were holding hands and staring into each other's eyes, Will was showing John the technique of precise mana control as well as manipulation. And as a researcher, both of them often did experiments till the dead of night, and they think nothing about sleeping together, treating it like a camp. But, no matter which period and location, two good-looking males together will always be a bait. Firstly, those one-isans with rotten hearts would bet onto it, and that's the start and the end of things. These one-isan would then started sprouting their delusions to everyone, and it would started spreading to others who misunderstood, and even those who thought nothing about it would started to get suspicious. Once you started thinking about it, it would always nagged on the back of your mind. It was a trick to misdirected the mind, and the rotten one-isans had unwittingly used it. No. Everyone knew deep in their hearts that it was all a delusion. But humans were beings that would still go and thought about it. And so, the one who got caught in this trap was this pure little girl in love. In other words, Chiffon. She had been abused by the orphanage since young and was saved by Will when she was working as a shadow. Of course, she had no experience in love, and Will was her very first love. And different from the admiration the rest of her peers felt, she truly liked Will. Having no immunity to love, she can't help but thought about John whenever she thought about Will and their hand-holding. Chiffon, who always stopped her imagination hurriedly when that happened, finally exploded yesterday. She somehow managed to control it in front of the guests, but she had lay in bed at night, worrying endlessly about it. It happened near the evening. In the dimly lit room, the two of them were looking into each other's eyes, and moreover, John had a blissful smile as he said to a bewildered Will, "It's okay. Because I have found a better lover than research, and that is you, Will. That sealed it. That was it. Wasn't that a love confession?" Chiffon turned bright red as she thought back to it as she cried. Will had denied it, but what about John? To say such mushy words, how horrible. How unsightly. Wait, what are you talking about now? John-sama, I, Chiffon, won't lose to you. John's room was in chaos. Tien, mohahahaha. This was hilarious to translate. Chiffon, best girl. By the way, that phrase John said appeared in chapter 126, stop it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 147, What's Christmas? First half. 147, What's Christmas? First half. Posted on January 21, 2018 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. This was when I was still a 3-year-old kid. Though I was only 8 years old right now. Yes, I know I was still very much a kid right now. And so, let's rewind back to 5 years ago. On a narrow street, I thought all those couples holding hands should just break up. In public, I thought all those couples who spoke lovey-dovey stuff to each other should just exploded. On the train platform, I thought those couples who were reluctant to part as they gave each other a goodbye kiss should just hopped onto different trains and never met again. With crazy eyes, I frantically whipped up the eggs white. Swish 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 in the quiet kitchen, only the sound of the whipping could be heard. Although it was only whipping of the eggs white, a tempest of curse were raging inside my heart. Die, reality. What for? My words echoed throughout the empty kitchen. Together with my rage, something was puzzling me as well. You guys whose age equals to the number of years without another half, cough cough. My dearest partner in crime, I was pretty sure you were thinking of the same question as me. Yes. Somehow, in this alternate world, Christmas exists. It's going to be Christmas soon. As I was diligently studying about the nation politics, I got jerked back into reality by this one sentence. John Sensei. What was that you said just now? It's going to be Christmas soon. I was speechless. The sound of that word simply rang of inauspiciousness. Can it be that you said Christmas just now? I asked haltingly. That's because I never wanted to hear that word. But John Sensei answered without any hesitation. Yes, I did. What's wrong? And he gave me a puzzled look. Ah, that was dangerous. I almost screamed out loud. What's wrong? Everything's wrong. I mean, it's Christmas, you know. That Christmas. If I was not wrong, that's the event that felt like hell, right? Christmas. Although it originated from the religion in Europe, leaving that aside, Christmas as an event, to most Japanese, was a white-bearded, dressed in red, pulling reindeer man as he flew all over the world delivering presents, Santa Claus. And thanks to that setting, it was also when parents would gift their children presents. Sadly, I came to know all of these when I searched it up, as I did not receive any presents when I was at that innocent age. But let's leave that aside. Yes, on Earth, Christmas was an event where couples would ham it up. Thinking back, it was when I was in grade 7. It was a warm day that reminded one of autumn when it was in fact, winter. The trees along the street were decorated with fairy lights and were twinkling away as the pure and innocent the first looked along in wonder. But on that day, I saw it. Under the lighted trees, the figures of a boy and girl in my class, kissing. And that pure and cute me realized it for the first time. That I had a possibility of getting a girlfriend. No, I meant that we had reached the age where we started dating. And when I looked around, I saw couples littered everywhere. Even thought it was just a small school in a countryside. Usually, there would be no one at this hour. Then, it was the winter of my first year in high school. It was a special day where it snowed, producing a white Christmas. Of course, I was at my part-time job, working, see how I don't have a girlfriend. And as usual, at a restaurant. Looking out from the kitchen, all of them were in pairs. And when I went around as a waiter, I was met with comments like working on this kind of day. With pitiful eyes from the girls while the guys kept glaring at me. And the worst torture was on the way back home. People on the street were all in even digits apart from me. Yes, everyone formed a couple. That day, I was most certain that the streets of Japan were overtaken by a cult. It was a nightmare. The damage dealt was enormous. I kept receiving the same looks no matter where I go, so I hurried back. I was not running nor escaping. It was a strategic retreat. The attacks from even numbers were too much for me. In conclusion, Japan's Christmas was hell for me. It was ranked, along with Valentine, as the events I hated the most. Why was most events usually meant for couples? Be it a business strategy or couples that jumped on it, it was annoying. Please think about other people. I know, this is what you people called inferiority complex. But you knew, don't you? Don't you think those couples along the street was just annoying? So, there you go. Christmas was simply a horrifying word. That's all there was to it. No, I didn't know anything about Christmas. I said, with a shimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, the Christmas in this world was different. But that hope was soon dashed by John Sensei. Is that so? Sorry about that. Christmas is a time where a god called Santa Claus would deliver gifts and presents to good kids. There were records in history that kids living in the slums, or even street kids, had received presents from him. But it was actually a day to thank God for all he had done. But when people grew wild in holding the parties, it had evolved into an event. Especially for couples. Damn, there are couples everywhere on the street. John Sensei mumbled the last part under his breath. Yep, my tears can't stop. My ears had heard everything John Sensei said, clearly. The hearing ability of a child sure was scary. Reality was cruel. I thought I didn't had to experience hell when I came to this alternate world. There was no God. Okay, there was one, beard. Does Sensei have anything up for that day? I asked as Sensei smiled. Foo. Yes I do. Okay. I got it. That smiling Sensei's schedule was filled with experiments and research. I somehow felt better. As I thought about all that happened in the morning, I continued whipping. I need to whip the air inside. Dear Egg White, for the sake of my future, please swell up with more air inside. The more you swell, the more popular I would be. The more you swell, the taller I would grow. That's how I felt. Please take care of me. My state of mind was when I thought about what John Sensei told me about his Christmas plans. It sure was good having friends. Even though it solved nothing. We were all victims to it, that's why we formed groups. Wasn't it? What's wrong? As if John Sensei heard my thoughts, he asked. He was here, using the name of experimenting, to see my cooking. It's nothing. I was just thinking that it's not swelling. Let me have a go at it. I should try it too since it's an experiment. John Sensei said, eyes glistening. It's really just trying a different way of cooking, despite you kept claiming it as an experiment. It was way different from those experiments John Sensei did on the magic circles. Sensei, isn't it just experiment cooking? He might like the word experiment, but he should just admit it that it's only cooking. Even so, cooking is cooking. Food heals the heart. The development of food is the development of culture. The development of culture is the development of techniques. Above all, an experiment is an experiment, regardless the kind. John Sensei replied with a straight face. The things he said was so cool. His face looked so cool. Damn it, explode, Eichmann. But food. I wondered if this world viewed food as an important culture. Earth. Japan placed a huge importance in food. I was not that sure about Europe. Oh yes, we had that proverb. People know manners when they have food, right? Yep, that's the one. I stared at the person that just spoke. Who was that? Although there was only the two of us right now. That was... Suppressing my trembling voice, I gave my usual smile as my hands didn't stop. High-speed rotation. I sure had a good grip. The elegance of physics, that's not it. Why did Sensei knew about that proverb? Was there a same proverb in this world? Or was Sensei the same as me, reincarnator? It was left by the first founder. It's a proverb. It sure strikes the heart, doesn't it? I was wrong. Sensei smiled. Of course I was wrong. Most reincarnator would realize I was one too. Plus they wouldn't even need to research so hard about the magic circles. I could figured it out if I just thought about it. The first founder. His name should be Elsmutera Olo, or something like that. It was ridiculously long for me to remember all of it. Could be that this was the one instead? I meant, there was way too many laws and stuff that coincided with my previous world. I had great expectations for him. The first founder was splendid. Only that he seems to hate having records about himself, so there was not much recorded in the historical records. I see. I was happy for a moment there, thinking I would find out the truth as long as I searched for it. Maybe that shone on my face as John Sensei laughed. You looked up to the first founder as well, huh? Come to think of it, well is only 3 right. It's only during these times where you behaved like a kid. Somehow, I was looked upon with warm eyes. Looked like I was misunderstood. I was shown the same look from John Sensei as I did from father. The look where an adult looked at a kid who was excited getting a photo together with his hero. That's not it. I am. Oh, Will. The egg white swelled quite a bit. It should be okay like this, Me, who opened my mouth to clear the misunderstanding, shut up when a happy John Sensei spoke up. It would only sounded like an excuse. Oh well. I would really sounded like a kid if I were to make a fuss here. I was a kid? No. My body is small but I was still a gentleman inside. A gentleman. And so, the gentlemanly me gave up on explaining and went to check up on the egg whites. Yep. The meringue was whipped up nicely. Nice and firmed. It's perfect, sensei. I happily placed the meringue into another bowl and mixed them up together. The ingredients in the other bowl was egg yolks, butter, and brown sugar. You should know by now what I was planning to make. So, what are you making, Will? Sensei asked. I grinned. A chiffon cake, sensei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 148, What's Christmas? Second half. 148, What's Christmas? Second half. Posted on January 28, 2018 by Krazza Pumpkin. Asterisk unedited. A chiffon cake, sensei. Fawn cake? John Sensei repeated my words, having a little trouble with the pronunciation. Chiffon. That's a kind of cloth that was thin and airy. And apparently because the cake was like that too, it was named after it. It was not a cake that was thick and very rich in taste, but instead, had a light sweetness and was so very airy, like biting on air. Chiffon cake was one of the desserts I loved. And as I had made this cake quite a few times in my previous life, I decided to make it here too. The Christmas here was confirmed to be an abominable day celebrated widely by couples. It still didn't mean that singles dogs like us can't enjoy it too. And the way to enjoy Christmas for single dogs? Cake, chicken, sparkling wine, etc., etc. Yes, food. Christmas food was always something to look forward to. Although the empty feeling that came after stuffing yourself silly was rather. It's the name of the cake. I poured the mixture into the iron mold. This world made some great advancement, but why had the food portion of it laid stagnant? Normal Western, Japanese food were all being made here, but stuff like desserts and sweets were missing. Those food that needed a bit of work to make were not available here at all. You know, food that showed off girl power. What was this mismatched way of managing this world? The only desserts that had the impression of my previous world was jelly. Well, my friend, the first founder, should have developed the menu here, but it might be because he was a guy, he didn't like desserts all that much, which was why that part of the menu was missing. As desserts were pretty complicated, one wouldn't do it if one hadn't touched it at all. I have never heard of that before. John Sensei said, tilting his head in puzzlement. Really? Yes. I actually have a bit of sweet tooth. All the dessert shop in the capital have been conquered by me, but I have never seen or heard anything like it before. The domination of the capital. That was definitely not just a bit. To tell the truth, I was surprised. This serious-looking, glasses-wearing, the S and the SM kind of guy actually had a sweet tooth. Was this what they meant by having a gap? That, gap heard on earth definitely fitted this guy, with his impeccable looks. Although I was not mo by him though. If a Shota was mo by a 26-year-old guy, I would be in serious trouble. And, let's put these all aside. Foo. Well, that's why I am experimenting. This is a new receipt I thought of. I said, a proud look on my face. Well yes, this receipt was not created by me but an America company who made that but just ran with me on this. It was easier since I cannot explain the America part. During this period, I banged the mold against the table over and over again. It was not that I was angry or anything, but to remove the air inside the mixture. If I were to miss this step, the chiffon cake would ended up having big holes in it. Oh my. Sensei's eyes shone at my words. That shining face of his as he came close made me took a step back. But Sensei had already came close. At my troubled voice, Sensei looked up at me and went slightly red, before laughing as he apologized. Sorry about that. I got too excited. I had always thought that there was nothing happy about Christmas, but it seems like this year would be different. He said, eyes glittering. That's great. It was great that he was happy. But still, this extent of how much he loved sweet stuff. I finally get to know the hidden side of him. Christmas. I used to monopolize the cake and turkey. Wasn't it great? Look at how the rest of them sliced the log cake to tiny pieces for everyone. Yes, this was how the single dogs thought to keep themselves sane. Otherwise they would started throwing curses all around. It seemed like I hadn't changed much from my previous life. I was still cursing when I whipped the eggs. It sure ran deep. I wonder how would it taste like. Sensei peeked into the magical tool I named oven after I placed the mold in to bake. He sure was looking forward to it. I can't really fail, can I? But I don't think I would anyway. Plus the handiness of the magical tool. The tool here measured up to the one on Earth, and might be even handier. This child here had both the functions of an oven and a microwave. I deeply suspected that the first head of barrel was a reincarnated person like me, or maybe it was the first founder who made it. Wonderful. Even for nobles, if they had this kind of handy items around to use, they would give their all in working for the country. How exciting. It smells really good. As those random thoughts went through my mind, John Sensei was still peeking through the oven, paying close attention. Are you a child? Suppressing that Tsukomi, I smiled and turned to face the oven. It is expanding nicely. The cake inside the oven had swelled up above the mold. It looked like the meringue was perfect. If we had failed at the meringue part, the cake wouldn't swelled. And, as Sensei had said, a light sweet smell belonging to the chiffon cake started wafting out. My nose started sniffing on its own. It had been a long time since I made a chiffon cake. This was the first time since I was born. It had been 3 years. Was it early or late? Considering my age, this was considered early, but as a person who loved desserts, going for 3 years without them sure was hard. Well, from all the web novels I read, it was often that the MC who reincarnated was not even allowed into the kitchen due to her young age. Or the kid of the noble would look down on cooking and the MC, furious, would engage in a battle with him/her. I wondered why these tropes did not happen here at all. I was happy, but on the other side, it was a little disappointing. Well, at least it was better than being in a world with bad food. Although lacking in the sweets and junk food area, the normal level of the food here was around the same as the level in Japan. Oh. I was about to say something when a chime was heard from the oven. It's done. John Sensei was almost about to pounce onto the cake. One could imagine the taste based on the smell, and a soft and airy chiffon was done. John Sensei's eyes were on me the entire time I took the cake out. Its message were clear. Can I eat it now, Dot? He sure had a lot of expression seeing he usually had a poker face on. Did he really want to eat it that badly? Snickered. I burst out laughing. John Sensei looked very much like a dog right now. Today really was the day John Sensei's character broke down. With a wry smile hanging on my face, I then said, we still need to let it cool down first. If not, it won't slide out nicely from the mold. Despair filled John Sensei's face as he hung his head down. Ah, how blessed. I closed my eyes as I chewed. It was slowly destroyed by my teeth as I chewed. The cake was airy and light, but still had a decent amount of chewiness. And, since I lowered the sugar used, a light and soft sweetness penetrated my mouth. The smell was simple yet mouth-watering. I did a great job. A chiffon cake after so long was the best. John Sensei had a blissful expression as he too slowly chewed and enjoyed the taste of the chiffon cake. And while indulging in bliss, I remembered something. Sensei, Christmas is a day for couples, right? Yes, that's right. It's the worst. From that blissful face, John Sensei immediately had on a disgusted face as he answered me. Well, I do agree with him, but I realized something now. Even at my age? If that was really the case, I would rather die. Sensei gasped softly and immediately returned to his usual poker face and looked at me. It looked like he realized it too. No. For kids as young as you, it was just a day where we would eat and hold a party, have fun, and worried if Santa Claus would be coming or not. Ah, I thought so. Who was the one who taught that Christmas was a day for that, couples, only? Tra-la-la-la-la, la-la-la-la. Yes. That's right. You had the correct answer. It was none other than John Sensei. Sensei, teaching your students the wrong things because of your prejudice was not a good practice. Yep, and it seemed like Sensei agreed with my thoughts too, as he looked at me with thankful eyes. And thus, I came to learn when I was 3, that Christmas here was an annoying event. Why, oh why? Why had Christmas degraded till this level in this world as well? I was pretty sure you would understand that I really wanted to grab that bearded old god and let him know how I felt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 149, it sure needs thinking to build a long history. 149, it sure needs thinking to build a long history. Posted on February 11, 2018 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. I met again with the former emperor of Hatuo, Gouda. It had been some time since the last meeting. It really hadn't been that long, to tell the truth. But since I had been running between meeting Kalia Senpai, John Sensei, the headmaster as well as trying to scout several others, it felt like it had been longer than normal. And, the current place we were holding our meeting was, in fact, inside a horse carriage. Yep, we were on the road. Not to mention the destination was set for Hatuo. HM? You were asking me if Gouda was released or not if that was the case? Nope. This was my boss, the king, we were talking about, you know. The one who went ahead and cut off all the useless nobles and killed all those anti-kingdom rebels and stupid nobles, that boss. That King Kesemu would never had allowed Gouda to ran free, would he? Then why? I had been given the highest order to get Hatuo down under Elsmo rule as soon as possible. What an overbearing way of using people. In simpler terms, I was currently going over to observe Hatuo. In even simpler terms, he knew about my teleportation magic, which allowed me to go and return whenever I wanted. Really, what an overbearing way of using people. Which results in the following members on this trip. Aerol. Commander Beryl. As those thoughts went through my mind, I realized that Gouda was trying to engage me in a conversation. It seemed like he had been calling me for some time. As I was still wrapped up in my thoughts, I accidentally looked at Gouda with dazed eyes. Sorry about that. I was thinking about something. What was it you want to talk about? We came out earlier than I expected and I was wondering if these few numbers of guards would be enough. Gouda said, as he looked out the window. Well, it was true that the number of guards that can be seen was not much. These numbers would be adequate for passing through the street, but it so happened that we were in the middle of the grass plains heading towards the Iza River. Demon beasts often appeared along these areas, so it was understandable why Gouda was feeling insecure. Don't worry, these guards possess better skills than you thought. That is. Gouda seemed to have grasped the meaning behind my words. The members going along with us to Hatuo was consisted of members from the Black Knight's intelligence corps as well as those with their unique set of skills that I scouted. It was a high-leveled group which possessed power that one normally could not imagine. And it seemed that Gouda realized that as well. And their eyes were always observing. Not only just the citizens' reactions, they had to take in everything about the country we were about to take over. Information was important. Which was why I had only chose those with skills. That did not mean that they were lacking in attacking power. At least Busan and Nyarusan alone had the strength to go through the demon forest. I see. Gouda nodded and directed a smile at me. I don't really want to say this, but have you forgotten who was the strongest around here? It really wasn't something I should say about myself though. But I had decided not to be humble nor hiding my head under a rock this time around. As I had decided not to go easy, taking down demon beasts shouldn't pose a problem for me. I can't say for sure there would not be anyone better, but I knew that I was one of the top in regards to Elsmu, or the Ryana continent, for that matter. So there should be no trouble with these demon beasts. If I were to ever fail, it would mean that most people in this world would die as well. Although I can't help it if that really happened. At Gouda, whose face went tight with realization, I turned over and sighed. This uncle. What should I say about him? Should I say he was easygoing or was his adaptability too high? To a person who wanted to kill me not long ago, he had totally no guard against me at all. And as if he had read my mind, Gouda looked at me and gave a wry smile. No matter how much a gifted child you are still at an age where everything shows on your face. No. Or is it that you trusted me? Your face is saying, how can I be an emperor like that? Most likely you are thinking that I have too little of a guard up, right? I could only stare in silence when I was being told that. What a blunder. It seemed like my poker face was not working as well as I imagined. At the silent me, Gouda laughed happily. With his face, all I could see was a villain doing his evil laugh. Ha ha ha, I understand. I am not someone who would expose this to others. Plus, it would be rude of me to put up a guard against you. The tiny murmur at the end of the sentence was caught by my hearing. I could do nothing but tilted my head at that sentence. We went through the borders to Flowason easily. I had no good memories of Flowason at all. That vase placed at the window still, that kidnapping episode, not to mention that black history of cross-dressing. That black history of cross-dressing to invoke the pity of Flowason's guards and that kiddish, childlike behavior. Just that history alone made me felt like running away from this street as far as possible. Quite a few number of the intelligence corps members had separated from the group and blended into the street, but as they had erased their presence from the start, no changes could be seen. The team was currently heading towards the Center Tool as we rode through the center street of Flowason. Center Tool was the central city of Hatuo. It was where I had crushed the hideout of the Shadows previously. It wasn't a pleasant place for me to stay at, but considering Gouda's stamina, it wasn't feasible to keep on the road, so we were running towards our destination with the aim of staying for a while there. The horses were doing their best as well. Although this carriage was a magical tool created by me. It had magical circles for lightning and anti-shake on it. I wondered how long would it take for this tool to be spread around the world. Though I do not have the intention of making it known for now. Cheap and convenient magical tool spreading might not be a good idea, was what I learned from John Sensei. Jobs available right now might be affected. Like those who reared horses and those who build carriages. The balance of the country's economy as well as the production output would hinge on the tool, and that would not be great for the country. Besides, I had the very impossible, highest order, to get Hatuo under Elsmu ASAP to complete at the moment. This fast carriage was one of the advantages I had, and I was keeping it up my sleeve for the moment. But I would open up the technology in the future. Because, the butt does hurt. There is a church in Centertool, and over there, the priests are in charge. Gouda, who had been looking out the window, spoke all of a sudden. I have heard about how capital belongs to the royals while Centertool to the priests. No matter what, both are rotten. A bothersome piece of information came just as we were about to reach our destination. My mind started wandering. I heard of this information, but having someone who experienced it said it increased the reality of it and made my head hurt. And surprising, Gouda had a stern look on his face as well. I turned and looked at Gouda. I might be rude, but the priests hid under the history of previous people who spoke of the massages brought by angels and God, and proclaimed themselves to be gods. They twisted the massages by God and made themselves unaffected by the law. In front of the law, they waved their religion as a sword and made themselves heard. They even managed to avoid paying the taxes. Gouda, who had been speaking as he looked outside the window, turned and looked straight at me. Did they thought that God was blind to all that they had done? I was caught in that gaze as the words rang throughout the carriage. I did not speak. When I first got hold of this information, I had though that, even in this world without religion problems, there still would be people who made use of it. In this world where God existence was confirmed, I did wondered how did they manage to did what they did without fearing. Because, God was a presence very close to me. And, to them without fear, I would be crushing them within my palm. The atmosphere turned heavy. My face turned stern, as of Gouda, as I looked outside the window as well. The sky outside the window was clouded over. To Hatuo, winter was coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 150, my eyes, my eyes. 150, my eyes, my eyes. Posted on February 25, 2018 by Krazapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. TN, so sorry about missing a chapter last week. I totally forgot about it, frustrated face, I was so busy. As the traveling came to an end, I saw the also familiar gate when we reached Centertool. Thanks to the modified horse carriage, my bum was saved from exploding. Nor was I mistaken to be a ghost due to me floating above the seat. Even Gouda was surprised at how little it rocked. So this is the technology of Elsmu. No wonder we failed. He said, mocking himself. Seeing that, I felt a tiny pang of guilt. We were supposed to head through the gate, but I had something I wanted to do. You know, like how your right foot was in Centertool while the left foot stayed in Flowason. Or something like that. Wilsama, what are you doing? Busan called out to the me who had moved towards the gate subconsciously. I froze. I had wanted to step inside and yelled out, this is it. Centertool. What was wrong with me? The boxhole that was sealed deep inside me was hurting. Must be because of that Tsukomi bear near me. No, nothing. I averted my eyes as I straightened up and walked ahead. I saw the members of the Intelligence Corps paying their toll fees at the gate out of the corner of my eyes, but acting as an innocent child, I simply walked right through. There was not much difference from the streets of Flowason. Putting it bluntly, the whole place was dreary. The people walking along the street looked dispirited, and even the shopkeepers were the same. Although there wasn't much people walking about in the first place. Compared to the previous trip here, the place looked worse than before. Can a place change that much in just 6 months? This is Centertool? I mumbled, surprised at what I saw. If this was the central of Hatuo, it was to the level where one had to wondered how were they able to enter into the 4 great countries. I mean, when one spoke about the central, it would be place where all the trading took place as well as being the most crowded. Here, you could see wood shavings all over the cobble and, oh yes. The reason for looking like they were dispirited might be because of the color choices of their clothes. They were all wearing dark colors, like black, brown or navy. We then walked to the end of one street in order to not let anyone hear what we were talking. You must be wondering why it changed so much in just a few months. It's the priests. The people here are afraid of them. Gutta said, in a small voice that only I could hear as we walked over. They must be thinking that we are the same as them. Saying that, Gutta looked at the townsfolk who were taken aback and cringed at the sight of us. Ah, so that was why. Now I know why they were behaving that way. They were afraid of us. Although the number of guards weren't a lot, we still had them. Plus, the clothes on us were clearly of high quality. Even if we were not thought as priests, they could still see that we were nobles of some kind. With the priests as examples, it was normal for them to fear people who looked like they had power. Don't wake the sleeping dogs, they always said. And so, they did not even dare to look at us. They avoided crossing our path and kept their eyes down as they trembled, trying to protect themselves. What a stifling place this is. How suffocating. Not to mention how difficult it was to live in this place. I would have never wanted to live in a place like this if I was a citizen of Hatuo. Even if I was one of the priests. I looked at the towering chimney that was situated right in the center of the town, black smoke puffing away from it. Looking down from the chimney, a huge white building can be seen. Detailed sculptures surrounded the drawn and outlined windows. Carved pillars next to the windows were inlaid with gold foil. That's the church. Noticing my gaze, Gutta turned in the same direction and said emotionlessly. So that's the church. I glared at the building as I observed it. Not a single spot of dirt was on the green roof. The scale of it fitted the central and it possessed the detail and beauty of a place where God was honored. But it left a bad taste in my mouth. Looking at the state of the town left by the priests, I once again felt deeply that they cannot be forgiven. Damn it! I cursed under my breath. Then, I started skipping, avoiding the gap between the cobblestones, as I hummed a song. I am a naive and innocent child. If I don't get my mind in gear, I can't play out the role of an innocent noble child at all. Father, father! Let's hurry and find an inn to place all our luggage. I want to go there. I lifted my head as I gave a huge smile. Following that, I held Gutta's hand. Seeing his shocked expression, I grinned as we walked down the street. It's time to start some cleaning. We checked into one of the biggest inns in Centertool. No, this was not an inn. It felt more like a high-class hotel. In Earth terms, it's the kind of hotel where there would be doormen and chandeliers would be hanging from the ceiling. I nodded to myself when I saw the extravagant lobby. The floor was laid with polished marble that was perfect for sliding on. Looking up, the ceiling had beautiful carvings on it and there was even a huge piece of art on it. They sure earned a lot here. I worked cleaning in recruitment offices as well as well-to-do families as my part-time job in my previous life, so I knew. In order to keep this marble floor shiny, it had to be wiped very thoroughly every day. Ah, the ant, cough cough. I had totally destroyed the memories of being said that I was a butler by One-Isan. It was simply a part-time job. I did do things out of my job scope, but I was not a servant. I did curse them to be drowned in tea when I was glared at, or made them turn red when they scolded me for a mistake I did. I am sorry. Let's get back to the topic. I had no idea how many were working in this hotel, but it can't be a small number. The room maintenance as well as the salaries must all amount to quite a large number. Wow. My eyeballs almost popped right out of my sockets when I saw how much Gutta was paying. No wonder they earned so much. Had they noticed how much they were charging for a night? Was their room service that great? It was really an unforgettable time where my normal average person mind was blown away by the money view of the rich. I hadn't even gotten used to walking on the carpet in my own house. What a amazing hotel, father. Yeah. Son, this was built around the same time as the church. It looks different from the others, doesn't it? Come to think of it, the shape of the windows as well as the carvings did look a little familiar. I see. I said, as I skipped happily and innocently along. By the way, Busan as well as the guards and members of the intelligence corps had hidden themselves. As imagined, the bias against beastmen were still strong here. Ah, they were still staying in the same hotel though. We paid for everyone up ahead. It was easier this way and Busan need not be subjected to any insults as well. They could all enter their rooms directly without being seen. But their rooms were all fully paid. A crime was a crime. I won't do it even if I won't be found out. I had the Japanese soul of abiding by the rules, such as waiting for the green light even when there was no cars around. I reached the last room situated at the end of the corridor. This was going to be my room today. Like a suite room, this was said to be the biggest room in this hotel. When I saw the room, my jaws dropped wide open. Wow. A third-grade kid remark just slipped right out. Yep, what bad taste. I felt like turning back and head right home. Guta-san. Yes, dot. I looked at Guta for help, but he simply looked at me, puzzled, like there was nothing wrong with the room at all. So this was where our difference in taste laid. Ah, come to think of it, I did had a bad taste in my mouth when I saw Guta's picture in the textbook. He had on a extravagant and heavy clothing with ample embroidery that exuded a I am a evil noble vibe. Nothing. Firstly, the first thing that came into my mind when I first laid eyes on it. Gold. Lots and lots of it. The wall from the floor all the way to the ceiling was painted in gold, shining and sparkling brightly. And, the ceiling, floor and the walls were all painted very ostentatiously. Just these were bad enough, but the ceiling had to be embellished with gemstones and a chandelier, and a magic tool was shooting out lights randomly all around the room. The table in the middle of the room was pure white in color, its legs filled with detailed carvings and embedded with gold and gemstones. It looked like it would induce halation any time. Just to look, and my mouth was filled with a bad taste. I did imagine it would be something like that, but this was beyond my expectations. This was just an obsession with wealth and all things sparkly. What was with furniture causing halation? Was this not a place to stay in at and have a rest? Please let my eyes rest. I am Will. I am Will. I am Will. Let's just head to the bedroom and have a look. Oh, sure, let's go. A bedroom. There should be at least a place for the mind and soul to rest, right? I headed towards the bedroom as I prayed for help. Help didn't exist whatsoever. Sorry for the negativity. This was how shocked I was right now. I was totally defeated. The entrance to the bedroom was already in the same style. Just from the living room to the bedroom, there was 3 doors. One was the bathroom, another was like a lounge where a sofa looked like the biggest existence ever, and finally, the last one was the bedroom. So I actually entered into the bathroom first. I was already at my limits. It was to the point where a star symbol would end at every sentence I spoke. Let me ask you, what was the meaning of gold plating the entire bathtub? What was the meaning of building the toilet bowl with gold? I felt tired just from thinking of the consequences of scratching it. The toilet was a place that would get dirty, right? Why did you even build it out of gold for? Oni-chan can't understand at all. Gold was a precious metal that was few and far in between, so you had to use it with care, okay? My vision started swimming. This place was too sparkly. My mind was swimming too. Ah, but there were still 2 more rooms to go. It was still too early for despair. The next room I entered was the lounge. The amazing thing about this room was that at first look, I had no idea what it was made out of. Since everything was in gold, why not just made it all gold? The sofa was made out of something similar to leather. That material was high grade and very popular, and could get sold out in seconds. Yep. Although the ones that brought it were all adventurers. The name of that material was rock lizard. It's English. God, why was this the only place where you use English? When translated, IWA Tokaichi leather. Sure, it was a high-grade material, but the comfort level was the worst. The reason for the high grading was because the toughness of it made it a perfect armor for the adventurers. Didn't you do your research, designer? Although I don't know who you were. You would know it immediately once you try sitting on it. Not everything was good if it was expensive. I was tired from all that Tsukomi that was flooding my mind. But I still held on to that glimmer of hope. Yes, that was because I haven't seen the bedroom. A bedroom should be a place for rest. How naive. So naive and brainless, like Patrick Star. Tien, alright, raw was so sweet like a gum syrup drop. Japanese use the word sweet as another meaning of naive. The feeling I had when I stepped into the room? Despair. Only pure despair. I had only imagined it to had a canopy. Who would think that it would be made out of gold threads sewn with sequins and sparkled? On top of that, the gemstones I thought to be was not gemstones. It was mana stones. Plus, it was carved with a magic circle that allowed it to sparkle and shine. So bright. So bright that I can't open my eyes. Please let me sleep. Please somehow let me sleep. And, the main problem was the bed. I had at least expected the legs of the bed would be made out of gold. I came to know that the bed itself was woven out of gold threads. And surprisingly, silver threads as well. Wow, how fancy. It's too uncomfortable, dot. Ah, I had enough. My Tsukomi can't catch up. The comfort level was the worst. This bed was not made for sleeping, it purely for enjoying. After going through the whole suite, I ended near the entrance, my soul drifting away. I had enough. I want to go home. Did they not think of using wood? The most important was to make it easy on the eyes. Today was the first time I felt that deeply. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 151 to the church. 151 to the church. Posted on March 4, 2018 by Pumpkin. Asterisk unedited. I wiped the place I was staying for the night from my memory. I'll forget about the inn and focus on the church instead. Leaving my luggage in the room, I hurried out onto the streets. I would reach the church as long as I walked directly straight to the center of Centertool. The citizens around were still avoiding us as we walked down the street, but now was not the time to be concerned about it. It's sad, but this was a serious problem that we should work on later. These old men are so difficult because they have no fear of the law at all. How did you control them in the past? It was not like this the previous time I came to Centertool. Ah, that's because we had very obvious power situated here at that time. Fighting power, violence. Fighting power. Gouda explained in detail to the puzzled me. According to the information from King Kesemu, the soldiers situated here were on the verge of collapse. True, they lost when they tried to invade Elsmu. With the reign held by another country, it was already a wonder that they were still functioning. The soldier numbers here were also greatly weakened due to the Grausel, who captured people from other nations for slave trading, had his men jailed because of that. It had also caused Hatuo's army force to weaken as well. Plus the matter with the Shadows. The Shadows' hideout was situated in this street, and the leader of the Shadows was under the Emperor's control. It had seemed that the leader had directly threatened the church with their power. And since the Shadows had been destroyed, the church started acting up. How can it be? I was stunned when I heard Gouda's explanation. The Shadows had threatened and attacked my family and friends, and I had viewed them, as well as Hatuo, as the enemy. I did not expect that in defeating them, I would be causing harm upon the citizens here. Viewing Hatuo as the enemy did included their citizens as well, though. I was not that hypocritical to think that I was the one at fault in causing this entire mess, but I too can't pretend that I did nothing wrong either. I can't help but wondered if the citizens here wouldn't be in this situation had I not defeated them. I should have thought of the consequences behind very move I made. But there was also a part of me that felt that I was too much of a big shot to think that everything I do would affect something. Both views were correct yet wrong. It was just a matter of choices. Yes, in the end, it all lay in the cause and the beginning. It was the one who created this problem at fault. Plus, I had vowed to myself at that time that I would protect the ones I loved. But I was still overcome by all the feelings I had inside of me. Naturally, my eyes swam about. As if noticing the state of my mind, Gouda glared at the church as his spittle started flying out. No matter what, they are still bastards for what they had done, Will. I gave a deep nod as I continued walking. Rather than stopping, it was better to destroy the enemies in front quickly. I can do the regretting later. As we approached the church, the number of people walking about dwindled even more. Didn't this defeated the purpose of a church that was meant for people to pray in? As we reached the doors of the church, there was not even a single person around. The huge extravagantly decorated doors was left wide open as it was. As I was thinking that most church did left their doors open, I was surprised by something I saw. On the inner side of the open doors, there was a table that looked to be used as a reception area. And on that table, pasted a paper with 100 rook written on it. I was stunned. In Elsmu currency, Japan yen, it was about 10,000 yen just to enter. They were already exempted from paying the heavy taxes. Were they that lacking in money? 100 rook per person. The moment we stepped inside, a man sitting at the reception area flashed a slimy smile. I did not resist it much, as I was familiar with the practice of paying a fee to enter a religious place. In my precious life, famous temples and shrines do require entrance fees. I know that running a place required money, but I had a feeling that they were needing that money to keep these old historical buildings standing. But to keep this disgusting building standing was... Although that was just my prejudiced thinking. Bet they were just thinking of earning that entrance fee when they did not even need to pay any taxes. Oh, the price went down. My eyes popped when I heard Gouda mumbling as he paid for the both of us. What the heck? It was even higher? Yes, it went down from 200 rook. The high priest made it so that people could enter any time they want to pray without much worries. With that slimy smile hanging off his face, that young man answered Gouda. Did it meant that the citizens came here to pray? They were forced to came over? Gutta whispered it into my ears when we walked into the church. I can't help but trembled with anger. Really rotten to the bones. The people here were truly rotten. From the door, a wide space that I thought to be the chapel opened up. A long red carpet lined the center of the floor while long benches lined up in rows by the side. And on the innermost wall was a stained glass picture. In front of it stood a majestic statue. There was also something like a stage at the very front. On top of the stage was a table, most likely where the priest stood to preach. As it was not the hour of a service, there was no one around. The clickery-clack footsteps of both Gutta and I resounded throughout the church. The 3 stories high ceiling contributed to the loudness of the echoes. But I can feel the presence of our guards yet heard no sound coming from them. What high training they had. As expected of the elites of the Black Knight's intelligence corps. Gutta-san, we are to head towards the innermost room, right? Yes, that's where their control room is. Luckily, it seems like they haven't noticed us at all, so maybe it is going to be easy. There is no maybe. Even if it's going to be difficult, we have to do it. Indeed. The whispering Gutta laughed. Yes, we were executing our plan to sprang a surprise visit to the room where all the higher-uppers were at, suppressed them with our strength and gained back the control. What overwhelming power. That was thanks to the Black Knights and my cheat. Please do not expect any political games from a novice like me. I apologized to Kesamu-san a little in my heart. But he should expected this from me from the moment he gave me this mission. Because he knew fully well that I was only a beginner as a politician. Plus I was only still 8 years old. There was no way I could turn over all the power and get the hearts of everyone from a country that had stood against Elsmu all these years. I believe that no one expected that of me. If he did, then there might be something wrong with the king. As I forced myself to be convinced of my plan, I continued walking ahead. You might be thinking that if we were planning submission by force, what was the use of Gutta then? That was just a counteractive measure of mine. At least, as the emperor, Gutta-san and the church's higher-ups knew each other. If they decided to submit when they saw Gutta, then there was no need for force. Although Gutta was convinced that there was no way it would happen. But surrendering would be faster, Gutta said as his smile deepened. And he kept grinning as he looked at me. Did I had something on my face? Moreover, I just kept thinking that Gutta-san really had a villain's face. No matter, they would be rubbing their faces against the floor in no time. Gutta laughed, every part a villain. Weird. I felt like a villain's henchman. That might be because I had an average face that didn't stand out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. 152, only confusion. 152, only confusion. Posted on March 11, 2018 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. Ha ha. I looked at the scene in front of me. What situation is this? A situation where these old men are prostrating themselves. I accidentally let the feeling I felt right now to slip out of my mouth. It was not that I was really looking for an answer, but the answer given to me made it worse. This was not the answer I was looking for. Why was I seeing old men kneeling in front of me? Old men. Old men. A scene of a lieutenant general, with his posed look, as the BGM of Jang 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 Ja 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 Jang Jang and Can Ka 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 Can. You had no idea what I was talking about? Anyway, as long as you understand the feeling I felt as I looked upon the rows of old men prostrating themselves in front of me. The scene was something easily understandable when you laid your eyes on it. But it was also a scene incomprehensible. I mean, this happened the moment I entered the room, you know. The point was, I had no idea what caused this to happen. With my head in a mess, I looked at Gutta-san, who then gave me a big nod. No. Not what I was looking for. All I wanted was an explanation. As I tried to convey my thoughts through my eyes desperately, the only response he gave back was as I thought. As you thought what? Raise your head for a second, please. I said, almost crying out. As I was already half crying, it might not be almost. Could this be part of their conspiracy? They might be looking for chance to ran as I was overwhelmed by it all. Finally getting it, I glared at them as I started searching around for any suspicious behavior, but there was none. This made me even more confused. And as I was doing all that, the old men from the first row lifted their heads up. Please forgive us. O Messenger Sama from the heavens. We are idiots. They stared at my face for a bit before howling, and once again lowered their heads to the floor. Enough. I had enough. Can anyone please just explain to me what all of this was about? As I hugged my head, I began to recall all that had happened a while back. As Guda-san and I was on our way to the innermost room, members of the Black Knight's intelligence corps that were with me came down from the ceiling and stood behind us as we made our way over. And finally, we reached the innermost room. It's here? I confirmed with Guda-san and he nodded sternly. We had walked through the chapel, to the left side of the stage, and through the control room before standing in front of a door. It was made out of wood, and looked thick and old. The handle was made out of gold and looked pretty heavy. Interestingly, the handle was placed at a higher height. As I reached out for the handle, I froze. I can't reach it. Definitely not that I was a chibi, but that the handle was placed way higher. I could reach it if I jumped, but that just looked too uncool. Thus, I looked up at Guda-san. Our eyes met. His eyes were questioning why I was not going in first, but after reading my strong gaze, he had a realization as he stepped out in front of me. Yes, please don't say anything. It hurt. As so to hide my embarrassment, I walked a lot more flamboyantly behind him, like I allowed Guda-san to open the door. I was not running from this. This was simply a way of protecting my heart. But weren't they careless in not locking the door? Weren't these guys hated by the town? Did they not even consider that people would try to assassinate them? There's no one here, huh? Looking into the room, it was empty. Although I knew that when I didn't felt any presence coming from the room. Plus, they really did not even had any guards around. How unbelievable. They might be in the inner room, the game room. Game room? What was with this playful sounding name? Was it really okay to have such a room in a church? You might not think that there would be a room for games in a church, but there really is one. It was often being spoken about by them. My thoughts appeared on my face again. Without stopping, Guda opened the door wide. Game, huh? I wondered what they do in there. I do had a bad feeling though. I could felt a lot more presence in that room than the estimated number. Somehow, I can feel a lot of presence gathering around a table. Most likely they are gambling. I felt like sighing. To think they were even priests. So they left their work in the afternoon and gambled the money they took from the citizens instead. But of course, there wasn't anyone here anyway. I felt my blood vessel pounding. Guda-san. Yes, I can destroy them, right? Please. Guda-san returned a smile to me when I asked him with a face full of smiles. That face of his was really a very villainous one. But I think my face was not one of any difference at the moment though. As that thought went through my head, I strengthened myself with magic, before kicking the door flying. In a word, I was pissed off. Forgetting the noble-like airs I put on in front of Guda-san, I kicked the door. A fabulous loud bang sounded as the door broke apart. The door was not in pieces, it was in crumbs. In the moment, I stomped into the room as I released my mana. What? The door was. As the people inside took in the broken door, it was chaos. But the moment I released my mana, everyone froze. They did not even make a sound. Not good. I might have released a tad too much. I can't have them fainting away, all I wanted was them to give themselves up without resisting. Panicking, I lessened the amount of mana I was releasing. And finally, the people started moving as they panicked. Spotting people who were trying to escape, I chanted coldly in my heart. Tien, Kusoku, bind and Damari, silent. The usual combo. As my mana was floating throughout the room, binding them was a piece of cake. Although I wouldn't had any trouble otherwise. Because, I had an awesome body at the moment. With this strengthened body of mine, I believed I wouldn't had any trouble chasing down those who ran. Anyway, I was currently very pissed off at them, so I wanted them to shut up. In the room that went back to being silent, the only sound that was heard was the clickety-clack of my footsteps. I could felt Guda-san smiling wryly behind me. The dust from the crumbling door had formed something of a smokescreen that hid my figure. My ears caught on to the fast heartbeats of the people inside the room. I was thinking that if I were to show myself, I would most likely be looked down upon on. But it's okay. I've long given up. After all, I was good in making people fear the me that I was, right? I am here to judge. It was too bad that I can't threaten them with a deep gravelly voice. I grinned, standing in the foggy room. It's time for them to learn the fear of that was me. And that was how the plot was supposed to go. Why did the old men prostrated themselves the moment they saw my face? What? Do I look fierce? Why now? Arg, I want to hit someone. "Oh, messenger-sama?" A careful voice sounded out from one of the old men when they saw I was staying silent. Bending down, I hid my unrest face from being seen. "Gura-san, help! TN, Will. Is still Will. Don't worry, you would get there someday. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." 153, Embarrassment and Misunderstandings. 153, Embarrassment and Misunderstandings. Posted on March 17, 2018 by Krasapumpkin. Asterisk unedited. I got those kneeling old men to somehow stood up. What I needed the most, at this moment, was an explanation. This was not a plan to escape while I was confused. Rather, they looked to be really afraid of me. I wondered if this was the effect of me releasing my mana from before. But Gura-san once said they returned to their previous state after a week even if they were being threatened by shadows. So they do not seem like men who would cringed away when their life was threatened after going through that experience. So, why? I glanced at the trembling old man standing nearest to me. Sensing my glance, he shivered up into his clothes. I asked the one who stood at the front, thinking that he must have been the leader. His shoulders jumped at my voice. Please forgive me. Oh, messenger. We are wrong. So, please spare our lives. He then proceeded to prostrate once again as he howled in half madness. Somehow, I felt like I did something horrible to them. With a wry expression on my face, I walked over to where he was. It seemed like he had gone to the brink of madness. And why is that? I had no idea what, "oh messenger," was, but since it seemed like they had mistaken me for that, I was going to put it into use. Seeing the weird expression on my face, the old man trembled even harder. I was tricked. That's why. I see. Sigh. That's horrible. So that's it. I responded emotionlessly as the old man rambled on with his excuses. Like how they were threatened by the nobles into paying high taxes, thus squeezing them dry. Like how they were trying to protect themselves by using the money they took. Like how they were tricked by the emperor into believing that beastmen were beneath them. And many more. Despite being the emperor of a country that despised beastmen, Gura-san surprisingly held no contempt towards them at all. Back at Elsmu's royal castle, he did not show any bad feelings when I introduced the members that would be heading towards Hatuo for the mission. This surprised me greatly. Gura-san once said that he believed in efficiency instead, I think. It didn't matter if they were humans or not, as long as they could be used. Gura-san, who was born in a country with a deep-rooted contempt for beastmen, and had even grew up in within the nobles who had been the worst, had not been led by that thinking. The old man continued his tasteless excuses. The anger that gotten lost in all the confusion before rushed right back up. It looked like he was going to continue weaving excuses for himself. I looked down at the old man and said, "I won't take your life. Raise your face up. Yes. Yes. Thank why, oh, you, dot." Thanking profusely, the old man looked up and froze. Yes. Right now, I had a superb smile on my face. As my anger raged on inside. I said it before, haven't I? That I am here to judge. Touching the cheek of the frozen old man, I smiled. Please do not think that you would die so easily. You will pay for your sins, you pig. Releasing the fainted old man, I turned and walked out of the room. At this time, the intelligence corps members entered the room. The timing was perfect, seeing the gambling tables were still all in full view. With all these evidence, it would be easy getting a confession out of them. Leaving it to them, I left the room. It went just as I expected. Gura-san said as he grinned, although I had no idea why. But first, let's go back, Gura-san. Well then, after settling that disgusting church, Gura-san and I went back to the inn. At this moment, the Black Knight's Intelligence Corp must be busy in collecting evidence of all the bribery, gamblings, and wrongdoings that all the old men, priests had done. I don't really want to leave them there, but Gura-san and I were people of positions. Our job was to wait for them to do their jobs, so that was what I was going to do. So even though I was doing the right thing, I still felt guilty about it. I should have at least cleaned up the door crumbs. I buried my face in my hands. Yes, what should I say? If I were to explain my feelings in a word, it would be embarrassed. To had raged on by myself. Destroying the door, using coarse language unlike a noble should when scolding the old men, and then to leave in a huff like that. I looked just like a kid in his rebellious age, throwing a temper. I heard in my previous world that the young kids had a bad temper these days, but to think that even me. I used to be a gentleman with his gentle temper in my previous life. When I did regress to such childish-like behavior? Ah, I'm sorry. I knew I should not make up memories like that. Will Dono, that. Guda-san said hesitatingly behind me. He must be troubled at how to face me after seeing me with my bad temper and coarse language. Ah, it just came out. I still have a long way to go, don't I? I turned back to look at Guda-san and gave an embarrassed smile. Since it had reached this stage, I had to start over from the beginning. I guess it was better this way. I was appointed with the mission of taking over Hatuo, so I would have to spend a long time together with Guda-san anyway. Thus, there was merit in showing myself then to keep up the facade in the long run. Since we were taking over Hatuo, we had to win over the nobles here as well. This was not simply a matter of moving over with goodwill. There would be a merit for both me and the kingdom of Elsmu. As to what would happen to Hatuo after that, it would be up to them. Although I was aiming for a win-win situation still, I was pretty sure the king was as well. Because the king was quite a nice person. Right, why did you say what you said, Guda-san? I stared at Guda-san. Before we went, while I was troubled over if we could get those rotten priests to admit their crimes, Guda-san had said with confidence that there won't be a problem. Plus that, as I expected just now. He knew something. If that was so, please do tell. No, please don't misunderstand. I had no ill will against you. Guda-san panicked in a rare moment as he waved his hands. Then, why? You may not believe me, or rather, you might misunderstand my meaning. I believe I am quite wide open to different things. Why? Because I was a kid. Because I had my previous world memories. I believed I was super flexible in that aspect. Seeing that villainous face twisted into a troubled expression, Guda-san stuttered out. You won't. Think of me an idiot, would you? No, I won't. Hearing me made answered immediately, Guda-san seemed to have gathered his resolve. Swallowing his saliva, he finally began to speak. Will Dono looked too much of an angel. See? I knew you would look at me like that. Guda-san stopped in the middle of his sentence before derailing and pointing his finger at me, troubled. I am not looking down on you. I laughed. I was a man who held his word. I did not think that he was an idiot at all. Maybe just a little. Like what was this person saying, and if his head was screwed on tight? Stop it with that look. Guda-san closed in, desperate. Unconsciously, I took a step back. Seeing that, Guda-san closed in further. No. Ha ha ha. Well, I can't help letting out a bit wry laughter. What, an angel, me? A boy with a normal face? Guda-san, with his villainous face, had a surprisingly cute thinking, unlike of a gentleman. So people with fetishes do exist. You misunderstood. Guda-san screamed. I knew that, really I do. So let's head back to the church and see their documents area, okay? Please let us head back. Leaving the desperate Guda-san behind, I began heading toward the church once again. Tien, well, this novel is coming to an end soon, so I am really sorry for taking a break, but I am going to Taiwan for 2.5 weeks. Please let me go. I'll make it up to you guys. Have some of my own pumpkin pies for now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.